First up, we've got Ricky Lovato stepping into the cage, and he's training out of Butch Hiles there. And I've gotten to see Ricky compete once before. Super athlete. The dude was a world class level bodybuilder before he transitioned into jiu-jitsu. Just a consummate competitor, but it looks like he's got a very big, strong opponent stepping in against him, and Justin Joseph, who's training out of Advantage in Princeton.
And Advantage is a very great gym. I know a lot of good people that train out of there. I think this should be a great matchup. Ricky is obviously a seasoned competitor, but Justin's he's very stout. So I think the strength difference will be pretty. I think the technique is what's going to make the difference here, and I'm interested to see how that goes.
You've got Derek Lambert running the show there at Advantage in Princeton. He's a very, very seasoned veteran fighter.
For sure, yeah. I believe Jeremy Mitchell trains out of there too, and he's a high-flying circus. And I wonder if we'll see any of that out of Justin Joseph, that same kind of style. Yeah. So in this match, in these first few matches, there's going to be no heel hooks. So that should be any other submission is legal. That may be twister, spine locks, wrist locks, but just no heel hooks. But leg locks are still allowed and authorized.
We see they start off both looking for the single collar tie.
That's right. It's pretty good handwriting. Justin is using that. Oh, right for the single leg. Justin shucks it off. If you notice, Ricky is in the inside, but Justin, if he was wise, he could do a collar, push up on the elbow, and go for open for that single leg. We should mention as well for the audience that these matches are 10 minutes long. So 10 minutes, there's no points. So any position is, that's a nice lat drop attempt right into half guard.
And ends up on his back. That's the bad problem with that lateral. When you do it wrong, and we saw that happen last night with Roy Nelson. He went for that lateral drop against Alan Belcher, ended up on his back in the first round, and we see the same situation for Ricky here.
For sure, but what Ricky's doing a nice job of is maintaining that half guard, and if he looks, he's going to get that his left leg, right leg for us into that butterfly guard. He's going to get it inside his thigh and try and go for a sweep. The other option he may have is go for the closed guard attempt. Butch Hiles, I've noticed, has had a great closed guard system that they play with.
And it's so hard. Like, this is, Ricky's only his second time competing in the cage. It's so hard to make anything happen off your back when your head is pressed up against that cage.
That's that little aspect of MMA that us jiu-jitsu guys aren't really ever used to if we don't compete as often. 2 times in the cage, it's hard to get you used to that unless you're training that in your home gym.
It's going to be tough for Ricky to make anything happen, so he's either going to have to cut an angle or get back to his feet. There we go. He cuts that angle. He gets off the cage. Now he can work a little bit.
That's right. And see, Justin is doing a good job of that wrist control, but he lost it, and this is where Ricky's starting to set up opportunity. It looks like he could set up for a basic scissor sweep or a flower sweep. There's just 2 options he's setting, but Justin's so strong. Look at
And Justin's trying to just push that leg down and start creeping over into half guard.
And here he goes with the...
Ricky does a good job there recovering full guard.
Butch Hiles guys have had such a great close guard system lately. Like, everyone I see, they have just great mobility with their legs to choose to go close guard or to get half butterfly or total butterfly.
And he's using that overhook now, almost like he's going to try to work either.
See, there we go.
Nice
Partial John Wayne sweep, which is great. That's a great underrated submission. Sweep I've been using myself,
and he gets rolled back over
right into there's a triangle up, close guard. Okay.
And I'm shocked, honestly, that Ricky didn't jump on that triangle there.
Well, they call this an open. With the problem with the triangles, and this is an open weight bout, is the broad shoulders of Justin and just how wide his shoulders are already. It's hard to lock a triangle. There's other options such as the omoplata or the armbar there as well that you could set up from a failed trap triangle. Right here, omoplata, right there. Like I said, foot in the face. That's a good lock submission.
He's got to do a better job of breaking the posture, though.
Ricky needs to start rotating. Okay, there's an armbar right there. Yep, armbar right there.
Beautiful job. Switching to the armbar and the finish by Ricky Lovato.
That's text. Like I said, Butch has been working close guard, and that is just an example of what I won't be surprised to see from their guys tonight.
And it all started with that overhook. He got that overhook from close guard, started cutting the angle there, and ended up in a beautiful, beautiful omoplata. And that's a rare one. That's a submission that's fairly advanced. You don't see it a lot in MMA because it's so hard to lock it down.
For sure.
No gi. So, good on Ricky Lobato able to switch that to the armbar.
This next match is going to be a high flyer.
130-pound match. Logan Coffler versus Justice Arbogast. And here we're joined again by Butch Hiles.
Some strong old people in that match in there, huh?
Yeah.
Ricky just landed a beautiful armbar from that omoplata setup.
Yeah, and that's he's been working on it. So Ricky's, I know he's been in a lot of these, but he's very fresh, right? So the fact that he's doing so well is great, and I think he's just figured out that omoplata move. He's done it twice now.
I literally said, I was like, there's an omoplata setup right there, and he hit it, and he put the foot in the face, which keeps that posture down, and he was able to switch the amplify his submission opportunity. So that was awesome to watch. You guys have a great close guard system, is what I was saying as well.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and it's funny. So his last match, he was at the Compound Invitational, and he actually went for that same omoplata, but he was doing it kind of from again, he's kind of making some of this stuff up. He's doing it for like a modified rubber guard, and actually probably tore his own MCL on it, I think, and he's been kind of recovering. So for him I didn't think he was going to do it again because I figured that knee was hurting, but he did, and it worked out.
So right here we have Justin Arbogast of Team Luis, Pal Harris, and Elkins. Great gym, in like a little hidden spot, West Virginia, in terms of jiu-jitsu. He's going to have a great, this match is going to be very high fly, high pace. I'm excited to see this.
Yeah, and that's I like to showcase that team. Actually, you did a good job from Elkins because, like you said, I don't think Elkins is a small town, but they've done a great job building things up. I think they work a lot with Chad Marsh as well, right?
They have two IBJJF Pan medalists that nobody ever talks about, and JJ Jamison and Becca Marsh, both blue belts. So that's a hidden spot in West Virginia. So
Luis Pajares is an old school lineage too. That's
Coral belt.
Yeah, I got to meet him a few years back at a seminar. He's one of the most intimidating jiu-jitsu black belts I've ever ran across. Just old school.
Yeah, and his son does really well too, doesn't he? I think he's still competing.
Now here is Logan Coffler from Henzo Gracie Morgantown, a new gym in my area, but with the credentials that everyone knows with the name Henzo Gracie. Their coach Tony and Chance Grilliot. I trained up there once, and it's a great room. Lots of drilling, all the things needed to make a good gym. I wish I could get up there more often. But again, we should see two great gyms, one from a little smaller town and another with a big name to carry.
Chance came down.
Out of Luis Pajares, Elkins, West Virginia, Justice Arbogast. And out of the red corner from Renzo Gracie in Morgantown, West Virginia, Logan Coffler.
So what weight are we looking at here? These guys
130 pounds. They both weighed in. Yeah, they both weighed in on the spot. None of them. This is the natural weight.
Yeah.
They both told me they didn't have to cut.
That's beautiful, huh?
Yeah, I'm jealous.
Logan's definitely the taller man. He's gonna have. It's gonna be a lot more rangy.
That triangle leg opportunity. Using the legs to sweep or for submission. It's always the bane for me is taller people.
Well, that's the perfect build for jiu-jitsu. Guy like that. Guy like Butch Hiles over there.
Or Lee Keaton, or this. Yeah.
That's
long and lanky.
But the ability with Justin, I feel like he'll have like the advantage in terms of mat strength of being that size.
You can already tell he looks like he's got a good takedown game. His stance looks good. He doesn't look scared to engage, but neither does the other one. I mean, they both look very comfortable in the clinch.
He didn't like that collar tie though. As soon as he got caught in
look,
he's taunting Ezekiel out of the gate. Pops his head out. As soon as Logan got a hold of him with that collar tie though, it looked like he was super uncomfortable.
Yeah. Well, it's just the size, right? Like working on the head. I mean,
it's hard to grapple all the time. Like bringing them down to your posture to a degree you can get in on those legs. Oh, nice drag.
That was beautiful. Into arm
Takes
triangle
them
or back. Right?
immediately.
Back, both
And it
hooks
looks
in.
like he's on the neck.
He didn't waste any time, did he?
That's locked
That's
in,
it.
tight. Yeah.
He's over the chin, but that's all over.
Impressive. Very impressive there. Well, not necessarily very explosive, right? Like when he had an opportunity, he was on it, right?
For sure, yeah.
Well, guys, I'm gonna skip out and
Yeah.
see
And then you take
Jonathan Masiochi.
This will be a good one. That's tough going out very quickly, but I've been on the end of that myself, and you just learn to bounce back. You know, jiu-jitsu matches aren't like MMA matches where you have to live with them forever.
You don't take that much damage. It's that the old adage that you hear all the time: you either win or you learn. And it sounds cliche, but in jiu-jitsu, that's the case. You learn from every match, and you're not gonna win every match. No, it's very, very rare that you see a Gordon Ryan who's beating everyone every time.
For sure, yeah. It takes a lot of dedication. But here's John Masiosi. I don't know a lot about him, but I know about his gym and Butch Hiles, and obviously he was just here with us. I know they have a great guard system, and I'm interested to see what kind of game he goes against Chris Payne. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you go ahead. I was going to say his rash guard game is definitely on point.
Yeah. Chris Payne he'll be coming out, but he's out of Team Luis Palhares as well. And he's a monster, just aggressive, fast-paced. Yeah, that's
some very epic walkout music.
There we go.
For Mr. Payne.
Yeah. There we go.
And the suspense is building.
Yeah.
And here he comes.
Yeah, that is a monstrous man. I've watched him compete twice, and he is just aggressive. He doesn't give anything, which is always just difficult to deal with. But again, it makes for entertaining matches. Again, it's a style matchup. An aggressive top player who does like leg attacks versus a guy who likes playing the bottom.
For this bout at 180 pounds, we have a no-gi BJJ fighting out of the blue corner from Butch Hiles BJJ in Charleston, West Virginia, John Massi, OC. And in the red corner from Luis Palhares, Elkins, West Virginia, Chris Payne.
Just for clarification, they said Chris Payne was in the red corner, but he is in the blue corner for the audience. The overtime is interesting in this, I should say, is where it's EBI, but it doesn't matter how fast you escape or the result. So if you both get, if you go into overtime, you both get an escape, then it goes to the next submission.
So it's not based on time.
No.
It's whoever
Results.
gets. So you're gonna see a submission at some point.
Or if you both escape, then you go into the second overtime. So, and then there's 3 overtimes. So I think there's the audience for watching. I hope you recognize that, or you'll be able to relay that if I'm not here.
That's a much more exciting,
I think,
promotes style of jiu-jitsu competition. And that's the thing. We've been trying to make jiu-jitsu more mainstream for a long time. I think Eddie Bravo did an excellent job coming up with a rule set that makes it compelling.
Yeah.
Because jiu-jitsu, it's hard to be compelling for someone who's not into jiu-jitsu.
Sure.
Like who doesn't understand what's going on because it's such a technical sport.
Yeah, for example, and this is a good, this isn't not entertaining, but for example, this could last for a long time, this collar tie. And what would be great with these two guys that just don't want to lose is that forehead pressure should go into the temple, not into the shoulders.
Beautiful
nice
job.
That's nice.
And he missed it, but it was a nice attempt.
There's a crucifix
Ends up
take.
in a bad spot, though.
That's
it.
Tap.
And you see, that's one of those high-risk, high-reward techniques, and he paid for it.
Yeah.
He ended up giving up his back And Payne didn't waste any time.
But
He
that-
jumped on that neck.
That's props for Chris Payne because, excuse me, for Massi because that is not a move you should. You know what I mean? Like that's a good setup, but so much risk, and he's keeping it entertaining for the crowd. And
It was
there's
fun.
nothing
That
to
was a
scratch
fun
at.
takedown attempt to watch. And he damn near got it.
So here comes Josh Harvey. So I will have to step out. Butch Hiles will be back here.
And we hear Johnny Cash playing as Josh Harvey walks to the ring.
It's an exciting match, man. You got caught, old John, with a getting that arm stuck in there off a kind of a fireman's carry, right?
It was a beautiful takedown attempt, but that's what we talked about. It was a high risk, high reward move.
Absolutely.
Gave up his back, and Payne jumped on it.
Absolutely. If he could have got the underhook out a little bit faster, he'd been okay. But it
was
happens.
beautiful.
It
It
was
was
very,
an
very-
exciting technique to
Yeah.
use, and like he damn near got it.
They did, yeah. No risk, no reward, right?
We've been hearing some very epic walkout music so
Yeah.
far.
The MMA guys got something to live up to with the walkout music, huh? There you go.
Very intense walkout here from Nico Regali out of the Mat Factory in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Lower Borough, Pennsylvania, I should say. Basically Pittsburgh, I think.
90 pounds in the no-gi
This one's
jiu-jitsu.
interesting too. 'Cause
Fighting
obviously
out of the
Zack
blue
Humphreys is out
corner
there, but,
from the
he's-
Mat
he's got a
Factory
history
in
with both of
Lower
these teams. He
Burrell,
currently trains with both
Pennsylvania.
of them,
Nico
so,
Regali.
wonder how he picked which one to corner. You know?
It's probably the one he likes more.
Yeah. Exactly.
And in the
Yeah.
red corner, out of Ground Zero in Bridgeport, West Virginia, Josh Harvey.
Very impressed with everybody at the Mat Factory that I've seen that's competed with us in MMA.
Yeah, I think it's Isaac Greeley. I believe he runs that gym, and if not, I know he's one of the top dogs there. But all of those guys are well trained, well coached. And the same goes for Ground Zero, Bridgeport, and all those guys for Ground Zero Fighting Systems. They're amazing. That's the one good thing, not the one good thing, but what I want to say is, jiu-jitsu and MMA and the training in West Virginia is top notch, and we're getting to display it with the gyms here. So hopefully, the fans get to see the skill here coming from all these gyms, and that's kind of the point. We want to showcase what everybody's got. Look at that, nice wrestling. These tie-ups are good, man.
Both these guys' hips very low
Yeah.
back. They definitely know what they're doing in the clinch. And nice level change there, but he's wise to it.
Yeah, and he's quickly got his hips away. As you said, like, to the average fan, this just looks like, a couple guys grabbing the head, but this is a lot of intricate work there. They're doing a lot of hand fighting, positioning for underhooks, grabbing the head a certain way. See right there's a nice looking trip, but he reversed it into a nice takedown.
There for Josh Harvey.
Very, very high level grappling right there, just on the takedown. But he's got a nice shoulder crunch / overhook right here that he can push away for an armbar or an omoplata. He's got a couple moves here on
That's
the bottom.
a deep overhook he's got there.
Yeah, and he
Let's see
knows
what
it.
He does with it.
Oh, but he stepped right over like it was nothing. He blocked that. So great defense.
And he's working his way into half.
Yeah,
he
Josh
can
is doing excellent.
If he can shove that knee down, he could step right through.
Yes, it
There he
looks
goes.
great, man. This is good high level passing
But-
versus good guard retention. Every time he brings that leg back,
I'd like to
Josh
see
steps
him
over.
Get heavier on top with his hips. Lock that leg down so he can't get full guard back.
Yeah, and as you said, a lot of guys here, Josh could triangle his legs there, and that would make sure that it limits the guard work coming
See,
back.
there he goes back to full guard. There's too much space on top.
Absolutely. But his passing looks really good. Look at that. His passing looks great. As you said, like the passing looks good. I would argue that maybe it needs a little bit more tighter pressure, as you said,
One
a
of
little
the
bit more
coolest
control.
quotes that I ever heard about jiu-jitsu was Hickson talking, and he said,
Took the back.
if I'm going from A to B, I don't want to go back to
Yes.
A. If I
Yeah.
go from B to C, I'm not going back to B.
Exactly. And that's, the Gracies are saying always improve your position, right? Pass guard, side body, two mount, right? You're always putting the pressure on, making that guy suffer. And then that's when they make mistakes, if there's pressure.
But you
Like,
see, this is a sign of a good grappler. He's just flowing on him. But
yeah,
now he
look.
loses position, ends up on his back.
Yep.
That's why position over submission always.
And he stayed calm that whole time. Even when I was saying, man, his passing looks elite, he's coming. Nico stayed calm on the bottom, and now he's looking to do his passing, and he's doing a good job controlling the legs here.
And now let's see Nico's top game, because I have a feeling that he's a top player as well.
Yeah, and it's doing a good job of leg pinning here. Some guys will even step in the legs here. Nice little leg drag looking. But I also think Nico might be seeing what Josh has to offer here.
He's working his way past, but Josh is doing a good job with that open guard.
Yeah, and he was content to kind of just jump back into his full guard there. I think he gave a little bit of effort, but didn't want to get caught with anything.
And he's trying to do that double ankle sweep, but Nico's base is too good for that.
Yeah, and the new thing people are doing too is in no gi is he's coming out to the side here. This is a good leg lock position here for Josh if he could have got there.
Nice
but,
pass.
Yeah, use it to pass. That's the downside or the risk versus reward as we talked about earlier.
He just shucked those legs aside and slid right into side control. His beautiful jaw passing. They're good smash passing.
Now, as you said, look how low his hips were right there. Now he's got to use his
But
hips.
you see how he's blocking the hip more.
With his knee, yeah. That's what I was going to say. He had a good hip pressure there, but he had to switch it to knee pressure because Josh got on his side.
I'm trying to see what he's doing with that far side arm. I think he's controlling the leg with that as well, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he's just knowing where the hips are at, right? He's controlling the hips. Good knee right there by Nico, right on the hip. And then with the added pressure of the cage, there's just not a lot for Josh to do down there as far as moving his hips. This is very smart work on the top because he's no danger of getting submitted because he's got the hips and everybody locked in, right?
Beautiful job. They're using that hand to block the hip so he can't recover. Now he's going to probably try to drag him to his back.
Uh-oh, he's coming out. He's coming out. It's the thing about a cage is now he can kind of walk himself up.
He's working that front headlock position. I know Chris Dempsey trains a lot at the Mat Factory. Chris Dempsey's got a wicked front headlock.
They sure do. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, they call it the Chrisatine or the Dempsey something, but he definitely has his own workshop. So that was beautiful. So a lot of times in the jiu-jitsu MMA world, right, if you can keep your back flat to the cage, it stops people from taking your back, and that's how they wall walk up, right? He did a great job there. Both these guys did great.
Excellent matchup.
Yeah. Can't say enough. I know we brag about it all the time on the matchmaking a lot for Keith, but Zack did a wonderful job with all this, too.
Beautiful job by Nico.
Uh-oh. That almost got under the chin.
Getting around to the back and just circling, following him there until he's in a great spot. Now let's see how he does here, taking the back, getting that bottom. He's looking for that bottom hook.
Yeah, Nico's very relaxed.
And there it is.
Tell he's been here before.
But you see there, he's creeping over that. He's found that other side. He's creeping over that bottom hook, trying to escape.
He's going to switch to the arm triangle.
Yep.
It's a good 1-2 punch.
Out of the frying pan and into the fire here.
Yeah, Josh is doing a good job of controlling the wrists there. And he came to the knees there, which is, man, he's doing some really high-level stuff here.
I'd like to see him just pop to his feet.
As they say, just stand up.
Yep.
But he actually really could. So, yeah. Look at that. Nice reversal. And, man, it just seemed like Nico there took a break or something, but now he's into the scarf hold.
Which I'm not a fan of because of that. I don't like that scarf hold position because it gives your opponent that underhook.
Yeah, I think we all agree, right? That's typically in judo or jiu-jitsu, we do a modified scarf hold, which is the underhook to avoid these escapes. But
some guys really like that position and are really good at it, but your pressure has to be perfect.
Yeah, and that's a good point. Dan Severn and Mark Coleman back in the day, they could just grab the head and wrench you out.
Josh Barnett submitted Dean Lister with it, which is bananas at the time. Nobody would have expected
Especially at that level. You wouldn't expect a Dean Lister kind of guy to get in there. But, unless you've been there, you literally can't breathe, and it's a heck of a move. Now, this is very good pressure. Again, he's using the cage this time.
Headlock there.
Yeah.
Let's see what he can do with it.
I wouldn't be surprised if this one hits overtime. We got 3 minutes, but it's been dead even so far. And nobody's really getting.
He has good control of the neck here, but Nico's controlling that leg and looking to drive him over.
Nico's going to step. Yep, he did. He's got the sweep here already. Just by stepping over that leg, he can kind of drag him down. But Josh can use his back against the cage. Really, as we say, he should just stand up right now.
He needs to wrestle.
He waited too long.
Nice job, though, and he's caught.
That's why I said he waited too long. You know, I think he'll get out of this, but
I think he's not got the angle for that arm in,
no. Which is
and it's hard to finish it up against the cage
that's
like
exactly.
that.
I was gonna say credit to Josh. He's keeping his back against the cage. Keep out of that submission.
That was a good setup there by Nico, though, going into that guillotine.
Yeah,
And
look,
for a moment there,
here-
I thought he had
Here
it.
comes Nico for the armbar. Nope, he gave it up. He had a couple nice moves. Nico, I mean, again, guard work is very good by Nico. These guys are very, very good.
He's working that sit-up sweep series,
Yeah.
going back to the neck here, and he's got a good lock on it now. He's just got to crunch. If he can just crunch, I think he may have this one.
Wonder how tired they are with 2 minutes. Yeah, I don't think. I think Nico is not going to put the effort into it, but
Beautiful job getting his head out of there, getting out of danger, because he had a good bite on the neck.
he's doing good. Nico's also doing a good job with these hooks he's doing with his legs, which is very, sometimes that'll disrupt the base, drop a guy to his belly a little bit, and that kind of starts. It definitely works their head, but
You know, I'd like to see him work that Kimura a little bit from there, and that looks like what he's thinking about.
yeah. It's got a good angle. I mean, they both, again, like this is counter, counter, counter. Even when we start to think a guy's getting a little bit of an angle, the other guy corrects it right away. This is very, very high level jiu-jitsu by these guys. They look
I'm
very good.
really excited for the EBI overtime in this match if we make it there.
And these are two explosive guys, right? That's the key with EBI overtime is usually whoever's the most explosive is going to win. Obviously, you have to have a good technique too. But if you're a very passive guy, overtime's not the best place for you.
Now, tell me, if this were going to the decisions,
This is 100% sweep
how would
right
you
here.
score this match?
I would call it a draw.
So back.
Yeah, I would call it a draw at this point. I can't say that anybody's had
And there've been no clear submit. There've been no submission attempts so far. It's just a positional dominance battle.
Yeah, there's been some rear naked attempts. There's been some but they're just, these guys are so good at.
Nothing that I thought, oh yeah, he's in big trouble.
Absolutely.
That guillotine.
So
was
even
a little
here,
bit of danger.
he can get a head and arm choke here, Nico. He's got the arm, but he went for mount instead. But look how fast Josh looks like he's ready to counter and get out of mount. Yeah, so he's already out. That's what's hard about these guys. I mean, they're so good and so high level that the second a guy gets position, he loses it in 3 seconds. You know, like these guys are very, very doing good. Now, this is great. He pulled so all he has to do, though, is go back flat to his back. But then, ironically, that'll give up mount, which is a good game plan by Nico.
Well, that's the thing.
I'm surprised Josh is letting him get this deep on his choke here. I guess, obviously, just not too worried about it, but
he's got good wrist control.
So we're hitting our first overtime here in 5 seconds. This is going to be exciting. So for people that don't know what EBI overtime is, so I believe we're going to start with both of them having back control. So the difference on this one as opposed to normal is normally they count the time. We're not really necessarily going to do that. If both people are able, if they get submitted, then we go on to the next thing. If one guy gets submitted, he loses, right?
So basically, though, we're going until we see a finish.
We're going to try to, yes. We do have some stipulations. I was going to look it up, but we have some stipulations if it doesn't quite hit the overtime. So, meaning there is no submissions because we can't go on forever.
I'm really excited about this rule set, though. You know, we talked a little bit about it before. It's hard for the layman to watch jiu-jitsu when they don't understand jiu-jitsu because you don't know what's going on. But with this, you're always going to see somebody get finished for the most part. You're always going to see action. Eddie Bravo came up with a brilliant rule set to make jiu-jitsu more compelling.
He did, and he's done a great job. I mean, there's been things like this before, but he put it on a national stage where, now everybody's used to seeing this, used to doing it. All right, here we go. I'm going to read you guys a little bit overtime here. So we're going to start in the back escape. Like I said, each person gets a chance to go into a submission. If a submission does not occur, we're going to go to the next one, which is going to be an armbar position.
He's doing good there with that hand fighting. So far, he's not in any danger.
But to answer our question earlier, I wanted to verify it. If we do end up going to a third overtime, meaning the first two positions don't cause a submission or both tie, it's going to be the first points win in the overtime. So So, yeah, so the way we do this too, like technically, if you guys remember, we had a Zack Humberson versus Zack Wilds fight, right? And this is how Zack escaped. We did a modification of that rule because of that, and because it's a little bit more exciting, meaning that he's not actually really out of anything. As you said earlier, into the...
Out of the frying pan into the fire situation. Yeah, he turned right into that arm triangle.
Now, if he gets this back, which I would argue, you could stop it, right? As soon as he gets that knee, then he's technically out, unless he's in a submission, right? So if he's in an arm triangle or something, we're gonna have to let that run. But
yeah, here now, I feel like is time.
It yeah, it should be it. Zack over there corner, but that should be it.
That's it.
Yeah, well, it should have been it a while ago. So we need to, we need to get that one called a little bit sooner. But that's okay. It's hard when we change these rules around a little bit. You know, Josh has probably just seen these.
Well, you know, this isn't even a hybrid of EBI that I've not seen before, and I like the idea. I like the idea that everybody's going to have a chance to see a finish.
Exactly, and that was our thoughts. But in ends, we kept it shorter, meaning because Keith doesn't want us going all day either. So the 1 minute is all we're running on these instead of like, here, you go until you get out, right?
And we see here the tables have turned. Nico's in the bad spot, and he escapes quickly. And I think that's about
But he's into an arm bar, and that's the point, right? So he can still go for this arm bar.
I thought his elbow was out, but it's like he snatched it back up.
He did a really good job getting it out there.
Beautiful. Beautiful job. Now, he's got him in some danger here.
Yeah, I feel like Nico's going to get out of this. But, yeah. So now we're going to go to the second overtime, which is going to be the armbar positioning here. So that was very good by both of them.
And we are joined by the man himself, Keith No, for the EBI overtime rounds. Our first EBI overtime rounds of the first New Line Grappling series.
So, Keith, how have you been watching the grappling so far?
Man, it's pretty cool, man. I love this stuff. Yeah, I missed a little bit of missed some of the first few matches. Had some stuff going on in the back with the commission, but all good now.
So it's nice, you know, seeing this highlight. It really this gives an opportunity to show and showcase some gyms around the area that don't necessarily get showcased because maybe they don't fight MMA. So, you know, that's another nice thing. And it's nice seeing how well-rounded all these gyms are and what they have to offer. So now we're going to go into the second EBI overtime, which all of these are just a minute. You know, this what we call the spiderweb position or armbar. He's allowed to grab the leg. By grabbing that leg, it helps avoid the escape. Typically, people just kind of hip out and roll over, but by grabbing that leg, it kind of helps counter that. But I bet you most people let go of that leg right away.
Oh, he's got him.
Yeah, and this is, man, Nico's strong.
So close. Good job getting his hands back together. I thought it was over.
Yeah, Josh needs to roll towards the head. Yeah, he's going to.
He's in a bad spot.
If he gets that arm, yeah, see, perfect. That's one of the favorite positions for me. When I am going for an armbar as well, I like to go towards the head. You're stronger towards your chest.
Your last chance here is that hitchhiker, and you have to time it perfectly.
Well, I'll tell you what, Nico did a hell of a job. Every time that we thought he was done, he came back. Oh,
right
there. I think he might get it. And then
he may be able to hitchhike, but it's got to be perfect.
Oh, he's digging deep. He's digging deep.
We'll see.
There he comes. There he comes. Yeah, now if he gets to his knees,
Beautiful
Nico's out.
Job.
Man, what a warrior.
Tough guy, because it looked very dangerous there.
And here's an interesting thing we'll see. We'll see how tired Nico's arms are, because now it's his turn. But his arms might be too tired to get the finish, right? But you can say the same for Josh. You've been chugging on that thing for, you know, that whole 30, 40 seconds there. So they're both going to be tired here.
I was in there and somebody grabbed my arm. I just stand up.
That's what they say, huh? There we go.
So here we go. We see Nico trying to finish this armbar here.
And see how close he is there? Like, yeah, he's doing a pretty good job.
He's taking a more slow and methodical approach rather than the explosive approach that we saw Josh take.
Yeah. We'll see which one pays off. Because look, he's taking risks. He's letting go of that arm, you know.
And that head control is a big deal. If you can break their posture with that leg over the face.
I think Josh is about out. I think he got his elbow out. He's out.
Good job.
All right, so
Harvey to stack out of that armbar.
This is the final round. So now it's first points win, sudden death overtime, and this will This will be interesting.
So we start on the feet here.
Yes, yeah.
So basically, first takedown wins.
Yes, first takedown, unless they sit to guard. Guard pulling is allowed. And then at that point, it'll be first points or position.
So if you're a guy that's not confident in your wrestling, you would pull guard out of the gate here.
Absolutely.
Try to make something happen from your guard.
Yeah, absolutely.
Before they can pass.
And we'll see who folds first, right? Both of these guys have pretty good equal wrestling, right?
I definitely think we're going to see a wrestling match for this overtime round. I don't think we're going to see either guy pull guard.
And Matt Factory's, known for their wrestling, right? So the fact that this is such a competitive thing, look at that, Josh has got it.
He's so close.
Oh, he's deep now, but I think
that's
he's
it.
got it.
That's it.
That's it. Oh, he's got to clear the head. Yeah, so for people that
Nico
don't know,
has to finish this guillotine to win.
yeah, if he finishes the guillotine, he wins.
God.
The second the head pops out, he wins.
He's tight. He has it very tight too, and he's getting that angle. Holy smokes! And he taps.
Well, I don't know if he tapped. I don't know what happened there. Did he tap?
Let's take a look at the replay here.
I think he's bummed because I think he thought he had the victory,
you're right.
Yeah.
He lost the guillotine. I got excited.
Yeah, we still don't know. So,
I thought he
there we
tapped.
go.
Look here. It's dead to rights. Tight, 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 tight. Super tight guillotine there. Yep.
There it is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Crazy, huh?
He had that.
Right when we thought it was over. What a heck of a job by Nico there, man.
Pulls it out of.
Am I wrong, or is Nico also a professional wrestler on the side?
He looks like one. I don't know, man.
He pulled victory
It was a
out of the
dogfight.
jaws of defeat there.
I was sweating watching it, which that might just be my high blood pressure.
Wow. Hell of a match.
Yeah. He's down to a spot where you have to finish the choke or you lose.
Yeah. Well, good job wrestling, right?
My name's ain't no way you could ignore me. I did not.
Josh Fowler. And oh man, Cameron Sweat is our announcer for the jiu-jitsu portion. He took this job on about a 1 minute notice.
Cameron Sweat's a bomb.
I grabbed Cameron. I'm like, hey man, can you announce? And he grabbed the microphone and got to the cage. So
Yeah, he's a bomb.
Eli Hawkins.
That's what I
is gonna
think.
be here for his main card.
It's Jonathan Cooper here. So we've seen Jonathan Cooper here in the match before, if I'm not mistaken, right? So John's got obviously comes from my gym. He's got a very good guard, very good butterfly guard. Loves to play off his back, maybe too much. Sometimes he'll actually sweep somebody and not go back to the top, which is very confusing because that's the point of a sweep, right? But that being said, he just loves to work the guard because he's got a lot of submissions, got a lot of sweeps. He's trying to figure out his game still, meaning like what's his go-to, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, but he's been doing great. So I really look forward to this one.
When do you think that happens in your jiu-jitsu journey? Because I feel like you don't really know yourself until about purple belt.
And that's exactly right. Yeah, mid blue probably. And then you know what? That's the thing. When people say they're going through like they feel like they're not getting better, it's usually because they're trying to add new stuff to their game and they can't quite figure it out, right? And that's when they kind of going up and down, up and down.
Gentlemen, it's a pleasure sitting here, and I'll say anything on the microphone to your house. Can't hear me? My mic work?
Put it closer to your mouth, Keith.
Right there.
That's
That it?
better.
That's it. There we go. Yep. All right, guys. I am gonna go back into promoter mode. Denzel Chapman should be walking the door any second to join you guys. So,
All right, we're looking forward to it. Keith.
Kyle's
Go,
Jiu-Jitsu out of
do
Charleston, West
real people
Virginia.
stuff.
Jonathan Cooper!
John Cooper's a guy.
And out of the red corner, out of Ground Zero, Bridgeport, West Virginia, Charles Scott!
John Cooper's a guy who's in the gym almost every day at 5 a.m.
Every day, and he's a pure grappler, meaning he didn't come from a wrestling background, so he's learning everything on the fly. He's not particularly a big guy with a lot of muscle, right? He's got a tall, lanky build for jiu-jitsu, but as we said, it's just trying to figure out where that all fits in with his game right now, and he's doing a really good job of figuring it out. because I do think, his goal in life is to be an ADCC world champion.
Well, that's the thing, he's a year into his training, and he's already talking about being a world champion in
Yeah.
jiu-jitsu, not getting in the cage, not doing all this other stuff, being a world champion in BJJ. He's a purist. He's a true student of the game. He gives crazy speeches after his victory.
Yes, I think he's got the best camera and interview skill. We'll get the rest of him up there.
To quote John Cooper, this is what we do.
Yes.
This is jiu-jitsu.
Yes, and he's looking good. Look at that overhook there. Look, he's already into a triangle position, just like that. In no time, he's coming.
And we are joined by Denzel Chapman's old lady herself, Heidi Gum. How you doing, Heidi?
Hello, hello. I'm doing well. Coming off of a cold, but I wanted to make sure I was up, so I took Dayquil instead of NyQuil. So I'm ready. I'm excited for tonight.
Smart choice. Looks like John's thinking about an Ezekiel.
Yeah, I think he likes this position when they grab his head. I mean, because he'll eventually switch to a shoulder crunch, which he really loves.
Yeah,
Then,
there he goes.
yeah. And then he went straight to the elevator seat. But this is where I say, like,
he's not coming up to the top. He's just holding on to it.
it's like we're working on it, right? So this is where you used to kind of just lay there. But I think if you notice, he's listening. Look, he's trying, but into a leg lock. These guys can only do straight leg locks. I mean, that's a good one.
He's got it pretty deep.
He's going for a toe hold, though. Oh, John.
Nice
for the
job
toe hold.
by John Cooper countering with the toe hold.
Heck of a counter.
And that hurt him. You see him wincing there. Toe holds are nasty.
I mean, but John Cooper's foot was looking rough there too, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, he had that very deep. That
Yeah.
he was a little high on the calf, I believe. That's what saved
These
John.
straight ankle locks are tough to finish, very tough. And sometimes you go for them, because a lot of guys, they'll let the pain go, right?
It's one of those pain compliance moves a little bit because it's going to take a lot of force to break your ankle.
Absolutely.
From a straight ankle lock. That's why you don't see guys getting finished by straight ankle locks in MMA.
Not that often, unless you've got a really, really good one, which I've ran into some guys that have a good one, but
I used to train with a guy in Pikeville named Walt May, and he had the nastiest straight ankle I've ever felt.
Really?
Oh yeah, it was one of those you had to tap.
well, next up is going to be Zack Freeman, which is Jonathan Cooper's best friend. So, and if I'm not mistaken, this is going to be a tough. Zack told me that he put these guys together because they're both very explosive, and he looked for it to be a good match. And so far, I got to say that Humbertson did a great job matching these people up. So. Out comes Anthony Marzano.
He's fighting out of Ground Zero Bridgeport. Zack Humbertson there in his corner.
I like his rash guard. It's something I should walk around with, maybe at the pool. So I look like I've got some muscle.
I think you should pull a John Donaher and just wear one everywhere you go.
If I had that one, maybe I would. If I had one with some visceral fat, that would be perfect.
I want one that looks exactly like my body.
The fats that really
Yeah.
show off the thickness there would be nice.
So it's funny, Zack is probably of our guys one of the most nervous guys, I think, sometimes, but he always performs very, very well, and he's had some very tough matches. So
Zack is one of my favorite of your students. I've been really enjoying watching him compete because he's the type of guy you don't expect to be in this sport.
absolutely.
He's so humble. He's so quiet. And, when I interviewed him, like, you could just see it all.
All righty, and at 185 pounds, we have another no-gi jiu-jitsu fight. Fighting out of the blue corner from Butch Hiles in Charleston, West Virginia, Zack
He just could
Freeman.
not talk. I was like, Zack, buddy, we're buddies. Come on. So again, that's why I give him all the credit in the world too.
Do you see his confidence growing?
And then out of the red corner from Ground Zero in Bridgeport, West Virginia, Anthony Marzano.
Quiet guys are normally the most dangerous guys out there.
Yeah. This is going to be interesting. They look similar size, and I know Zach's done a great job matching them up so far, so I'm sure it'll be a barn burner. Zach's been working on his wrestling. We'll see if he gets to utilize it. He's been going against some tough wrestlers and looking a lot better.
Zach's most impressive trait are his leg locks. He has some absolutely beautiful entries. We saw him in his last competition here at New Line win by calf cutter, and it was slick.
Yeah, and I don't, there for a while we're kind of trying to keep a secret, but I don't think it's a secret anymore. I mean, he's won a lot of matches with a toe hold, and obviously his best friend just won with a toe hold too. But look for that. And what happens is a lot of guys will go for their legs and they kind of leave their feet hanging, and he attacks them.
I might be wrong, actually. Was it John Cooper that landed the calf slicer?
It was.
Yep,
but,
and he landed a toe hold.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's that
Beautiful
wrestling.
takedown.
Like I said, his wrestling. These guys are, especially, props to Hunter Jones with helping them with their wrestling. They're looking a lot better. I mean, they look like they wrestled, and they didn't. Good top pressure.
Like to see him start slicing through that half. That half guard's wide open.
It is. For right now, they're hand fighting. Nobody's got the underhook, right? As you said, nobody's really fighting it.
Talk about the importance of that far side underhook in jiu-jitsu.
Typically, just as a general thing, we talk about whoever gets the underhook usually going to win that position, right? So if you're on bottom, they've got to worry about you taking the back. You've got all the sweeps, and if you're on top, you can use it to pass. So typically, and again, there's not always the case, but that's the best way to say it. Whoever gets the underhook's going to win. But you look, like he's doing a good job, meaning Anthony, but putting that bottom hook in. So even if Zack comes across, which he's doing a good job on his instep, right? He's trying to push the leg down, but that butterfly hook on the right side, if Anthony puts it back in, really slows that knee cut through as well. I think this is a position right now where both guys are just trying to figure each other out, right? It's weird because, like you said, Zach's got an underhook on like the wrong side. So I don't know if it's on purpose what he's working, and he's content to not have the underhook on the side he needs it on. Things I should probably know as his coach what he's doing, but we'll figure it out.
Well, he's not been at it long either. That's the thing about Zack. He's come a long way really fast, and it's those little things that you miss, those little details.
Yeah, and he looks pretty. They're doing a little head fighting right now. Good butterfly by Anthony. Looking to switch the position. Zack's staying pretty heavy on his hips.
Marzano's done a great job staying calm, even though he got taken down. He's worked his way back to a good spot.
He went
and
for
now
it.
they're in a leg lock battle. Both of them have toe holds. Oh my God!
Yeah, and I'd say Anthony's is a little bit better.
Ooh, and Zack's readjusting, but he's hurt. You can see it on his face.
Yeah, it's whoever can bend the leg the most. Right now, it's going to be a fight.
They just bailed on.
Tied each other. Nice. Interesting. It was good. It was a good, like Zack set that up, went for it, but Anthony had a little dose of his own medicine, so it was nice. Good jiu-jitsu.
Let's see if Zack can go back to the well with that wrestling.
Yeah, he's got a good, nice overhook on the right side now. His underhook's not that deep on the left.
Marzano's wise to that trip now as well.
Yeah, but it looks like Zack's just waiting for an opportunity to throw the hips in there. There he goes. Yeah, see how he's circling? He's looking for those hips again, but great job on Anthony getting in deep. So it's really who can switch their hips the fastest here, all right? Both of them looking for pretty much the same thing. Again, great job matchmaking. I mean, these guys are really nullifying each other in a good way. Very technical on the feet and the clinch.
I'll tell you what, the look on Zack's face, though, that's a different man than I interviewed.
Yes, yeah. I think once he gets out there and the competitive juices start flowing, it's a little bit different. There goes again, man. He's got that move down.
That was
straight
beautiful.
into mount. So let's see what he switches here. Might go straight into Ezekiel or Mother's Milk. Mother's Milk's right there. There's what that could have been a nice.
That's an underrated position too. That Mother's Milk position. It's so suffocating.
It is. And, it's probably underutilized, right? Like I think people could do it more.
I think that's what I meant.
Like our feet stopped there, but good looking guys, looking good here.
I like Zach's mount here. I like how he's heavy with his hips, kicking his feet to the ceiling. This is a difficult mount to escape.
Yeah.
And he's making it nasty, too. He's
Yeah.
just grinding on the face.
It's just trying to wear him out.
He's not being nice, which I see guys are too nice sometimes because you're used to being in the gym.
Yeah, and I think, by doing that, this is kind of stopping the elbow knee escape, right? Which is a smart move because Anthony needs to bring his hands up to guard his face. Just keep some of the pressure
I'd
off.
like to see him do the Wagner Rocha, just cover the mouth and nose.
Absolutely, yeah.
He's in such a bad spot here. It's going to make him move.
Yeah. And that's really the point in the mount when you're doing like this is just to put uncomfortable positions, make the guy move, make him think, make him make mistakes, right? See, there's another kind of Ezekiel/punch choke.
That's the one thing about that mount, though. It's so tight. It's kind of hard to make something happen on your end, too.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
There's mother's milk coming. He's trying to dig it in there.
I'd like to see him start working for that high mount.
I think he is. Right, he's messing with the face. Now he's trying to get that elbow down. Right, it's a kind of like a position where you don't want to get swept, so you got to be easy. You got to be careful, but at the same time, you got to work on the arms, right? So,
yeah, start trying to work the arms up.
Yeah.
Isolate one of them.
And
see here, he's trying to dig under it.
Yeah, and because he was messing with the arms, he's able. Anthony was able to get his half guard back. Like I said, it's a hard position, but look, like now he's isolating an arm.
I used to train with a guy named Aaron Goebel, and he was a smaller guy, but he was so good at that mount and that spider walk.
Yeah.
Just dragging your arms up.
Which is a great underutilized too, right? Very good position. But that was great. If you did, here comes another pass with the instep for Zack Freeman here. Released an attempt. He's trying to work that knee out. I see it coming out little by little. Gave it up. Nice deep underhook though on this left side, as opposed to the first time around when we were kind of making fun of him. Now he's digging that underhook in pretty deep. Yeah, here comes the knee. Yeah, that was my thought process too, is that the underhook was a little bit too deep where he almost could get swept, and it almost happened there.
Good job recovering his base there by Zack, and he's looking to step over that leg again, try to get through. He's thinking about a leg lock. He turned back looking at that foot.
He just gave up his tail, right? So now we know what he's doing, right? It's pretty clear he's looking for an opportunity.
This is the exact same position that we saw Jesse Ray Childress tap Joe Bays with a leg lock, and Joe Bays was the leg lock guy back then.
Old Jesse Ray Childress, I saw him tap Dante Rivera at an ADCC, same position here. He had a really top heavy pressure, and people couldn't move once he put that toe hold on.
It's so sneaky too. People are expecting you to work on passing, and then you just turn back, catch that foot hanging out.
And you're on it, yeah. We got 2 minutes here, and then it's overtime. So hopefully one of these guys is able to pull something off. Here comes another toe hold.
Here's a leg lock battle again.
Oh, that one's tight, though.
Zack's looks nasty.
Yeah, that one's a tight one.
Ooh.
Oh,
bad angle.
A lot of guys don't tap to these, though.
It's another one of those Payne moves, but I've seen guys get their ankles wrecked with toe holds as well.
Yeah, here comes another straight ankle that's not going to do anything.
Zack's going to dive back on that foot, I think.
Well, Zack's going to be in trouble if he doesn't get his leg. Yeah, he just cleared his leg out. I don't know if he's
are heel hooks legal.
That's
in
what I
this
was going to
match?
say. I don't know.
And he caught him with it.
Yeah. Good job, guys.
Winner by DQ.
Yeah.
Anthony Marzano.
I know. I don't. Just good job. Oh, so this was a purple belt match. Heel hooks were illegal in this one. I do remember that. But I would lie either way. Just checking. No, they really were illegal. Which I don't know. Now that we said, I don't know if Anthony knew, because he had some opportunities to do a heel hook and he went for those straight ankle locks instead. So, all right. So is this the main event?
This is it. Hunter Jones versus Jacob Alderson.
It's
Now-
fun to watch, but I'm going to make sure that I step aside and allow someone who's a little bit more well-seasoned in grappling and ground game take over my seat at the commentating table. Definitely not my bread and butter. I'm more of a striker. My experience is in boxing, so I'm just going to hand this off to Denzel Chapman now.
So this is going to be a hell of a match. We've got Hunter Jones, who wrestled for Glenville State, also wrestled for WVU, coming out Butch House Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Versus Jacob Alderson, who's coming to us from California, and who is a 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu player and a wrestler from California too. So a very evenly matched bout.
This is a fun
So,
matchup.
yeah,
You know,
and it-
talking to Jacob Alderson before this match, I knew nothing about him. He's serious. He's got a great attitude about jiu-jitsu. I asked him, why do you do jiu-jitsu? He said, why not do jiu-jitsu?
Yeah.
He said,
Well,
it's great.
He's, as Joe Rogan puts it, he's one of those nerd assassins, right? No offense, Jacob.
Gentlemen,
but he
this
just
next
looks like an
match
average
is
guy,
a
which is good.
no-gi Brazilian
I
Jiu-Jitsu
hope I
match
look like an
at
average guy, too, and I
160
have to say that.
pounds, expert level. Fighting out of the blue corner, out of Butch House Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in Charleston, West Virginia, ladies and gentlemen, Hunter Jones. Out of the red corner, we have, out of Ground Zero, Morgantown, West Virginia, Jacob Alderson.
Who's an excellent leg locker. And they also,
Nice.
almost switched that. It was beautiful. Except you can already see the high-level wrestling. This is, again, I hate to always talk about the stuff I can't do, but man, every time I'm
It's
super
jealousy.
impressed.
It's
It is.
jealousy. I can't stand it. I really can't. I
Yeah.
never was a good wrestler.
No, it's amazing to watch that, Because they are two separate things. You can be great at jiu-jitsu and suck at wrestling, right? And vice versa. So to see somebody be able to put it all together is amazing.
Well, that's what impresses me about Hunter Jones. He doesn't look like a wrestler. When you see him roll in the gym, like
Look at this. He can
What a-
switch this to a triangle, but he's coming out the back door. He's gonna better watch his feet, as we know he's the leg locker, and Jacob's already looking for those. See him?
it's a weird spot though,
Yeah.
that he ended up in.
It is, yeah. And there was not much he could do with it, but at least he was trying
It's
something.
almost like reverse donkey guard.
Yes, exactly right. Jeff Glover style, huh? Already we've seen the action. A lot of people are expecting this to go to overtime. So we'll see. It's, once these guys get into leg lock position, it's going to be interesting to see what happens if they nullify each other or not.
You can see Jacob Alderson can wrestle
He sure can.
out of the gate. We know how talented Hunter Jones is. That was the big question mark. How good of a wrestler is Jacob Alderson? We say he's passing the flying colors.
Absolutely.
We may see another match like the Czar Parish match.
It might be, yes, because they're going to jockey for takedowns. These aren't guys that are probably going to jump guard, right? And I think a lot of it goes through ego too. It's like, look, you can wrestle. Let's do something with it. I'm not going to sit down. Let's see who's the better wrestler.
Well, Colin Caprini, you said you spoke to him before the fight. I said, Jacob Alderson's a guy everybody's sleeping on right now.
Absolutely, and I know how good Colin is. He's one of the best here in West Virginia, especially leg lock. So is Lee Keaton, and he told me that Jacob gives them the best rounds that they have. So that's huge praise.
Knee bar entry
Absolutely,
here
yeah.
from Jacob Alderson, and now he abandons it, ends
Yeah.
up on top of Hunter Jones.
Hunter escaped the knee, did a really good job there. But as I think you said in your interview, Hunter's not afraid to go to guard. So look, he used that as an easy reversal for him, but most wrestlers will not do that. And that's why we have
It's
high...
a crafty move by Jones because he was having trouble taking Alderson down on the feet. Now he's got him on his back.
Yeah. And that's why we have high hopes for Hunter, because he is a guy that's willing to work on his weaknesses and things that a lot of times when we have wrestlers come in, they'll be like, I just hate being on my back. And we're like, I get it. That's why you should be there.
That's
right?
kind of the tree I was barking up when I
Yeah.
asked him about it, because a lot of wrestlers, you see it, they can't stand being on their back, and they don't know what to do then.
Yeah, absolutely.
You'll see it in MMA. Like, you'll see a really talented wrestler. When they're on top, they're dominant. Then they end up on their back and they look a little lost.
Yeah, look at old Jacob there. He's getting us in there, but here comes a reverse triangle.
He's in a weird spot here. If he can shove that foot off his head, but Hunter's going to come back up on top and end up in the better spot. And Hunter has a wicked darts choke. I'm just looking for him to shoot it.
Good Peruvian necktie.
He caught me with that Peruvian necktie.
Yeah, this is again super high level. I mean, they are all over each other as far as the wrestling goes, jockeying for position.
And that necktie is such a sneaky choke.
Yes.
Because you'll feel safe. Like, you know the darts is coming. You know that the guillotine's coming.
Look at that octopus guard there by Jacob there. That's fancy. Look, and he came out. Nice. That's a move you see Craig Jones use a lot.
Good job.
Hunter's going to try to shake him off, and he did, and he comes on top.
This is a hell of a match.
Yeah. That's high-level stuff. Like
already
you said,
more eventful, though, than Hunter and Czar, because more's happening.
Well, the other, Czar had 20 pounds on Hunter, too. Like, I think we see an evenly weighted match where now they're all over the place, instead of a more powerful match as Czar and Hunter
We
had.
saw an even bigger stalemate in the wrestling with Czar. Like, neither guy wanted to give up that position off their back. You see here, though, these guys are willing to work off their back.
Yeah, look at Jacob now is content to sit and look for some legs, and I love it.
That's the difference.
Yeah, look at that guard
Czar,
pass.
as soon as Czar ended up on his back,
He's looking for a darce, and he gave it up. Yeah. But see how he hides his head, Jacob? He hides his head there. Doesn't leave himself open for anything, and he's able to kind of suck Hunter in over his head, so he's landing that a lot. But oddly enough, Hunter's content to go over his head a lot of times and
so
just
him
come out
hanging on the leg there, trying to wrestle, that's what's stopping that darce.
Yeah.
That's what's stopping that Peruvian.
Yeah, he's keeping it in so deep that you can't really get a bite on the neck.
Good job here.
He's going to use the cage and walk up again. Keep the back against the cage.
Excellent work by Hunter Jones.
Yeah.
So he was in a deep spot there. Looked like he might end up on his back, and now.
Look at that escape, though. But Hunter came. Interesting. If I'm not mistaken, like Jacob almost got into saddle position there, 411. But
this is a nice dominant spot that Jacob's landed in. But Hunter's come belly down again, back up to the wrestling.
That's the thing about the wrestling. Like, those guys can get out of some bad spots that we don't see the other guys get out of. It's hard to hold them down, which would be exhausting if you're not a wrestler like myself. It's so exhausting to try to hold those guys down. Now,
that's a big difference in the styles of a wrestler versus a jiu-jitsu guy. Jiu-jitsu guy is content to settle.
Yes.
They will settle.
And they're calm and collected, and these guys don't stop. Look at that.
They have that mentality. If you end up on your back, you're losing. Get up.
Yeah, man, look at this nice push.
And that's a great elbow push. Great job by Jacob keeping Hunter off him.
Double, I'd like to see good tight double unders here.
If he can get that game,
look
there you go. Nice job by Hunter. And let's see if he can settle here. Keep him from bellying down on him.
Yeah. Yeah, these.
And he can't.
4 minutes until overtime. Although he's almost got the back here. Hunter's got a good back control. I'm sure Jacob does too.
Jacob did a hell of a job recovering, getting back to guard there. This is a great match. And I'm very excited to see if it hits overtime.
Yeah, and then there'll be two explosive guys in overtime, which is going to be nuts. But yeah, Jacob just tried to pull him into Ashy, which really actually kind of backfired on him. Just again, look how he's hiding his head there. So it's hard. That's why you don't see any attacks in the front, because he's doing a really good job. But Hunter's looking for a crucifix.
Yeah, and he's got it.
He does. Oh, look at that. These guys are amazing.
Slips right out of there, ends up in top guard. And we see for the first time Hunter settling for a second.
That's what I'm saying. This is the first time we've seen real guard play by Hunter. Normally they're straight up. But it looks like he's probably going to shoot an underhook and try to get up.
Well, this is an exhausting match,
It is. They don't look tired, but I would be.
Oh, I'd be done.
Yeah.
I'd have been done a long time ago.
Look at that. 3 minutes left. Now, Jacob's got a little head control there. Didn't really do much with it, but this would be a nice time for a darce.
It's coming.
Yeah.
Japanese neckties right there, too. And this is the position for that Japanese necktie.
There you go.
If something he works.
Yeah, see, he does. Yeah. He's got all those positions here. Did you see Jacob getting a little tired, I think? Although he's probably using some jiu-jitsu, too.
He's in the worst spot of the match so far.
Yeah, but he's coming out on top again. He's very hard to control.
That body triangle's nice if you can climb him.
Yeah. There you go.
That's it.
Hunter.
Now Hunter's got him in a
I
bad.
just don't know if he can hold him there long. I've been that impressed with Jacob to see, like it's
There he
just,
goes, back to guard.
I
as
think
you
when
said.
we get to overtime, I don't know how these guys are going to hold each other down either, right? I mean, there's 2 minutes
We may
left.
be
Yeah.
seeing a sudden death round.
2 minutes left, guys. I think we will. I mean, that's the thing about high-level players is it's just very hard to get a good, clean submission, you know?
Well, to quote Denzel Washington in Training Day, this shit is chess, not checkers.
Yes. It's a good guard pass there by Hunter, a good guard pass attempt, rather.
And, you know, we have Denzel Chapman on mic, and he's not said a word, and I'm upset about it.
I think he's busy watching this crazy grappling. They're all over the place. It's hard, really. We were already in the midst of talking, so we haven't shut up. It's hard to jump in there. Huh?
Denzel Chapman was supposed to face Hunter Jones himself,
Yeah,
but he was
excited.
scared.
No, I was excited for that, but I actually had a death, so I wasn't able to go to it.
There's a good Darce. That one's tight.
That would have been a hell of a match, too.
One thing I will say is these guys, even though they're both high-level wrestlers, a lot of wrestlers you roll with, they roll with kind of heavy backhammers. They are both very smooth.
Yeah, and like I said, they'll give up, you know, position. They don't play stupid, meaning like they'll give up a takedown to not give up jiu-jitsu, right? Like they know when they're in trouble. They're not going to die on the sword just to prove who's the better takedown guy or whatever. But man, Hunter's gotten
Bad
some good
spot
positions.
here.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
30 seconds.
And he's
Man, I don't know if
he's
he can-
turning in. He's out.
Yep, 30 seconds though. Again, once we get to overtime, it's anybody's game, right?
I think Hunter has taken over in the last couple of minutes of this bout, though.
He definitely gets better as the time goes on. I know
And
that
that may
from the
be
gym.
because Alderson is fading a little bit, too. This pace is crazy to keep up, and not many people can sustain it.
He's got a nice gift wrap there to end the round.
Heck of a match, guys. Heck of a match.
Coming up, ladies and gentlemen, high-level technical
Both men
jiu-jitsu.
look tired.
I'd be surprised if either one of these guys can submit the other one on the back escapes, but
That was 10 minutes of nonstop action.
yeah, it was crazy. I mean, honestly, what a match. What high-level competitors. This is two of the best people at 160, 170 that West Virginia has to offer. Well-rounded guys.
You got these two. You got Czar Parrish. You got Denzel Chapman over there. This is a very deep weight
We'll go to
class
sudden death.
of good talent in West Virginia.
Here we go. All right, here we started it. Just stole my pen, woman. Hunter looks like he's already out. He's out. So that didn't take much.
Looking for the fastest escape
All
time,
right,
ladies and
we're already
gentlemen,
into the other
or
one.
a submission.
So again, this doesn't go by time. This is all by submission. And if you get another submission as they're coming out, meaning you switch to arm.
Look at
Now he's going for a head.
He's in a
arm.
bad spot here.
I think he's going to get that arm out because he's so slippery.
Nice job.
So unlike the last matches, this is what we're saying. They were supposed to stop when he got out, and then the first one went for a long time. Steal my pen back. I gotta watch these things. But anyway. So now we're into the armbar position. Sorry. This one's a little tougher. I think a lot of people practice getting out of back stuff. I don't know how much people practice out of getting out of arm bars, right? Good spiderweb position by Jacob.
I think it takes having somebody in the gym that's arm barring you all the time.
Well, exactly. You know, and the other thing is probably neither one of these guys have competed in EBI rules that often. So unless you're competing in EBI rules, you're not practicing these positions.
So tell me, what would you choose?
Well,
if you had the choice of the back or the spiderweb position to escape, which would you choose?
To escape, I definitely go for the back because once somebody's got your arm, it's pretty tough, right? Like that one's a harder one, just fighting off arm strength. Back, you can get your back flat. You can use a little bit more technique. They're tough, but you know, that's why everybody kind of chooses the back. I think when they first go, we're using both regardless. But see, look, I mean, these guys are good, man. But into a triangle. So if he finishes the triangle, which he's probably not going to, looks like his foot's out, but then they're still going, right? So it's just as long as the submission keeps going. Look, I think he's trying to wrench it again.
He's got good control of the arm still.
Yeah, he can go back to triangle here. If he locks it up, he missed it. Good job. First points win, and as we saw, Jacob was getting tired last time, so.
Looks like Jacob's got a little blood under his eye.
Yeah.
You know, and it's looking like first takedown is going to get this, but last time we thought that as well, and we saw a guillotine come out of nowhere.
Absolutely.
Oh, man.
Yeah, but he come back, and there's another guillotine. That should be it, unless you're not going to call it. A lot of times, listening to jiu-jitsu, I probably wouldn't have called that
That was
either.
in a scramble.
Yeah, I wouldn't have called it either. In wrestling, they do sometimes, but.
Let's see if he can pass. He's real close.
Hunter's content to kind of hang out in the triangle position there, but.
So how do you score that when a guy goes belly down?
Nothing. I mean, that's exactly what he should do, right? Now, if, Hunter needs to get some hooks in if he gets to the back, but they're in a wrestling thing again, and this is going to be tough because in jiu-jitsu we don't score takedowns too often on the knees. If I was, Hunter and I was coaching him, not commentating, I'd actually have him get back up and try to get some takedowns here.
I think that's where he's got the clear advantage right now.
Yeah.
Jacob's tired.
Exactly, and that's why I would get him to get back up,
Right now, it's anybody's match. In this position, it's such a scramble. And Jacob's a competitor. He knows that.
Hunter had a good crossface that he lost, but he is kind of coming out to the side here.
If Hunter could just settle onto the back.
But it's how tired. Look, he's pulling in for a triangle there, but I don't think he really necessarily wants that triangle because he also could get taken down there.
I think his best bet is to try to get the back, get settled onto that back position. It looks like that's what he's doing.
If he can get that other hook in.
That'll be it.
Yeah, and Jacob looks tired. Look at him kind of limping. He's going to limp there a little bit, which is also probably his escape. I mean, that's part of what he does.
There it is. He's digging that second hook in, trying to find it.
Hunter could also, he gave it up. He gave both hooks up. He might go ahead and stand up.
I would like to see him hang on to that seatbelt grip. Just try to dig the back.
And we saw before Jacob had a good octopus guard, so it's good to watch that position. Go, now would be a time to go full mount or do something here, get your points and get it. Pull up the other side, drop in the right hook.
It's close.
It's very close.
He's getting real close. There it is. No, the body triangle doesn't count, does it?
No, but here comes the hook. It's in. It's in. 1, 2, 3. He's got it. What a heck of a match, guys.
Great job, ladies and gentlemen. What a match.
But also, a hell of a job by Jacob Alderson. First time we've seen him compete, and he's one to watch.
Yeah, that was a great match. Great.
Triple overtime, Hunter Jones.
We talked about this
out of Butch Hiles, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Charleston, West Virginia.
The cool thing about grappling is, as opposed to fighting, is a lot of guys will match each other up with each other because we want to work on what's getting better. And we don't take it as seriously as a fight, right? If somebody gets hurt, you're actually punching somebody in the face. It's a little bit more closer to heart. Grappling's not so big deal, and we'll be like, hey, let's put these guys together, see what they need to work on. That way we all can get to the next level.
So tell me, it's been the first
Once again, these grappling matches are not sanctioned by the West Virginia State Athletic Commission. Thank you.
It's been the first ever New Line Grappling Series. This wouldn't have happened without you. What do you think?
I think for the first one, this was perfect for what we needed to do. We didn't want to go crazy. Want to see if we could work the kinks out, get 5, 6 hard matches, and we did. And I think it's only going to go up from here.
At Dutch Miller Automotive, we've grown quite a bit over the last 60 years, but our core principles remain the same. We believe in treating our customers and our team members like friends and family, and we see it as our obligation to give back to all the communities we are so fortunate to do business in. In just West Virginia alone, we've grown from 1 location on the west end of Huntington to 10 rooftops employing more than 500 Mountaineers. Check out the inventory from all of our stores at DutchMillerAuto.com. Dutch Miller Automotive Group, West Virginia proud.
Just want to comment on
Uh-oh.
now.
We're not gone yet. We forgot. New Line cage fighting, sumo.
I just want to comment on this right now that I'm very upset that they aren't just wearing the sumo garb. There's stuff underneath.
I think it's shameful.
Shameful. It just destroys the culture.
I would wear a diaper.
Oh, you would look great in it.
I'm wearing one right now.
I believe that.
I've never once went to the bathroom calling fights, and that's why. If astronauts can do it, why can't I?
Well,
Butch, you want to go sumo with me next?
I mean, I think we should.
Turkish
think-
oil wrestling.
Yeah. Oil wrestling. Is that what you said?
Yes.
All
Turkish
right.
oil wrestling.
Yeah. You know, in Turkish oil wrestling, one of the ways that you win is by pulling the other guy's pants down.
But you want to go Turkish oil wrestling, right?
Out of
You
your
had
blue
me at
corner,
full-
we have Jeremiah, the Godfather Moore from Lexington, Kentucky. And out of the red corner, we have Cameron Sweat from Logan, West Virginia.
Middle.
Come on, man.
You got to step to the side.
You got to do better than that.
Step to the side. Use some
There you
technique.
go. Oh, well.
Almost. Almost. Let him go again.
One more.
One more.
One
Let him-
more. Woo! Oh, you got to get committed.
Yeah.
There you go. Get under. Get
There we go. Yeah.
Ah, almost. Give it his all.
This was definitely worth it.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Cameron Sweat is the winner.
That was excellent. Our first ever sumo match. It didn't disappoint me at all.
Good.
This is phenomenal.
We need more of that.
I don't know if we need more of it or not, but
We do.
there's something about it.
We need an entire show
There's
based
something
on that.
There's something about it, huh? I'd say we need more
We need
Oh.
Rick Pittman.
Jello
in there.
wrestling.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rick Pittman versus
Oh,
6 Circle K people like in the parking lot.
that's what I say. No offense, Rick, but I feel like sumo might. I think you would do really well.
All right,
And I-
ladies and
and I mean
gentlemen,
that
that's going to
the
wrap
least
up our
offensive way
non-sanctioned
possible.
event there,
Look at
the
Rick over there with the
Jiu-Jitsu.
suspender.
So we're going to go ahead and take a required hour break, and the national anthem and things will get started right around 7:20. So we encourage you to stick around, maybe grab a bite to eat. There are some T-shirts for sale over there. $30 for the T-shirts. Brawl at the Bridge shirts. They have different colors and sizes over there. $30 for the T-shirts. $35 for the long sleeve, and $40 for the sweatshirt. Keep you warm out there tonight as you leave. Also, we'd like to give a shout of thanks out to our sponsors tonight. Let's see here: Dutch Miller Auto Group, Preston Dental, Black Cat Mixed Martial Arts of Morgantown, and Dr. D.C. Cananons. We want to go ahead and go to take a little intermission here, stretch your legs, make a trip to the boys' room, girls' room if you have to, and we'll see you here back here in about an hour.
At Dutch Miller Automotive, we've grown quite a bit over the last 60 years, but our core principles remain the same. We believe in treating our customers and our team members like friends and family, and we see it as our obligation to give back to all the communities we are so fortunate to do business in. In just West Virginia alone, we've grown from one location on the west end of Huntington to 10 rooftops employing more than 500 Mountaineers. Check out the inventory from all of our stores at DutchMillerAuto.com. Dutch Miller Automotive Group, West Virginia proud. At Dutch Miller Automotive, we've grown quite a bit over the last 60 years, but our core principles remain the same. We believe in treating our customers and our team members like friends and family, and we see it as our obligation to give back to all the communities we are so fortunate to do business in. In just West Virginia alone, we've grown from one location on the west end of Huntington to 10 rooftops employing more than 500 Mountaineers. Check out the inventory from all of our stores at DutchMillerAuto.com. Dutch Miller Automotive Group, West Virginia proud.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Welcome to New Line Cagefighting 20. We are brought to you by the Dutch Miller Auto Group, Preston Dental, Black Cat MMA of Morgantown, Dr. DC Kunanen. So I am here alongside the man, the myth, the legend, yet again, Butch Hiles, and we're joined by Heidi Gum.
I know this is odd for us, Elijah. She makes us both look very ugly.
Yeah, I don't like
mean,
it.
It's very strange.
So you're Denzel Chapman's old lady. Tell me about that.
Do you
What's
like to
that
be announced like that?
I don't really want to talk about my trauma, first thing. I'd rather save that for at least after,
But
intermission.
also, you're a former WVU boxer. You've been around the block a couple of times.
It's true.
You excited about this card?
I am excited. I'm really excited. Glad to see a lot of boxing bouts that are going to be here. I'm just going to be stepping in for Denzel as he corners the second and fourth bout. But I'm really, really, really excited. I saw that there's at least one female fight on the card, so I might, but if he's back by then, I might just shove him over so that I can commentate on that.
Yeah, we've got Jessica Miller and Autumn Miller, so we got the Battle of the Millards.
Yeah,
the loser has to drop the last name.
Yes, yeah, those are always the best, right? Where we had the Battle of the Zacks. One had to change the H to a K,
Bobby Johnson versus Bobby New.
Yeah.
Battle of the Bobbies, classic battle.
So we've got. Starting off with a kickboxing match right away with a 55-pounders, and that's going to be a fast pace. That's a good one to start with.
We got Sam Kinker. He's a guy I've not seen in a couple of years. He fought Denzel back in the day. That was one of Denzel Chapman's first fights. Kinker's a guy trains out of Doghouse in Parkersburg. I really enjoy watching him fight because he's very methodical, very technical, and a very smart fighter. He's slower than most guys. Like, he's not got the athleticism that you see from a lot of these guys, but he can compete because he's so technical and he's such a sharp, crafty fighter.
So obviously he's got a record of 0-3. How is the matches he's had previously? Do you know anything about his previous matches?
Well, Denzel Chapman's one of them. I'd say Heidi knows a little bit about that fight.
Yeah, that was really, really fun to watch for sure. That fight went all 3 rounds, and I will say that, if he lacks anything in speed, he certainly makes up for it in grit. I mean, he can take a punch. He definitely has an iron jaw. So he's a really, really tough fighter, and historically, he's been really fun to watch, and I definitely second that. He's really, really technical in his style.
He's been around a long time. He's got unsanctioned MMA fights from way back in the day where, he landed one of the first twisters, not only in West Virginia history, I'm sure it's the first one in West Virginia, probably in MMA history, because you don't see a lot of twisters landed at high level, especially in MMA. Kinker's a crafty guy. It takes a very skilled grappler to pull that out of your wheelhouse and land it.
That's what I was just sitting here thinking too. Is like, ironically, I think that it would be harder in the amateur, not as because you'd have to be a high level grappler first of all. Again, we know the ones that are in the UFC, the twisters, but I think being an amateur and being able to pull that off would be pretty tough. Like, that's a high level move, right? It really is.
You don't just end up in a twister.
No, you don't just say, "Hey, look, there it is." Like, right? You've got to really set that up. Whether it's from side body.
Been 2 in UFC history, so to see Kinker be able to land something like that, it just shows me what a crafty fighter he is and what a unique guy he is in this area.
Yeah. Well, and like I said, maybe he's had some tough fights. The record's not always exactly what.
Well, that twister, that's his grappling, but we're seeing him here tonight in kickboxing.
Absolutely. And it's going to be fun. And I'm a big fan of Mike Shepard's, Doghouse, Parkersburg. I trained with Mike for years, a K1 fighter, multiple IKF world champion. So that he's taught his fighters well.
Stevens at ringside overseeing the event and officials tonight. Tonight's referees Tip Shipley and Matt Jones. Judges for tonight are Nathan Jones and Jonah Kogar. Doug Robertson. Timekeeper is Cleo Spader. Scorekeeper Jessica Davis. Inspectors for tonight Eric Davis, James Winsman, Kenny Watkins, and J.C. Kogar. The West Virginia State Athletic wants to announce that for the safety of all fighters tonight, there is no use of flash photography or shining the lights from a cell phone. Please refrain from flash photography or shining lights from the cell phone. All right, if you'll turn your attentions, stand to your feet, remove your hats, and take your attention to the middle of the cage, we will get this started.
All rise for the national anthem by Miss Julia Johnson.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ranks we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the bombs singing gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say the star-spangled banner. Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen, keep it going for Miss Julia Johnson.
Yeah. "30-second guillotine finish" or whatever it was, but and packed crowd tonight too. I think Bridgeport's learning that they got a new game in town and they're coming out in droves.
And here we see coming to the ring is Brandon Rogers. Brandon Rogers trains out of Bluefield, Virginia, under Derek Lambert there at Advantage MMA. This is another guy who has MMA experience. He's 3-3, and also 1-1 in boxing. So he's done a little bit of everything. This will be the first time we see him kickbox.
And as you said, Derek Lambert's one heck of a boxer. So I'm sure that those guys have got a heck of a gym, great training regimen. They've had a few guys on bare knuckle fights. I mean, heck of a gym out there in Princeton and Bluefield.
It really is. Advantage. It looks like a world-class level gym. Just looking at pictures of the place. Last time I talked to Derek, I was telling him, man, you've got a crazy good gym.
They do, and
he's very proud of that place.
Well, and they should be, because that's an area, meaning Bluefield, Princeton, doesn't have a huge population, and the fact that they've taken that place and done so well and had such great fighters with what they have to choose from with a small population, just a credit to the trainers.
And here we see Sam Kinker stepping back into the cage for the first time in a while. And I was a little disappointed to not see him in his Spider-Man mask.
Yeah, I'm not used to this. I don't know if I've, it's been a long time since I've seen his face. He's only got that mask on.
Kinker's a guy I'm a big fan of. I expect Brandon Rogers is super game as well. This is a
For the first fight of the evening, a lightweight kickboxing match. 3 2-minute rounds. First, coming out of the blue corner, from Advantage Martial Arts, Brandon Tango Rogers. His opponent fighting out of the red corner at a doghouse in Parkersburg, Samuel Spider Sam Kinker.
I expect this to be a very technical fight. Both guys are really crafty, and they've been there, done that.
It's going to be exciting. Great way to start the night off. You had both fighters coming out traditional stance.
That was a good inside low kick from Rogers there. Kinker, though, the man who's throwing more volume to start.
Ooh, nice kick to the body.
Oh, beautiful sweep.
You could tell he's practiced that quite a bit. Like he looked like, yeah, that's my move, right? He knew it was coming. Beautiful. That's real Muay Thai there too, you know. Nice spinning back fist. Like it.
Definitely going to be a very crafty fight to start the night out. Nice inside low kick again from Rogers.
Yeah, I think Rogers has got those nice low kicks right now. I'm trying to figure out if Kinker's kind of baiting him a little bit. I mean, not on the kicks, but, you know, where he'll turn and kind of stay turned a little bit.
It looks like he wants to spin.
Exactly. But, again, Rogers is really tearing him up with those low kicks. So if he sticks with that, I think he's kind of found a hole there for him, right?
Rogers lands a nice straight right through the guard of Kinker.
Yeah.
And Kinker returns with a body kick.
To me, Rogers looks like the more relaxed of the two on the feet, for sure.
Kinker has a strange style, though. Every time I've seen him, he's almost wooden. He's kind of stiff, but he's very sharp as well. Like, he's very crafty. You can tell he's been in there. He's put in a lot of rounds.
He doesn't have a lot of head movement, which, you know, a lot of times in kickboxing, you don't move the head a lot. But I think that's why a lot of these punches are finding the mark. But to your point, there's some guys that fight that style. They'll come straight on. They'll take a hit to give a hit. And he's definitely that kind of guy.
But you see the power advantage is definitely with Rogers right now. His kicks have that snap on them every time he's landing.
Yeah. Everything that he's thrown, he's landed. His kicks look good. His punches look crisp.
He's switching stances quite a bit, too.
Yeah.
Good opening round for Brandon Rogers.
Yeah. Definitely looked good, man. If I must say. What's your thoughts on that opening round there?
Was good. Some nice activity. I think that, you know, the blue corner got in some activity that can do a lot for confidence and things like that. I think that Kinker's just kind of getting warmed up, and historically he's been able to take damage and really just power through. So I think, you know,
Kinker's a guy we've not seen compete in quite a while either. I think ring rust is definitely always a factor when you don't see somebody in there competing quite often.
Mm-hmm.
Is he historically a slow fighter? Yes. Okay. So this round could be a little bit different, Kinker?
Yeah.
Well, it's strange. You say that, like, does he have a tendency to start slow? I think Kinker has a glacial pace, like, throughout the entire fight, but he still finds a way to land. Like, I find the guy really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
He's just one of those people, like, he's not going to be the fastest. He's not going to win on volume. But he'll land these beautiful shots in the middle of, you know, getting pieced up. Every fight I've seen him, you know, I've seen him lose, but he always loses well.
Okay. He's game. I mean, like, he comes. He's not afraid to get hit, as both of you said, but he definitely takes a lot of punishment, huh?
I think it's a speed thing. You know, he's not the fastest guy. So he has to be technical. If he's not technical, I don't think he'd be able to hang with these guys that he's competing with.
Yeah, and that's an excellent point, right? That the same punches and kicks coming from him aren't the same, you know, as for Rogers there, because Rogers got a little bit more speed to him. So there's another try to foot sweep attempt. It's definitely something he must work on at the gym quite a bit, right? Because he's looked for that foot sweep quite a bit.
You see, Kinker was wise to it there and stopped him from actually taking him off his feet.
Yeah, Rogers changing his stance a little bit now, looking for the left high kick, the left body kick. Nice.
Ooh,
good hook.
nice left hook.
Didn't seem like it bothered Kinker at all, but it landed flush.
Kinker's throwing from just a little too far away.
Yeah, I think might want to settle into that range a little bit more. You know, it looks like he has some power behind what he's throwing, just still trying to figure out that range.
And his side there from that body kick of Rogers is red. You can definitely see the damage that it's been doing.
Yeah.
But you see there, Kinker still in his face. That's what happened in his last fight with Grayson Hostetter. Hostetter came out the first 2 rounds looking very strong, piecing Kinker up. Kinker maintains the same pace throughout the whole fight. And eventually Hostetter got tired. Beating him up, and you see Kinker come on stronger at the end of the fight.
Slow and steady does sometimes really win the race in the end.
I learned that from the tortoise and the hare.
Well, rings true in combative sports as well.
I'd like to see a little bit more activity. I would, definitely say that Kinker's lost the last 2 rounds, but I mean, as you said, he's kind of got the same game plan. He's coming ahead. But that being said, he needs to make some adjustments here if he wants a different outcome.
He's definitely down 2 rounds. So I think the only logical way he could win this fight is with a knockdown or a finish.
Yes. But Rogers slowed down that round, definitely at the end, to your point, right? Maybe he, I don't mean this a bad way, but maybe he got wore out hitting him, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Because you can see him in the
Homer
corners.
Simpson situation.
Yeah, he's definitely breathing heavy right here. Look at him in the corner. I mean, he's not in any trouble by any means, but he definitely looks like he's getting a little bit tired.
Well, like most guys are used to fighting at a pace where, I'm gonna end this fight and then it'll be over, and they're exploding. Kinker's not exploding. He's fighting smart. He's always fighting like that. That's why I like watching him.
Yeah, and his style seems more suited to like a 6, 8, 10 round fight, right? Where he would come on at the end. He's just not getting the speed together where I could see him, he's going to just be down a couple rounds, but he's a guy that's going to keep coming.
You see the Rogers pouring it on him.
Yeah.
Rogers still got plenty of gas left in the tank.
Yeah, he's definitely picked up the pace a little bit.
Yeah, good body shot by Rogers there.
I think Rogers' best shots are coming from that southpaw stance. He's really looks confident with his hands when he's standing southpaw.
Yeah. And Kinker doesn't have an answer for that left kick to the body. No.
Got a little off balance there, though.
Good double kick there by Kinker.
Kinker's got a really active lead foot.
Yeah.
I like how when he misses that lead leg kick, he'll switch to that little unique hook kick he does.
Since that opening round, that foot sweep has not worked. I mean, Kinker's definitely made an adjustment on that. Nice lead hook by Kinker's. So far, Kinker's best round, maybe. Best start of the round.
It reminds me so much of the last fight I saw Kinker in. It was a totally different fight that final round. He got beat up the first 2, maintains that same steady pace, and here he is in the third having the most success he's had all night.
Yeah, and you can see, like, Rogers just took a deep breath there. He's definitely tired, but, unfortunately, the 3-round fight he's going to win unanimously. But again, if this was 3 more rounds, 4 more rounds, maybe he has a different outcome, maybe not.
Kinker looking strong, though.
Yeah.
He's dictating the pace of this round now.
Yes, you definitely hit the nail on the head where he's just going to come at you and he can take the punishment. And that kind of definitely wore Rogers out there. Look at that. That's a knockdown. That 100% should be counted.
He was definitely on his heels there, but it's not counted as a knockdown. Definitely don't think he was hurt when he was off balance and he got caught. I think that was a knockdown, which if it was marked a knockdown, that's a draw.
Exactly, and unfortunately it was not marked a knockdown. And those are tough, guys. Like, sometimes when you're throwing a kick and you fall, that is not knockdown.
I'd love to see the replay there on that at the end of the fight. I think we've got super slow motion replays now. I think we've got a new thing.
There you go.
Let's see what we can do here.
The replay here.
A little left hook, but he was on his heels.
Still
He was
on
off
his heel.
balance.
Off balance, but it's kind of the point. Look, it can go either way. The ref made his decision. Can go either way, but
let's take one more look at it. At that knockdown.
That's a good hook there.
Kinker had really good moments there in the third round, which is, you know, kind of what I predicted. I figured we would see him start to come on stronger. Kinker's an interesting fighter. You know, I might see him lose every time, but I like seeing Kinker fight.
He's definitely a fighter, right? He was born to do that stuff. So.
I'm going to go talk to the winner. It's looking like it's going to be Brandon Rogers. He had a strong opening 2 rounds, and I think he did enough.
I believe so. He looked very technical. Great job by him and his gym. Should really take that long to come up with the decision. Unless somebody's not good at
rounds of action, we have a decision. All 3 judges score it for the blue corner, Brandon Tango Rogers. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Brandon Tango Rogers.
My friend, that was an excellent performance. You look sharp. First 2 rounds were absolutely beautiful, but Kinker's a tough guy. He hung in there. Started coming on a little stronger in that third. I saw you were getting a little tired, beating him up. And he's one of those guys. Talk me through that fight.
He was real tough. It was more than I expected, but it was fun. My first time kickboxing. I'll be back. I liked it. I hope y'all enjoyed, and hopefully we're back in December for y'all's next card. I appreciate y'all having me. Keith, thank you. And that's it. I ain't got much to say. Thank you to my opponent for fighting. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to do nothing. Thank y'all.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for Brandon Tango Rogers.
So about 3 years ago,
And coming to the cage now, we see out of the blue corner, Will Armstead. He is fighting out of Beckley, West Virginia. Formerly from Pennsylvania, trained out of Integrated Defense System there under Eugene Blankenship. Last fought in February of 22, where he lost by unanimous decision. He's 0-2. His first fight, he took a loss by submission, but you see, went the distance in his next one, gradually improving. He's taken some time off. So I think we're going to see a different Will Armstead tonight.
Now, do you know, by chance, is Will Armstrong, is he still training with Eugene, or where is he at now?
He's training in Beckley under Eugene Blankenship.
Interesting.
Which
So
I'm not too familiar with Eugene down there, and that camp down there.
yeah, they're kind of off the radar. Eugene is an old school sport jiu-jitsu guy back from those days. I believe he was a prison guard, and he had a little crew down there. He actually threw some fights down in Oak Hill a few times, trained with a guy named Steve Neal. So they have a little bit of background and a little bit of everything, right? That's the old, I don't know if you knew the Ernie Boggs sports jiu-jitsu guys, but those guys did a little karate, a little jiu-jitsu, a little bit of everything. So they're old school. Good, tough guys. So.
And coming out now, We've got a training partner, Denzel Chapman, training out of Black Cat MMA under Josh Fowler, Devin Williams. And this will be Devin's debut. Heidi, you might be more familiar with him than I am.
I actually haven't spent a lot of time around Devin, so this is his debut to me personally.
Denzel makes you stay at the house.
Yeah, I'm only allowed out for food.
I feel like old like Denzel's going for the Jorge Masvidal look tonight, huh?
He is. If you actually, I wish we could zoom in on his shirt. That's actually Ronan over his shirt.
Really?
So yeah, he special ordered that shirt, and this is also the shirt's debut. So.
Well, that's awesome. There you go. I am also one that likes to dress to impress, so I like it. Very good.
I really like what Josh Fowler's been doing there at Black Cat. You know, it's a new gym. He split off from Ground Zero, started his own place, and has never looked back since. They've got such a great group of guys there. Denzel Chapman, of course, training there quite a bit. Andrew Packard is another one. He's
We're having a good time this evening. Is there anybody out there? We having a good time? Well, this next bout is at 185 pounds. And out of the blue corner, we have the Magic Man, Will Armstead. And out of the red corner, fighting out of Black Cat MMA, Devin Williams.
All right, Will. Breathe. Stay low. Hold on.
I wonder how much pressure comes on you to finally get that win, right? So it's good and bad. But I do tell you, these guys are throwing some ill intention. It's a little bit different with these 185ers. Those punches, those kicks they're coming with some power.
A lot of times I admire those guys that are 0-2 looking for that first win because it takes a lot of guts to keep going. When you start out your MMA career with 2 losses, it takes a certain kind of man to keep going and say, this is it for me. I want to do MMA, and I know I can compete.
Absolutely. And how many times have we seen on the last couple of shows where somebody was 0-3, 0-4, and they pulled out the victory? And you can't help but feel good for those people. But so far, man, these guys look good. Will Armstead's really light on his feet. The difference, though, is, you know, Devin's throwing with some power.
Sim, but he pops back to his feet.
Yeah.
You know he's hurt.
He might have made a mistake there not jumping on him. Because, look, he's coming back. He needs to jump on him.
I think Williams needs to sit back a little bit, clear the cobwebs.
Absolutely.
Stay calm here. Because he got caught running into something.
Yeah, Armstead needs to put the pressure on because he's letting him come back.
Armstead's getting a little excited, getting a little wild with his shots. If he could just pick his punches, let him run into something again.
Yeah. Oh, look at that.
Williams does a good job changing levels there.
Yeah, I would argue that Devin's already kind of got the cobwebs out. He looks good. But again, Will should really jump on that. If you knock a guy down like that, you need to put some pressure on him. See where he's at.
Yeah, those are some of the lessons that are usually learned in those first few fights. So I'm sure he's going to look back at that and really regret not capitalizing on those moments.
Absolutely. And understand that's what it comes with experience, right? You also want to come in and then get caught, right? So there's kind of a little happy medium there.
Williams is throwing some heat with his hands.
He is.
Even though he got cracked earlier, he's still mounting some dangerous offense. I think that's what makes Armstead hesitant to just come crashing in.
Yeah. Well, and if any of those punches land, they're going to do some damage. So far, they haven't found a home, but man, they're coming with some heat.
You got 2 185 guys here. They're going to carry some power. You get clipped in these small gloves, and it changes everything.
Yeah.
And we saw that there with Williams. He was winning the fight, controlling the volume, and then he got caught, and everything changed.
Everything changed. It's amazing, though, in an MMA fight when you drop somebody and don't even try to keep him on the ground. Like, he didn't even move. But I'm assuming he was...
I mean, if you're Crow Cop or something, if you're a world-class kickboxer or boxer, I can see it.
Yeah.
But if you're in an amateur fight, you're hunting for that first win, take that top position. Even if you don't get
Absolutely,
the TKO,
yeah.
ride that round out on top, seal it in the judge's eyes, you won.
I think he got stuck admiring his work, right? And that's what happens a lot with amateurs, right? You got to not admire what you do. You need to kind of capitalize on what you just did.
Right. Stay focused. Don't get too excited because you saw how quickly Devin popped back up. But
Yeah. But props to him, right? That's, you know, it's not boxing, but you could argue that could be a 10-8 round.
Denzel Chapman there in the corner. Devin Williams tells him, be first.
Oh, now those punches, that 1-2 landed.
Right on the button as well. And that woke him up. Big left hook.
He
Just
knows.
a haymaker shot from Armstead.
He knows he's down at least one round, depending if they call that 10-8, right? He's got to do some work, so he's got to come. Oh, that one landed. Devin Williams is coming in, and we're catching Will Armstead going straight back.
I like that from Williams there. He started to rush forward, and then he stopped himself.
Yeah, nice knees, man. And man, he's looking good. Yeah, they're doing good.
I'd like to see Armstead be a little bit more offensive first.
Agree. Now it's looked like all his offense has stopped, right? He's just looking
I think
for the
the
counter.
shots in the beginning of this round by Williams hurt Armstead a little bit. That first straight right of the round caught him right on the chin.
Well, the other thing that happens sometimes is if you land a big punch, then you start just looking for the big punch, right?
I definitely think he's pot shotting for sure.
Yeah.
Look at those big, wild hooks he's throwing. He wants to land that again, but he
Yes.
needs to tighten up.
I see it a lot. You know, I've seen, especially the amateurs, like some guy or girl will win with a head kick, and then every fight they just throw a head kick, right?
Good scramble there to get back to his feet, but you see he overthrew and got taken down because of it.
Yeah.
Those shots feel good, but at the end of the night, it's a points game. So
Oh, big punches by Williams. Both land right on the button.
Well, yeah, now we're seeing Armstead go straight back.
He's hurt. This might be the beginning of the end, and you see Williams jumps on him.
So look at the difference between that knockdown and the other, right? But what a recovery by
Good
Armstead.
job by Armstead.
He's in a tight guillotine. Wow. I think we're in a tie ball game here, guys.
yeah, that's fun to watch. It's a really intense ending.
And the tide has sure turned.
It's turned, and if Armstead wants to get back in this, he needs to find whatever light-footedness energy he had in the first round. It definitely left that round. And as you had a great point. Maybe those punches took it out of him early in the round, but he's got to find that energy.
I think they definitely made him more hesitant. And like you say, he's definitely overthrowing. He's pot shotting.
Yeah.
Everything he's throwing, he's looking for that one big shot to close the show. Because he's excited. He knocked the guy down in the first round.
Yeah.
But like you say, sometimes that hurts you.
He doesn't. Well, now he's got it the other side, so maybe he'll open his game back up, right? Start throwing ones and twos. Don't go straight back on defense, right? The same guy we saw in the first rounds kind of disappeared those last rounds. But that being said, props to Devin Williams, man. He's looked great, right? And he weathered the storm. He's definitely looked more technical, even though he got dropped the first round. That round, all his punches finally landed. Right.
And that shot he landed in the first, there's no such thing as a lucky shot, but like he was in the middle of the fire and he just threw.
Yes.
And it landed.
Yeah. It came at that weird overhand angle, But you can see he was, Armstead was very light on his feet in the first round. Now he's very flat-footed. His movement's very limited. It's always straight back.
Oh, big low kick from Armstead.
And that hurt. That definitely hurt. You see how he's stumbling around a little
He
bit.
needs more of that. He needs to set it up with his hands.
Yeah. Well, even there, after he ducked or dodged the kick, it would have been great to follow that up with something. Yeah. Ooh.
He's carrying his hands so low, though, and that's going to be it. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Devin Williams by third round TKO. Overcame adversity, got dropped early, comes back, and stops Will Armstead.
What a finish.
Yeah.
What a finish, and what a comeback, right?
Yeah, that's got to feel good for your debut.
Here comes the replay.
And it's a fight you can be so much more proud of.
Good overhand right on the ear.
You snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. It's another moment like that tonight. We've seen that happen twice already.
was a heck of a fight. Yeah.
Yeah, it was great finish. Just immediate action as soon as he was on the ground there at the end. No time to stop and admire that work. He knew exactly what to do.
Exactly. And that's more, this is an MMA fight, right? You've got to take every aspect. It looked like Armstead would rather be on the feet. He had decent, when he did get taken down, he got back up, but he had those opportunities to control the fight at certain times.
Yeah, definitely.
But heck, again, they both did really, really well.
Yeah, they did. Neither fighter looks that tired, so I think they're in really great physical condition. And
This contest comes to a stoppage of 45 seconds in the third round. For the winner by TKO due to referee stoppage, Devin Williams. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Devin Williams. All right, Devin, first fight ever. You get dropped first round. Tell me how you overcame that, got that beautiful TKO finish.
I'm training with guys like these, every day. Like, they prepared me for this, so I'm still in the days.
So what's next for you, my friend?
Oh, I'll be back.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Devin Williams.
Thank our sponsors, which is Dutch Miller Auto Group, who always really comes through and makes these things happen for us. And Preston Dental, of course. And really both of these gyms jumped up here. The Black Cat MMA of Morgantown came through in a sponsorship, which is huge. And they've got some fighters on the card doing great. And then finally, Dr. DC Kunanen, who is one of the legends of Bridgeport / Morgantown, who I've known for years and has also another great gym, Ground Zero Fighting Systems. But without those guys, none of this would be possible. So thank you to all of our sponsors.
Now, this is a fight that I'm very interested in.
I got them.
Hunter Plough versus Osvaldo Cotto. These are two really, really talented boxers here. Hunter Plough fighting out of Columbus, Ohio, trains at the Scrap House under Chad Van Sickle there. We've seen some of Van Sickle's guys in the past, and they're always solid, always sharp, technical fighters. On the other side of the coin, we have Osvaldo Cotto, Pitbull, the Puerto Rican Pitbull. Fight Flicks champion. He's an underground champion. He's fought Zane Fry. He's fought Armani Bellman and beat everybody. This guy's dangerous. I really am excited about this matchup. This is one of those fights when I saw it was signed, I knew it had fight of the night potential. But it looks like this is not the fight that's happening. So forget everything I just said. Because this is not a boxing match.
Assuming this is probably Austin Jules.
Travis Schneider versus Austin Jules. Moment of confusion here, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like we had a switch up on the bout order. So we're going to find out who actually is coming out. And then we're going to talk about it.
Then we'll get our stuff together. Some nice tattoo work there. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I know exactly who's fighting right now. We have Travis Schneider versus Austin Jules. Both these guys are former opponents of Bobby Johnson. I didn't recognize Austin Jules without his mustache. I think that's the issue here. He shaved. But we see right here Travis Schneider, the man with the interesting tattoos.
Yeah.
He had a really nice fight with Bobby Johnson last year in Bridgeport. That's the last time we saw him.
Absolutely.
They went the distance. He came up short, but he had some moments there where he looked really good. He's training
This
under
next fight is lightweight mixed martial arts, 155 pounds, 3 rounds, 2 minutes long. Fighting out of the blue corner from Doghouse, Austin, Flyboy Juice. Down out of the red corner, Traps.
Austin Jules Flyboy because he's a pilot.
Oh, yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, it works. It fits.
It fits, yeah.
But, Jules is coming off a very tough debut. He got knocked out by Bobby Johnson in a fight he was doing well in. He looked like he was looking to take it to the ground, and it looks like that's what he's going to do here. And he gets that first takedown.
Yes.
The problem in the last fight is he couldn't maintain that top position. Bobby popped back to his feet, but right here, he's wasting no time.
Yeah, and I can tell Travis doesn't have a lot of ground skills here. He's not shrimping popular. He's kind of turning away, which he needs to actually turn towards him and get that right knee on the inside. And the fact that he's not means he's probably going to be in some trouble on the ground. He's leaving his right arm up there. Yeah, there's a lot of bad stuff looking here. We're looking for an Americana already.
And Jules trains at Doghouse in Parkersburg under Mike Shepard, who's been around forever.
Yeah. And Mike had some good MMA fights too. He's known as a kickboxer, boxer, but he also had some good MMA fights as well.
People forget that Mike Shepard was a state champion wrestler a long time before he became a boxer.
He sure was. He was tough, man. He could have did some damage in MMA.
He's one of those coaches who's been there and done that. He's done it all. He's seen it all. And it's got to be a great asset to have as a young fighter, being able to pick the brain of a guy like Mike.
Absolutely.
He's doing great here. Could not be a better result contrasting to his debut. Because, he got caught in his debut, and we talked about that, how hard it is to overcome that first loss.
Oh, my gosh.
And good job by Schneider just exploding out of there. Gets to his feet, and let's see what he can do here.
What an escape. That was beautiful, man.
Nice knee to the body and another one.
But what's going to hurt him is he's standing very, very straight up. So I can see him getting taken down again unless he drops those hips.
It seems like he doesn't quite understand how to use underhooks either.
No, he doesn't have the grappling portion down.
But he has some nice knees.
Yeah, listen, he's doing a good job. When I say he's not have that down, I don't mean, disparaging. He's doing a very good job.
And we saw that in his fight with Bobby. He's very tough.
Yeah.
Bobby's an excellent striker. He took everything Bobby had to throw at him. And here he is going into the second round after taking a little bit of a beating there in the beginning of the first.
And quite honestly, when he walked to his corner, he had a little swagger there.
Oh, he found his way to his feet. He didn't end up in mount getting beat up in the end of that round, and I think that's a small victory.
Yeah, I think so too, and that might give him some confidence coming the next round.
Well, when you're the wrestler, how annoying is it when that guy gets up?
It's very annoying.
You do all that work to get that takedown, end up in the spot you want to be, and then the guy gets up, and you got to do it all over again.
It's almost demoralizing. And if you think back to do a history lesson here, and that was the problem everybody had with Chuck Liddell. They could not hold him down, right? So even Randy Couture, the legend, they would get him, and he would just pop right back down or right back up, and it was very demoralizing to somebody. It just zaps your cardio to where the fact that you can't do takedowns after a while.
I think Schneider has a ton of potential as a fighter. You see there, he's got very little grappling experience.
Mm-hmm.
And he just timed that explosion perfectly, worked his way to his feet. It was just a gritty thing he did, and he's made this a fight now.
Absolutely. And really, honestly, if he just worked on a couple easy things, like I said, turning into him instead of turning away, that would have looked a lot different.
Well, even when you like to strike, you want to learn to defensively grapple. If you're going to be an MMA fighter, you're going to have to. You're eventually going to end up on your back.
Mm-hmm. But even now, Travis can watch him faking those shots, and he's not really even reacting to the fakes. You know what I mean? So that's definitely an issue that he's just got to work on. And I think if he does, he'll go to the next level. It's not a hard thing to do, to work on. See that right there? He did not switch levels with him. He didn't really do much. He's going to try this guillotine, but as we know, Most wrestlers are used to dealing with the guillotines.
He's
and they
got the neck wrapped up deep, but he has no idea how to finish that.
No, and he's going to come to the side, and Ken Von Flew choke him right here, and he may go for it.
He should. He's got it dead to right.
He's got it for sure. Like, but I don't think he knows.
All you got to do is wrap the hands together. It's the easiest choke in the world, but you don't see it much.
No, he's back in mount though.
But then you see guys like Owen.
Look at that.
Woo. He's very good at timing that reversal.
He is. And that's why oftentimes they call mount heaven or hell, right? It's heaven if you're on top and raining down punches. It's hell if you get reversed and they're raining down punches. So now we're looking at the hell version.
How frustrating is it for you to be, a jiu-jitsu black belt though, and see somebody lose mount like that twice?
It's real, especially that way, right? So I'd say, fool me once, fool me twice. You can't do that, right? So I would say, if I was going to make an adjustment, if I was him, get away from the hips.
That's
right?
my new favorite Butch Hiles quote.
What's that?
Fool me once, fool me twice. You can't do that.
Yeah, don't do that shit no more.
That's what the back of the shirt can say. Don't do that shit.
Let's move on with that. But listen, man, he got mounted early in the round. If he continues the round inside his guard, he's going to win this round.
And here he is, ending the round on top. This is an interesting fight.
It should be 1-1 right now. And again, he walks to his corner with some swagger.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. I think he kind of glanced at you. Yeah. He's doing great. That's why I'm saying, like, if he gets to work on his ground game, these aren't not hard fixes. I think he'll be great. To your point, like he's a game fighter. He's got some things down naturally that he's timing.
It sounds cliche, but you can't teach toughness. It's one of those things you either have it or you don't. Travis Schneider has it.
Yeah.
It's 2 fights in, very green, very raw, and yet he might be on his way to winning this.
Yeah, this is going to be a heck of a round, right? I would not have thought this after the first round. I thought it was going to be more of the first round, but now I don't know. It's anybody's game.
If I'm in the corner of Austin Jules, I'm telling him, you have to get that takedown and you need to settle.
Yes.
You need to actually keep that position. Like, he needs to focus more on position than submission, more on position than landing strikes right now. He can't let himself get reversed again.
And you can tell, look, Jules is a little tired there, right?
Jules is clearly the better wrestler. Like, he's not been able to stop these takedowns at all. But can he keep him there? That's the question right now.
Even if Travis had put his leg up and not get mounted, that would be big, right? Just putting the wrong leg in. But
I would like to see Jules step into his half guard.
Yes.
Use that top half guard to hold him down.
And that would be a good adjustment. All right, let's see if he goes high mount now.
There it is. There it is. He loses position.
If he loses this, he may lose the fight.
Schneider's got the underhook.
Fight might be over right now. If he rides this out.
If Jules can't get up, it's done. You've got over half the round now. You're going to be on your back.
Yeah. Props to Travis. Let's see what he does here. All he has to do is even this. Look, you can maintain this. They're not going to stand you up that limited amount of time.
He's doing damage.
Do some damage. Let's watch the ref, see how fast he switches. If he does not stand him up, I say he takes this victory. He's just got to stay active. That's the catch-22 here. He has got to throw punches or he'll get stood up. Jules is doing enough to get stood up. But he's doing a good job keeping those underhooks off him. I mean, it's clear he's trying to get stood back up, meaning Jules, right? He's got a full guard locked in. He's just going for his underhooks.
You can't rely on that in a 2-minute round fight, though. You need to put your feet on the hips and try to kick him the hell off you.
Sure do.
Make something happen.
Yeah, back in the day, I mean, Forrest Griffin was the best at that. I can remember his fights with Tito Ortiz. He'd get those feet on the hips, push them away, and you could not hold him down, right? And it was a simple move. It really is a simple move, but it made a difference in the fight. But that's a good, I like it. He made a good step there. Meaning Travis.
His closed
Oh, this is beautiful by Travis.
Serving no purpose right
now. Look at him posting with the leg. I think he's going to pull this off, man.
Wow. And down to the wire, Schneider's beating him up.
It was. That was beautiful,
I don't know how you can't score this for Schneider.
He's pulled it off, man. I've got to give him credit. Like I said, for technicality, he might have been turning the wrong way on some things, but you cannot teach heart. You cannot teach toughness, as you said. And he's got those things, and he came through. I'd be shocked if he didn't win.
And it's a disappointment to Jules because he's a guy he's got all the tools.
He did.
Like, he's clearly an excellent wrestler. He's just got to work on positional dominance.
Small mistakes. Look, if you get swept in mount or reversed in mount, that means you can't be on the hips. Move up a little bit, and he did not make the adjustment.
It's what we talked about earlier in the night during the jiu-jitsu card. You know, that Hicks and Gracie quote, once I go from A to B, I don't want to go back to A. That's why.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, man. It was a heck of a fight, man. This is what the sport's all about, right? Grappler versus striker. Maybe the striker out-grappled the grappler.
After 3 rounds, we have a unanimous decision for your winner. Out of the red corner, Travis Schneider.
Hey, nice, man. Excellent. Man, at the end there, wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Travis Schneider. We saw you last year, right here in the same cage, right here in Bridgeport, take a loss. How does it feel to get your first victory tonight?
It feels great. Came in here, did what I did. Wanted to put a stop to it early. Wasn't able to, but still got the win. Feels good.
You fought a tough guy in Austin. Dangerous wrestler. He kept getting you down. On paper, he probably should have won this fight, but you weren't having it. What did it take to reverse him all 3 rounds, end up in the top position, beating him up at the end of the fight? Talk me through it.
Just know I needed it to take this win. I wasn't going home without it. So it's what we did. Took it.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your winner, Travis Schneider.
Well, this is your time to shine, right? This is what you were waiting for? Yeah?
Yeah, female boxing bout next. I'm really looking forward to this.
So Jessica Miller coming out of the red corner, which is sponsored by Preston Dental. And Autumn Miller coming out of the blue corner, which is Dutch Miller Auto Group. Do you know anything about either one of these fighters, or this is your first time seeing them?
I know that Jessica Miller has some experience in, I believe, the Rough and Rowdy. So she has some experience there. I think she's been taking a lot of fights back to back in the last year. It seems like she's been really active. I don't have a lot of knowledge about Autumn, so I'm really excited to see how she works tonight.
Now, I see she trains at a doghouse. I've seen her putting in a lot of work there. She's been there for years. Tough man champion as well. Not the type of person that you would expect to be a prize fighter.
She looks very timid, right? Just on paper, or just on screen, let's put it that way. She looks very timid, like she doesn't want to be here. But she has 6 fights, so she clearly wants to be here. Right.
And here comes Jessica Miller, fighting right here out of Morgantown, West Virginia. I believe she trains at Tommy Thomas Boxing Club there.
Now she's got the look, right?
Personal trainer.
Yeah.
Fitness nut.
She's obviously oiled her skin up from top to bottom. I don't know if that's should be allowed, but
Used to the Vaseline on the nose, cheeks, and shoulders, but hey,
yeah, she went
up, has some
Give
advantage.
it up for these 2 ladies getting in the action tonight. First, we have fighting out of the blue corner. Put your hands together and make some noise for Autumn Miller. Then we have fighting out of the red corner out of Tommy Thomas Boxing, Jessica Mayhem Miller.
Look at her. Look.
They're looking really relaxed. Jessica looks ready to go. Let's see what happens whenever we get started here.
Yeah, I can't figure out if Autumn's relaxed or scared. Right? And I don't mean it in a bad way. She just seems it's hard to judge her personality, right?
Yeah, she's got a nice tight guard.
She does, but
big overhand right.
She looks timid still, doesn't she?
By Jessica Miller. Jessica Miller's bullying her a little bit out of the gate.
It's very similar to a tough man fight where they're just throwing.
Yeah, lots
you know.
wild punches, lots of activity.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It looks like Autumn's
Giving it back.
trying to sit back and box, but she's in her face. And we talked about that last card.
Yeah, but those all of a sudden those punches started finding a home from old Jessica. She started just landing. She looks scared. She looks like she's in some trouble. Then all of a sudden her punches land. Although she is getting overwhelmed since I've said that. Right. It's
Well, that's it. Really does seem like she's used to sitting back and trying to box more, and that she's got somebody who will not get out of her face, and it looks like she may get stopped here.
yeah, and she's starting to find a home for those overhand rights.
And
Yeah. It's just right after right after right after
this
right.
is a bad one, and the ref's taking a very, very close look.
Let's see her. She just I know it's her personality. I guess I've never seen her, but she just looks uncomfortable out there.
She does not look like she wants to be in there right now.
Yeah, it's like I don't want to be judgy, but I know, again, that's just her personality. Some people you can't tell, right? They look like they don't want to be there, and then, like, for example, my guys, they were grappling. Some of them look like they don't want to be there, and they're killers.
And we see the camera here looking at her in the corner.
She got bruises on her forehead.
That looks like Preston Dyer in her corner. I could be wrong. It's not.
Definitely an opportunity for Autumn to start thinking a little bit more about, pivoting out of those intense situations, getting in some head movement, throwing in some slips there. If she has this experience, she's got this record, then, she knows what to do. She just needs to put it into practice.
Yeah, and solid point. Unfortunately, if these guys or girls have tough men background, they're going straight at each other instead of circling.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the difference, right? And again, this is a 1 minute round, so maybe they don't want to change their game plan, but that's the difference. Like when you have a tougher, bigger girl, she's just driving straight forward, as opposed to if she would just make a little adjustment to her right, we maybe see a little bit different.
Autumn has to hit her with something to make her respect her, though.
That was a good right. I mean, it's just now she's getting overwhelmed. I mean, again, this is a tough man, rough and rowdy type fight. I mean, and those punches are landing beautifully. And I could argue you could call a standing 8 here, right?
I think if I were the referee here, I'd be close to stopping it. Just because she's not landing anything.
Right.
I don't see any offense from Autumn right now. There we go. She's trying.
But again, though, even when there's just not a pop on those punches, right? There's no damage.
Well, what's going to stop Jessica Miller unless she gets hit with something that's actually going to phase her?
Yes. And you can't if you're just walking back and not sitting down on your punches. So right now, even her footwork, she's just literally walking her feet back, not even on boxing stance, unfortunately.
Yeah, we're seeing Jessica follow that pattern where she's just going in a circle, straight forward in a circle.
Yeah.
If Autumn were to just pivot the other direction, I think it could really, really throw Jessica off, because with that experience in the rough and rowdy, that may or may not be something she's really seen a lot of.
Well, to your point, yeah. As a female boxer herself, if you pivot and just land a straight punch, you would be good to go, right? But there's there's just kind of cover and walk and get punched, unfortunately.
Right. Sometimes you just got to give it right back to an opponent like that and just let your hands fly. You can win a fight with 1s and 2s. And, I'm seeing a lot of, I don't think I've seen a single body shot thrown.
No.
So there's a lot of opportunity there. That can really put somebody down if you have some power behind it. But
yeah, I'd say we need a knockout to win.
Yeah.
To see Autumn come back from this would be probably the craziest comeback I've ever seen. I don't see it happening just because she seems so defeated right now.
She does. And I have not seen the pop on the punches to think one of them is going to land. But that's why we're here, right?
And you got to give her credit, though. She's still in this fight.
She is. She's tough. Look at her just right there. And she's throwing. She came out. Boom, 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 boom.
And Whitney Miller just charging forward. There's some body shots.
There you go. There's no sign of Jessica tiring out. You know, she's got that fitness background. So
I feel like Jessica thinks she can end it, doesn't she?
I think so. And that could be really, really motivating with 2 really strong rounds. Sometimes you just want it to be over and you want that feeling of a strong finish.
She's felt, I think, everything that Autumn has to throw at her, nothing's hurting her. She has no respect for her power right now, so she can just bully her. She's free to just bully her.
And unfortunately, she is the bully. She's bigger. She's stronger.
And here comes Autumn trying to land a combination there, but it doesn't phase Jessica.
Yeah, she's just kind of covering it. Yeah, that's a good stoppage. That is actually a good, because right when they stopped it, it would just look like she was defeated, right?
Yeah.
She's looking at the ground, not doing much. And that, again, you know, save yourself to fight another day. She's got 6 fights. That's her 7th fight. That's a good stoppage. The other girl's just a little bit too big, too strong.
Yeah, every fight's a lesson. This may be her first time fighting somebody with that type of style, and you know, I think there's a lot of opportunity for her to work on footwork and pivoting out, just working those angles and things like that. A lot of opportunity to learn different head movements, slips, bob and weaves. So I think she'll watch this back, and you know, she fought in maybe a new style, and you know, there's a lot of learning moments in that.
Absolutely. And I've not seen her fight before, but she just looked a little off from the get-go. Again, that's just me looking at her. I don't know. Again, this sounds bad. Like I don't mean it in a bad way. Shouldn't look as intense, right?
Right, yeah, and I've never seen any of her fights either. I'm a little bit unfamiliar with her, but just never know.
Yeah. But, you know, all that being said, she was in it to the end, and she was throwing punches. So you have to give her credit for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
This fight is ruled a TKO due to referee stoppage at 47 seconds in the 3rd round for your winner, Jessica Mayhem Miller.
Hey, Jess. This is another one in for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Jessica Mayhem Miller. Absolutely dominant performance. 3 rounds of nonstop just action. Sorry, forgive me. Dominant performance. She didn't have anything for you. That was just brutal. Talk me through it.
I trained really hard. I'm really proud of what I put in this ring, and I would really, really like to thank Tim, my coach, and my fellow boxers that I spar with all the time. Thank you, guys. I really, really appreciate it.
So what's next for you?
I'm not sure I have anything coming up in December, so probably Tough Man, January, February, and Rough and Rowdies next year. Not sure what else.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Jessica Mayhem Miller.
Well, it's rare that you see me at a loss for words. Well, brutal performance, though, from Jessica Miller. What more can you say from it? That was a brutal fight.
It was. It was. You know, it's like the classic bigger, stronger person, right? And there just wasn't an answer. You know.
Yeah.
But, you know, again, good for both of them. And they were tough, very tough.
And we are joined on this one by Denzel Chapman. How you doing, my friend?
Feeling good, man. My guys both got the win. 2 hard-fought fights, and I'm ready to get on here and cut it up with you guys.
Yep. We're saying, man, like Travis coming out of those mounts and getting on top and just riding it out. I mean, that was crazy. That shows the heart, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Travis, what he hasn't, you know, gained in skill yet, he makes up for with just aggression and heart.
Absolutely.
He worked so hard.
How was he after the fight? Was he pretty excited?
Oh, he was pumped.
Yeah. We mentioned that in the first round where, you know, definitely the first round he got dominated. And at the very end, he just popped up. And then we said he walked to your corner with a little swagger.
Yeah.
And we're like, man, you could tell it in his eyes. He's ready. And then the next hit, he reversed those mounts and just, did his thing, man. It was great.
With every time he reversed, man, I could see his confidence growing.
Absolutely.
You know?
Waiting in the cage now is Joey Weaver. He fights out of Doghouse in Parkersburg. He's the owner of Rebel Cat Fitness. He's an Army vet. And coming to the cage to face off against him is a man we've not seen in quite a while, Tyrone Kinchin.
Hey, I remember that name.
The last time we saw him at New Line was against Eli Hawkins. And that was a battle. That was a 3-round war where, you know, Eli took the win, but he had his moments. And this is the best shape I've ever seen Tyrone look in. He's been doubling down on his training, still works with Ryan Carroll at Ronan. He's been cross-training at Doghouse, though. He said he's just been trying to avoid Joey. They don't train together. He said when Joey's at the gym,
This next bout is at 185 pounds. Introducing out of the blue corner, fighting out of Rebel Cat and Doghouse. We have Rebel Cat, Joey Weaver. His opponent, out of the red corner, coming by way of TWT Management, fighting out of Ronan and Doghouse. He is Tyrone Kinchin.
Oh yeah, and just seeing these guys when they were getting announced, both of these guys have a lot of swagger. You know, they're both showing their personality a little. It's nice.
And here we go. This is a fight that I've really been looking forward to. I know that Joey Weaver is very dangerous. He's 1-1. Tyrone Kinchin 2-2. Both these guys have experience. They have athleticism and power.
He looks relaxed in there, though. Look at that. He looks nice, relaxed. Oh.
Both of them like to keep their hands down.
That's what I was thinking, you know. But they look comfortable there so far. I mean, until they get punched, obviously, right? Yeah. So, oh, nice knees. He's got a lot of distance. He better watch his head back there. Oh, that's nice. Always follow those clinches up with something special, right?
Oh, yes, break and swing.
Exactly.
And you see Weaver swinging at air a lot. He's going to run into something if he's not careful.
I think he did right there.
I think Tyrone snuck a body shot in after he missed the overhand.
I mean, Weaver's just walking in.
Weaver.
No head movement.
Has a very wild
style. Chin up. He's like, let's do it.
Crazy look on his face.
Nice clinch by Tyrone. Man, look at that. Now your knee should come up the middle. He did.
Yep. He's putting him against the cage now.
But I don't. Ooh,
it's moments like that, though, that make you hate that West Virginia doesn't allow knees to the head at amateur.
Yes.
And there's no point. I mean, if you can punch and kick to the head, you might as well knee to the head, right? I mean,
exactly.
Those punches were strange.
Weaver's just pawing. He's reaching with his
That's
punches.
what we're saying. I have no better way to put it. Good way.
Oh, and he cracks him, though.
But he does. He reminds me of the real Korean zombie. He's like, let's just go,
let's
man.
just send it.
Yeah.
But he's like the Korean zombie if he were an actual zombie.
Yes, yeah. Hands. He's like, oh, let's go.
I'll tell you, everybody knows that I'm always joking around and stuff, but I'm telling you, my uncle fought the same way back in the trailer court in Mingo County.
Yeah. Well, I remember talking to you on a podcast, and that Mingo County days were wild, right?
Oh, yeah, man. It's still wild down there.
It's funny, though, like, he's having some success. He's landing shots. It's such a weird style to train for.
Yeah.
How do you train for that?
Well, I mean, honestly, his hands are down. He's coming in. He's throwing some wild stuff.
I mean, if you don't have access to a trailer court in Mingo County, you're never going to be able to prepare for this type of opponent.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the only option if you don't have the trailer court in Mingo County would be to throw maybe a 1-2 down the middle.
Some actual stuff. So how would you guys judge this fight? Because early on, I thought Tyrone had it. And then towards the end, that awkward style started finding a home.
I think Tyrone won the round.
Yes.
But you never know what these judges are watching. Either Tyrone was on his back foot the entire time.
Yes, exactly.
So from the judges I've seen their play, oh, yeah, he controlled the fight. He was coming after him.
You know how much that Tyrone could really change this fight if he took 2 steps back and then cut an angle.
We talked about that last fight. That's all we need. All these guys need to do. And that's why they're amateur, right? But is cutting angles, circling, finding different things. And they're not quite at that level, right? You know. But they're getting there. That's why we're here. And that's why it's important for us not to be too critical.
Of course.
It's easy to say when we're sitting here watching stuff, but that's what they're learning for.
Oh, yeah.
Good straight right from Tyrone Kinchin just misses.
And he still looks relaxed, right? I mean, he's been into the war.
I'd like to see Tyrone Kinchin grapple a little bit. I know that he has that in his back pocket. That's how he damn near beat Eli Hawkins was with his grappling.
Yeah,
Look at that overhand right. That was beautiful.
And he rocked him.
Oh, here comes another overhand right. You can see it coming.
You see when a
Oh,
guy
there it
nods
was.
his head and says, come
Tyrone-
on, he's hurt.
There they go. They're
Tyrone's back's to him.
yeah. He's backstabbing, but he, as you said, if he would just cut an angle, it would look so much better, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God, what an uppercut!
But it's like you said, it's like Schneider in the last fight. This guy has got heart.
Oh,
He's got that weird toughness about him,
Exactly.
and now he's in a dominant position.
and that's the thing. You could tell that clearly hurt Tyrone Kinchin because that's why he tried to take down, and it got reversed. And now, in these short rounds, he's probably going to lose the round for sure.
Yes, and he
He's
needs
right
to
in
let
that
go of
position
head.
for the Von Flu.
He certainly is, and I don't know how many people know the Von Flu because he's definitely not doing it. So, yeah, he's actually pulling the wrong way, but
Yes, if
it's okay.
Tyrone needs to let go of that head and frame.
Yeah, he's in a good position to do whatever he wants right now, and I think whatever he chooses to do is going to be the right thing, right? Well,
Tyrone's the more
he
experienced
just gave up
grappler here.
guard,
He
so
should be
I was
able
wrong.
to find his way out of this mess.
Well, he should just push him, get his feet on his hips, like you said earlier, and just kick him across the cage, and we're good. And
But
he's
you know,
trying.
Weaver
He's
trains
definitely
at
trying.
Doghouse too. It's not like Weaver's an untrained guy. So he's been here before.
No, and that's the thing. Doghouse has just got a good jiu-jitsu trainer named Joe Villers, switchback BJJ. So they are training more ground game than they used to. They were primarily a stand-up gym, but now they have. I mean, that's a double armbar
Yes.
technique. I haven't seen
5
that
seconds
since,
left.
for about 10 years. But
I don't think we're
look at
gonna-
that. If that would have got pulled off, that'd have been epic.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So what do you say? It's 1-1.
I definitely would say 1-1. I think the first round was closer.
Yeah.
But I think that round was more toward blue corner for sure.
I think Weaver definitely took that one.
But let's look at Weaver though. He looks hands over his head. He definitely just blew his wad on that.
Well,
that
when
round.
when he sat down, he wobbled for a
Yeah,
second.
I saw that too.
I'd like to see a replay of that moment where he ended up on top. See where he cracked Tyrone Kinchin there.
But look at Kinchin there, still looking fresh, right?
And
Now,
that
looking fresh and actually doing something are two different things, right? If he just put a little energy into this round, and don't get stalked straight down the middle,
Yes.
you know.
And I'll tell you something else I think would work really well for him because, you know, the blue corner there, he's coming forward the entire time. If Tyrone would step back and just throw a nice teep to the solar plexus,
Absolutely.
you know, that'll take a lot of wind out of himself.
Yeah.
They
Actually,
literally
that's-
just had to lift Joey Weaver off of the stool. So this third round should be
Yeah, should be epic.
definitely leaning toward Tyrone Kinchin because he seems like the fresher man here.
Well, then if I'm Weaver, I'm coming in and trying to get a takedown because I'm too tired to do anything else. Look, now we saw him stalk him for 2 straight rounds, and now look, he's like,
Yeah, he's trying to get him to stay there because
he's
he don't wanna
barely
walk anymore.
standing. Yeah, he's barely standing.
You come here. I don't have the energy to go
And again,
all the
I
way
don't-
over there.
I don't think it's from being hurt. I think he's so tired that he looks so awkward standing, right? Even that punch was.
Oh, yeah.
He's not.
And he still lands, though. He's
Yeah,
got
but
such
look
a
at him.
weird herky-jerky
He
style.
100% looks like a zombie right now.
If Tyrone would step in with a 2 or 3 strike combo, he's going to put him down, I feel like.
I agree. But he can't. He's so scared of that power. There you go.
There, yes.
There you
yes.
go.
Hitting him.
There
yes.
you go. Go. Fight. This
Yes.
is what everybody's here
Beautiful.
for. Listen to that crowd. This is what we're here for. Let's go.
Kinchin, step forward.
Kinchin needs
Oh, what a right.
Kinchin just needs
Oh,
to
another
sit.
right. That buckled him.
He just
Yes.
needs to sit down on him.
And he finally turned the corner, as we said. I would say Weaver's going to be happy with this position because he needs to catch his breath.
Yes.
Good knee to the
Kinchin
body
should
from
break.
Kinchin.
Yes, you should push off and just land a
Another
couple
one.
punches.
Yes.
As we said earlier, land with something good elbow. Oh, they're not taking elbow.
If he
an
can
amateur, but
keep teeing off to the body,
Oh.
he could stop him here.
he sure can. A good straight overhand right here, or there it
Yes.
is.
If Kinchin would let go and just keep him on the cage and hit
Yeah.
him.
30 seconds. I think Kitchen's got it so far.
Just step back, throw your 1-2.
Yes.
Yeah. Look at Weaver. He's still game. He's just tired.
Yes.
Oh, what a jab.
Follow that up.
Kinchin has to go if he wants to finish this
Listen
fight.
to the crowd. They've got the crowd into this. Oh, my gosh. They're going. Here. Oh, look at them going.
If he would change levels and throw that overhand, that would
Absolutely.
work much better.
This is a man that says, give it all you got. I'm just going to walk you down.
Hands down, Weaver marching forward like a crazy man.
He's going to hit him with that Y-I-oughta.
Listen, I'm sorry, buddy. Pointing to the middle of the cage is not going to win you the fight.
Yes.
You've got to put some effort into it. Lesson to be learned.
He is so gassed. I don't know if he can throw punches.
Well, listen, I know what he's saying. He's like, get in the cage and fight with me. But you're losing.
Yeah.
Right? You're losing. You got to throw some more punches.
What a wild fight.
But I will say, they both looked, they gave it all they had.
Yes.
They looked amazing for what they had. Great job for both of them. Any predictions on this one?
I think Weaver got some style points there, but if it's me judging, I'm going to give it to Kinchin just because he did hit more. Even if he's fighting on his back foot, he did land more.
I do too, and I have a big problem. Just so you guys with my fight when they're letting people hit them to show that they're tough, because I'm like, those are scoring.
Yes,
you're gonna lose.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for these boys.
The moment of truth.
At the end of 3 hard-fought rounds, we've got a winner by split decision. Out of the corner, Tyrone Kinchin. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up and welcome back Tyrone Kinchin. My friend, it's great to see you back in here. It's been a while, and you couldn't have asked for a wilder fight to come back with. Talk me through it.
Listen, 4-month training camp. We knew we had a tough opponent. Seen him live. I liked his fight. He wanted to stand and bang, so that's what he got tonight. He said 30-second knockout. I said bullshit.
So you got to tell me, what's it like fighting a guy as crazy as that?
It's amazing, honestly. Keeps you on your toes, keeps you aware. You can't take a guy like that for granted. You might get knocked out. He landed a couple big shots in there, woke me up, and got me into the fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your winner, Tyrone Kinchin.
Right. Zack, a fight. Honestly, that got the crowd excited finally. You had 2 guys that went to war, and that's what we've been waiting for.
Oh, yeah. I think that Weaver, like I said, I think he got some style points by, showing off and, throwing and telling him to come here and everything. But as you said, those are not going to win you the fight.
Yeah. All right, let's give a shout out to our sponsors once again. Dutch Miller Auto Group, who always comes through for us. They do a lot of great things in the state. We love those guys. Preston Dental, same thing, man. They've been on top since the beginning, supporting New Line Cagefighting. We love those people as well. And newly sponsored Black Cat MMA of Morgantown. A gym coming through for sponsorship's a big deal. It's not like a big corporation coming through, so you've got to give them credit for coming through for that. They've had some great fighters. They're kicking some butt, so thanks for Black Cat and Josh Fowler. And then finally, Dr. DC Cunanan of Ground Zero Fighting Systems, legend in our sport, black belt for many, many, many years, Muay Thai champion in Thailand. Well, he wasn't a champion in Thailand. He trained in Thailand, but he's a badass, and he's doing the ring doctorship tonight. So we love all you guys. Thank you for everything you do for us. Without you, none of this would be possible.
Oh, yeah.
This is going to be a good one, guys. Brandon Kelly's coming off that loss to Devin Stanley, but he's better suited for the boxing, kickboxing world, not the MMA world.
He's back in his wheelhouse
And he's
now.
back in his wheelhouse.
I don't think Brendan Kelly ever trained a day of grappling for that.
And I don't think so. And that's one of the things you learn with grappling is you can't come forward all the time because you're going to get taken down.
But you see what a freak he was in that fight. That takedown that he landed against Devin Stanley, who's a good wrestler, was impressive. He just got caught.
He just got caught, and he said what he said was he was not a grappler, which is not an excuse to me. If you sign up for an MMA fight, you better learn to be a grappler. However,
that's the thing.
Now we're in his wheelhouse now.
Kelly's a competitor. I think he just likes to compete. Hell, his last competition last weekend, he was in Florida for the
Ladies and gentlemen, this next bout is a catchweight boxing match. 160 pounds. Coming to you out of the blue corner from Tommy Thomas Boxing, Dylan Maverick Murphy. And out of the red corner, his opponent, a 5-time American Ninja Warrior, a 3-time Guinness World Record holder, a 3-time Collegiate All-American, professional bodybuilder, and recently 3rd place in America's Best Natural Mustache Competition. He is Brendan Kelly!
And how many belts has he got now? About 6? He's collecting belts like scalps.
But here's the thing about Brendan. He's figured out the part that other people haven't figured out is that it's just not about fighting. It's also about social media.
Yes.
And that's why he's getting on cards, because he has a huge following. Whether it's his mustache or his fighting style, people want to see him fight. I don't know if they want to see him win or if they want to see him lose, but they definitely want to see him fight.
He's an interesting character all around. There's not many Brendan Kellys in this world.
And I see him now, it's like you said, when he first started, he was more of a fighter. Now he's boxing. I see him using a jab and leaning with the jab and everything. It looks good.
Absolutely. And
and he knocks him down.
Oh, look at that overhand right. That was beautiful.
Kelly has big power as well.
Now he's getting a little wild on his and trying to finish him, but he looked good. Like, as your point, he was guarding his chin behind the shoulder.
Slowed down there. Beautiful jab.
Yeah. And that's a sign of experience there, too. He slowed down, right? He realized he didn't have anything. Let's slow it back down. And here we are.
Well, when we first saw him, he was always at 11.
Good uppercut.
He didn't time explosions like this.
Yeah, he's looking good so far.
Oh, yeah. He was smelling blood there for a second, and he calmed himself down. That's something for somebody, 26 fights. That's what they're going to know.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We can see the difference between him and some of the amateurs that went before him, right? He's also cutting the corners a little bit. I mean, yeah, some of these punches are wild, but that's because he feels that they're there. Right?
Oh, well, he's so explosive, too. He can get away with that big, wild overhand.
And his footwork's there, right? It might be a little wild, but his feet never change.
And that's the thing, that Murph here, he's got better footwork from what I'm seeing right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's staying more relaxed. He slipped up there for a second, but he's staying more relaxed. That was a very close punch.
Yeah. Well, it reminds me of a fight we saw earlier. Like, if those punches land, they're going to land. And I think that might have been one of your guys. Like, early on, the punches weren't landing, and then second round, bam, they started landing.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, Devin, he got caught in the first round.
Exactly. And that was the difference, right? The first round, he was whiffing, and then they finally found a home.
Yeah.
Good jabs right there by Murphy. That was very good.
I noticed Murphy's kind of adjusting to Brendan's style as this fight goes along as well.
Yeah, he stayed calm, and he just kept.
Oh!
What an overhand right. Beautiful. But he took it like a champion.
Oh, not that one.
Right. Oh,
his legs are gone, ladies and gentlemen, and Brendan smells blood here.
Oh, look at that.
He's wobbling right now.
I worry that Murph's game plan was to, wait till he tires out because he is throwing this stuff. Brendan Kelly doesn't get tired.
No, you can't bank on that with Kelly.
Solid. Oh, look,
in the beginning, people could when he didn't know how to time those explosions.
Oh.
In a three-minute round fight, he did gas.
Yes. He's found a home.
We've not seen that in a long time.
All his right hands are finding a home right now. All of them.
Oh, Murphy's hurt. You don't recover from a shot like that within a minute or two.
His head has.
I see another overhand right just come in.
He got caught right behind the ear too.
Oh yeah,
your equilibrium's gone.
He's content to take the round here.
Murphy's a tough guy.
Tough guy, but I give the activity to Kelly on that round.
100%.
Right.
Yes.
Just the way Murphy's trying to hide how he's hurt there, like it shows he's got a lot of experience.
When Brendan throws those big punches, if Murphy would come right behind them with just a couple pieces, that's going to point him up.
Yeah.
Well, as soon as he opened up though and started putting punches together, that's when he got caught.
Yeah, he can't get in there and throw a punch.
You can't stand in front of Brendan. You can't. You just can't. He's Brendan is explosive and powerful. If you try to piece him up, you're going to get caught on the end of something. That's what happened. Like he threw one too many punches, didn't get out of the way.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's exactly it. A lot of people think their combo ends after they're done throwing punches. That's not how it is. Your combo ends when you're safe. When you're out of the way, your hands are up, you're good.
Spoken like a true fighter. All right, let's see what adjustments are made between this round. This is, the first round is always interesting. The second round is the most interesting because that's where you make adjustments.
The biggest thing I'm looking at right now is how much Murphy has recovered.
He looks good. Looks solid. Hands are still straight. Look, now he backed up. So he knew that overhand right was coming. That was an adjustment. And he landed his own overhand right.
Nice shots.
Oh, my gosh. That was a good one.
Has the power advantage. You see Murphy cracked him, too.
Exactly. It reminds me of the Jose Aldo, Conor McGregor. They both landed a left hook, but one got knocked out.
Kelly is one of those guys who will take one to give one as well.
Yeah, I think that if
great double jab, straight right, but he was not solid on his footwork there.
I think if Murph would roll a little, move his head a little more, I think he would find a little more success as well.
Murphy looks a little gun shy.
Well, and that's the thing. I can look at Murphy and think that he has the better technique. It's just that, those wild right hands are finding a home.
Anytime that Kelly faints,
good jab.
Murphy's biting on it now. I'd like to see Kelly fainting more.
Those overhand right, and that's the only difference on those overhand rights is that Kelly's right foot comes off the ground. So he's not what they call sitting down on the punch. He's not getting all the power.
Yeah.
And that's why Murphy's still in the ball game. If he'd sit on that.
Kelly almost throws like old school, like Jack Dempsey. He's falling into it. Throwing himself into that overhand.
Much like you throw a football, right? But that's not where you're going to get all your power.
Guys, so far in this round, I'm giving it to Murphy so far.
Yeah, he's staying true to his game. Good technique, right? He's staying in the pocket.
He's wary of those counters, too, now.
Oh, what an overhand right. But that's why he's standing, as we said. That's because those are landing. We can hear it from here.
And they're catching Murphy in a weird spot right behind the ear, too. Even though he's got his guard up, his hands are where they're supposed to be. He's still getting clipped.
Absolutely. Great fight, though.
Oh, yes.
Oh, he got off balance there with a big left hook.
Hey, buddy, Murphy, they're not calling it. That's the thing. When these people get excited, man, you didn't do anything.
Yes.
You better follow it up. And he's doing a good job. He stalked him down, but let's make sure he doesn't get hit with an overhand right himself because he has pretty much every time. Right there it comes.
He changed levels. Good.
Oh, yeah, he ducked them both. That's beautiful.
And we saw that Zuri McAllister did a great job with that against Kelly.
Zuri had a great awkward style, too.
Zuri could not, Kelly couldn't touch him. Like, it was a beautiful fight. It was a fight that I thought should have probably went Zuri's way. But,
another overhand right.
He made Kelly miss more than anybody I've ever seen.
He did a lot of angles and in and out.
Yeah, and that's what I know of Zuri. Zuri's from Charleston. Great athlete. He knows how to move, and he's very awkward, right? Much like Brandon, right? So it's like, they're very similar. 14 seconds here. This is a tough round to pick.
Brandon's a guy that if you can make him miss, you could make him pay dearly because he overthrows so much.
Yes. He sure does, yes.
If he would just take a half step to his left, and then when he throws that big punch and pop him, come right behind his shoulder and pop him with it,
Well, I know when I was trying to learn to box, I would overthrow that overhand right. Every time I'd get caught over the top with the left hook.
Yes.
All they got to do is slide back, throw that left hook.
Yep.
So how do you guys see this? Do you see it 1-1? Do you see it 0-2?
I do see it 1-1.
I see 1-1 right now.
Kelly had a big first round.
He did. And then he came down to earth a little bit, right? Some adjustments were made. He wasn't finding that overhand right.
I think you can say more about Murphy there. Murphy recovered so well. He fought so much smarter in that second because he knew what to expect. Kelly's a weird guy to prepare for.
If I was going to give Murphy advice, I'd say he's technically better. His activity is not up to par with Kelly's, right?
I would agree.
And the activity sometimes wins. Sometimes even when punches aren't landing and you're blocking him, still the activity that's going to win the round.
It's almost what Denzel said. Kelly's like the anti-boxer.
Yes.
If you're going to come in out of shape against Kelly, you're not going to be able to deal with his pace. It's going to be a long night, even if you can outbox him.
But I do like this. I think Murphy knew. You see him run to him?
Yes.
So I think his corner said, hey, you might be down. Either way, whoever wins this round is going to win. And look, he knows it, and he's coming. A lot of times you tell a fighter that, and they don't make any adjustment, and oh, man, I'm in for a long night.
That's another unsaid thing. Judges like the style of Brendan Kelly. I've noticed that.
They do. Well, because he's trying to win.
Oh, yeah.
Right? That's the difference, right? There's one guy that's being technical.
And even if he's missing, these big punches look good.
He's trying to win. Yeah, and that was years ago. Forrest Griffin won a UFC championship that way. I would watch fights, and he didn't land any punches, but he threw 10 punches.
Yes.
Kelly landed the overhand, but then Murphy just stayed in his face and made him pay for it. That's what we need to see.
This is a hell of a
He's
third round.
making him look bad right now.
And he knows it. Look at that.
Yes.
Oh, my gosh. 2 minutes to go.
Kelly looks tired.
Yes, he does.
Murphy is coming on.
Oh, he knows. He knows.
He's got to keep after it.
He is. This is the first time somebody's done what they're supposed to do.
I think you have to put Kelly on his back foot.
I think so, too. But that's easier said than done. And
Well,
Murphy is doing it.
A guy that's such a freak athlete like that, it's tough to lead.
Oh, look. But those overhand rights for Kelly don't have the pop because he's so tired.
Yes, he is exhausted.
Even there, did you see that overhand right there?
If you're in Murphy's corner, you've got to be calling him forward, telling him, come on, this is it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that body shot. That was nice.
I would be over there screaming, go.
As long as Murphy doesn't walk into something. Because I know that Kelly carries big.
Oh, look at that right.
Good counting.
Woo.
There you go. Look at that turn.
Oh, big moment there.
No, that was beautiful.
No score, but man.
He's getting chastised there, but that's exactly what you should do.
And look at Kelly.
That's going to take some wind out of the sails as well.
It sure was. So far, I got Murphy up this round with 1 minute to go.
Definitely.
Oh, he's swinging for the fences. Look at that uppercut.
He tried to come over the shoulder.
Looks like a different man, too, as far as his confidence. He knows he's winning this fight.
Well, it reminds me a lot of Travis's fight, right? Where the first round looked rough, and then all of a sudden he found a groove, and he came back. And it reminds me exactly of that fight.
Yeah.
He had just enough confidence to say, hey, I'm coming.
Murphy just has to stay smart here.
Beautiful job, him getting his head off the center line.
Absolutely.
Just away from that counter of Kelly.
It's either good corner work or good work by him. They both did a great job.
Kelly's slowing way down.
Yeah, that overhand right can't find a home anymore. See, it's missing wildly.
And it's coming.
Look
so
at that.
Much slower.
Oh!
Yeah.
Kelly's fading.
Yeah. All those punches, they're not landing like they did the first round.
I think Murphy smells it, too.
I think so, too.
He knows.
Right there.
Kelly's going to
10
go
seconds.
Wild. Kelly's going to go wild.
Let's go. 10 seconds. Let's see.
Straight right from Murphy lands.
Oh, what did you look at that left hook? Overhand right. What a barn burner.
Murphy stole this fight, ladies and gentlemen.
This is going to be amazing. I could see it going either way.
Yeah.
I don't see how the second and third aren't going to Murphy, though.
I just don't trust judges.
First round, though, you got to wonder how they scored that.
And the judges, they see a lot of personality.
They do.
That influences them a bunch. And Kelly is full of it.
And crowd work, right?
Yes.
Every time Kelly lands a punch, the crowd gets excited.
I've said this before. The judges love Brendan Kelly.
But look at Brendan right now.
I love Brendan Kelly.
Sucking air.
But I've seen a couple decisions. I think Brendan will know that I've not agreed with them. There have been a couple fights there where I thought the other guy should have won. Zuri McAllister was one of them. And that's why I don't know what we're going to see here.
Nobody knows, which is the beauty.
Because Kelly fought a hell of a fight, and he had him hurt so bad in the first round.
Yes.
All I know is the best interview in town's coming up to pick the winner. Listen, win or lose, the guy brings it.
Oh, yeah.
Right, and that's why he's a fan favorite.
And he's got some wonderful Kamehameha shorts on.
He does, and his shoes are beautiful as well.
giving it up to Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah. He's a showman, and there's something to that. A lot of people need to learn from that, meaning that he's getting put on shows because he's got, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 10,000 followers, whatever it is, right?
Oh, yeah.
And he's got a personality. When you can pick 20 different people at that weight class, what makes me pick you?
Exactly.
Right?
Who's going to put asses in seats?
Exactly. And he's got that.
Yes. All right, we're going to send it to Elijah now, huh?
Interesting decision.
Oh, it's going to be something. Let's see what happens here. Like I said, I'm giving it to Murphy, but like you said.
Gentlemen, after a 3-round war, your judges have come to a decision. All 3 judges have this as a unanimous decision. And your winner, out of the red corner, the Ninja, Belinda and Kelly. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the American Ninja Warrior, Brendan Kelly. My friend, that was an absolute barn burner. I expect nothing less from you. Every time you come out here, you come to fight. This was a close decision. You came up, first round, you had him hurt so bad.
Yeah.
He started coming back in the second and third. Second round was close. Third round, it looked like you were fading a little.
Oh, yeah.
Talk me through it.
All right, hey, just so all the camera people know, the only reason everyone out here is booing is because this is his hometown. All right, just so everybody knows, that's the only reason people are booing. All right, second thing, this was a great fight. I challenged him. He challenged me a 3-minute fight. He wants to go pro, so I did it. I'm not normally a 3-minute round fighter. Everybody knows that. So it was fun. Got to challenge myself. Got good, put on a good battle. Really cool thing is this might be my last kind of new line fight. I just signed a big fight contract to go fight G. Perez, the guy that just fought Bryce Hall. I'll fight him in Miami December 8th. And it looks like from there, I'll just kind of stay more in the influencer scene and go from there. But hey, thanks for all the boos. Y'all make this so much more fun for me. I love going in people's hometowns and winning and having this, all right? You all make this enjoyable for me. I love it. Keep booing me. Keep making me hungry. I'm ready to come out here and dominate more. Thank you very much, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, one moment. This is a man right here who is not responsible for that decision and just fought his heart out. Give it up for Brendan Kelly. This may be the last time we see him in New Line, and he has delivered some of the most exciting fights that we've ever seen. Ladies and gentlemen, Brendan Kelly.
It's a good fight.
Of fights go the wrong way. You know, what we consider the wrong way. You know, we're not judges. Maybe they saw something different than we did.
Absolutely.
I do feel as if, you know, maybe we can, you know, start making it kind of a rule. You have to do fights. You have to, you know, train in the martial art to be a judge.
Absolutely. You know, and I made the comment at a different show that we had boxing judges because I knew who they were, and they're judging MMA fights. And I said, I promise you when this goes to decision, it's going to go to the other guy. And it did. And I knew why, because they don't judge leg kicks. They don't judge grappling. They don't judge takedowns. They only know boxing. And when you're judging an MMA fight as a boxer, it's a disservice to everybody that trains at home.
Exactly. And, you know, I'm sure the judges, you know, they're doing their best. But as you said, you know, I don't want to use the word because everybody thinks of this word as, you know, we're super negative. But it's just they're ignorant to the style.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Listen, man, that was it was what it was. Yeah. That's all I can say.
Well, you know,
I don't want to be too hard on the commission. I love the commission. It's a hard job.
They like Brendan Kelly. They like the way he fights. It's something I've seen before. I talked about it. I kind of had a feeling. But, you know, you got to respect Brendan Kelly. He comes out and fights his heart out every time. He has no control over who makes that decision.
Absolutely. It's not on him. But I will want to say this really quick before we lose track here. This is one of the fights I've been waiting for all night.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want that decision that Brandon and Murphy had nothing to do with affect anybody else. The crowd's pissed. Everybody's pissed. But Griffin Key is a hell of a fighter. It's a classic stand-up fighter versus a grappler. And we're going to see who wins this fight. It's a classic match.
Guys,
well, you know, you say that. Czar Parrish can strike.
He can.
I'll be honest, guys. This was the fight I was looking.
All of us.
My guys are fighting on this card, you know, and I was pumped for their fights. But I am extremely excited for this fight. It's one of the top fights I was excited for. I've trained with Czar. Czar's grappling is phenomenal, and Czar's striking has grown exponentially.
It's unbelievable that this is the 8th fight and not, you know, one of the main events or co-main events, right?
We've seen these two fight before.
Absolutely.
I should say that. We've seen them box. We saw Czar versus Griffin in boxing. Griffin won that fight, but it was such a close fight, and I think Czar just didn't pull the trigger.
Yes.
And boxing's not his wheelhouse, but Czar's a hell of a technical boxer.
Oh, yeah. And honestly, both these guys I think these two guys are some of the most athletic guys we have in West Virginia competing.
Absolutely.
Now, Griffin Key, he's trained with you in the past, but I believe he's been training at Arte Suave as
Fighting
well
out of the blue corner with a record of 1-0 out of Charleston, West Virginia, Griffin Key! And fighting out of the red corner with an undefeated record of 3-0 out of Morgantown, he's the #1 ranked West Virginia welterweight MMA fighter, Czar.
honestly, I heard a quote one time: "The lion doesn't tell everybody it's a lion."
Exactly.
Well, that's one of those things about Czar Parrish. I don't hear Czar Parrish talking much at all, ever.
I don't think we ever hear word out of Czar Parrish's mouth, right?
Czar's one of the most quiet and humble people ever.
Oh my God, he's been eating him up with these little kicks. Dives on that single leg.
This is Czar's world right now.
It is, and he was waiting for that.
Well,
and we saw Czar versus Hunter Jones, which was a wrestling clinic by both of them. Look at the shape that Czar is in right now. Not an ounce of fat on that body. He's calm. He's collective. He's been waiting for this.
I've trained with Czar. I used to train at Ground Zero with Czar and all those guys. Wonderful guys there. Czar is one of the hardest workers in any room he's at.
Yeah.
And anytime I've hit Czar with some hard shots, Czar never wavers.
And I think that's why so many people respect Czar, is because he lets everybody else do the talking for him.
Yes.
And credit to him. Also, credit to Griffin. I mean, like I said, he's very talented.
Griffin's
very
doing
talented.
a good job of staying safe here, trying to get back to full guard.
Yeah, he got his guard pass there. But again, that's kind of my point. Like, I think whether Griffin trains with Arte Suave or whoever he trains with, he could be like a purple belt by now, but he's not putting the effort into the grappling. He's doing the things that he likes to do.
Now I want you to watch. Czar's going to try to work this hand up and pass it and get that gift wrap. That's his bread and butter. We've seen him stop two people this way.
He just brought up his left foot higher. You can see it over there. As you said, he's going to technical mount.
He's passing that hand.
He's trying to drive. He might drive that hand down and actually put his knee on it.
Yeah, I agree.
To open his face up a little too on this
It's
side.
funny that we all know
Look
what's
at the Czar with the leg strikes.
Yeah.
You don't see that much.
You don't see that much. A guy punching to the thigh from mount. That's innovative.
But Czar's doing what he needs. Yeah, look at this.
Not enough time. That's what sucks.
No, but listen.
These 2-minute rounds.
But again, classic striker versus grappler. The grappler got him down, held him down, made him work. Now listen, that takes a lot of effort, right? I don't think Czar's going to get tired, but that does take a lot of effort. This could be a different round for Griffin, and we're going to see, right? Every round, you got to start on the feet.
Yes.
Every round.
Griffin needs to keep it. He needs to keep his distance when Czar shoots. He needs to feed him those hips. Feed the hips hard and cross face. Cut the angle, get out of there.
Absolutely.
I think Czar did a brilliant job of getting Key into striking mode and then shooting.
Absolutely. Quintessential. I know I'm bringing up other organizations. Quintessential GSP.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was getting ready to say.
Yeah.
GSP was, I think, the master of that. He would have you so focused on his striking that you weren't expecting the shot. You don't have time to defend it because of that. That's what Czar did.
But look, Griffin was the first off the stool. He's ready. He knows he lost that round.
Griffin's a competitor.
He is.
That's one thing about that kid. He's constantly so driven and so intense. He carries an intensity about him as a competitor.
It was a beautiful left. And again, what I said was somewhat out of love, meaning that Griffin has a lot of talent. And I don't like
beautiful job.
Yeah. I don't like to see people waste their talent doing things that they're already good at. Work on the things that you're not good at. Get at a gym that can really work with you. And in my opinion, he could be a lot better. Again, it's just my opinion. It doesn't mean anything. I think Griffin's very talented. I could see him being a world champion, not as just new line cage fighting. I could see him doing great things. And that's why I'm saying those things, because Griffin go out there and do it.
Let go of the head.
Yeah. If Czar can get that arm over and hit the Von Flue,
and he's going to get out of this, because that's all he's doing is holding on to make sure he doesn't get punched. And then here comes his head. This is the thing. What I'm saying, if you knew a little bit of grappling, you'd be okay.
Czar's going to drive onto him hard with his head here in a second.
And look, he's full mount again. This is
he's spread.
It's a clinic
Czar
right
has
now.
a minute to work. Let's see what he can do here.
It's another round of the same thing, but again, Griffin's a hell of an athlete. I could see him wall walking right now. I could see him doing some great things. Let's see if he can pull it off. Czar is a hell of a competitor. Czar knows what's up.
It's going to be tough.
As soon as
with Czar's hips where they are, it's going to be tough for
if you
Key
guys
to get
watch,
out of here.
as soon as Griffin starts to work up the cage, Czar uses his head to drive him down.
Oh, but look,
good job by Key kind of following him up so that he doesn't get beaten
He's gonna
bad.
trap that hand with the knee, I bet.
As long as Key can keep his head glued to his chest, he's not going to get hurt here.
Well, listen, 17 seconds, another round gone. Just because you can't get out of a move, Czar's awesome. Again, But my point is, Griffin's got too much skill to let this stuff happen.
He
too
has
much
to
skill.
stop that takedown this next round. And Czar's made it look easy so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm giving both rounds to Czar, guys.
Yeah, and they haven't been that close.
Yeah. Griffin landed a couple shots in the beginning there that looked nice, and then Czar just shoved it down.
Mm-hmm. This is MMA. It's not boxing. It's not kickboxing, right? I've known plenty of guys that were good at jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, Griffin looks frustrated right now talking to Mike there in his corner.
As he should. Like, I haven't seen any adjustments. Like, you can't come in and just do stand-up in an MMA fight.
Yeah, and you can throw the lead uppercut. You can throw, you start throwing that teep to get him worried about shooting.
Yes.
In pro, you can throw the knee. I know you can't in amateur, but you can throw that uppercut and get him worried about it.
There's a lot you can do to adjust to a good wrestler. Like he start carrying his hands a little lower.
Of course.
Be ready for that shot. You take a risk by doing that because Czar can crack too.
Oh yeah.
But again, to our point, I think we all see it, and I don't see it seeing from the other side. It's like, listen, don't throw high kicks. Don't throw things that are going to get you taken down. Work the legs, bend the knees, get low, put your hands down.
The way Czar's snatching that single leg, I would almost abandon my kicks.
Yeah.
Yes. And I would keep my feet active. My feet have to be moving.
But see, like, again, Griffin looks good this round. Like, but he's going to get sucked into another grappling thing.
Czar shot from really far away that last round.
Yeah, but Czar knows, just cover up and I'll find my opportunity. And that's all he's doing. He's keeping high hands. He's waiting through the kicks, waiting through the punches. And then when he overcommits, he takes him down. And right now, Griffin did adjustment. He's not overcommitting, right? So this is the change that we've been waiting for.
Yes.
It's just too little too late. That was a great left hand by Griffin.
There it is.
Our shot,
Beautiful
to your point.
Beautiful job there. And it was the same thing as last round. Czar shot from pretty far away. That time, Griffin saw it coming.
Which tells me, but look, now
nice shots from Griffin Key.
Griffin's getting close, and that's what he needs not to. He should be backing up. It's harder to take a person down that's backing up as opposed to coming forward, right?
Griffin needs that one big shot right now. That's a hard way to have to fight in a two-minute round fight.
Yeah.
When you know you're down, you know you need a finish.
But let's face it, we got 1 minute left. Czar's got him against the cage.
Yes,
he's got him down now.
Here comes a high crotch. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't know if Griffin can break away and get a knockout.
Keys.
Yeah, another takedown, and again, just holding the head. It doesn't do anything but delay the inevitable.
30 seconds away from losing this fight.
Yeah, it's got to be some kind of offense here. Like, if Griffin would take his left foot, put it in as a hook. If Griffin would get an underhook on the half guard, any kind of grappling would be amazing right here.
That's the sad part, like, about these short rounds, though.
I think Czar's sucking in for the Von Flue right now. I think he's driving that
He is
shoulder in.
finally somehow grapple, but, he's in half guard, but he's still probably, he's putting good pressure down on the shoulder right here.
You can see.
It's not going to finish the fight, but
it's going to make it miserable until the end.
Exactly.
Flawless performance from Czar Paris. What more can you say?
It was. And
he knows, too.
Yeah. Great corner work from those guys. I mean, again, MMA, right? If you're going to fight MMA, you got to be well-rounded.
You know this has got to be a sweet moment for him, taking a loss to him in boxing.
Absolutely.
Let's go in who the better fighter is.
And look, here's what I'm going to say on both, because I do feel I was a little bit critical, but only because I think that Griffin has some skill. I don't like to see people waste their skill, right? And he has some opportunities to train and get better at some things.
I'll tell you, Griffin, I love the confidence. I think as a fighter, if you want to be successful, you should have confidence.
Absolutely,
right?
yeah.
Gryffin, before he had a single fight, called me out and told me he was going to take a belt from me one time. And I was like, you should have your first fight, sir. He's out here doing it now. And like you said, I hope he commits, and I hope he grows exponentially.
Absolutely. And that's the ironic thing is Griffin probably does have, he doesn't have the followers that Brendan Kelly has. He's trying to take that angle.
Yeah.
You got to learn how to fight too, right? Yeah. But Brendan found that out in MMA too, right?
Right.
He didn't really have what it takes there. You can talk him into the fight, but you got to finish the fights.
Exactly.
Your winner by unanimous decision, fighting out of the red corner, Czar Paris!
Ladies and gentlemen, Give it up for the absolutely dominant Czar Pesh. Here we are again in your hometown. Another absolutely dominant performance. Talk me through it.
Just came out firing those low kicks. I knew the stance was going to be wide. I stayed patient, got the takedown, stayed on top, didn't give him a chance to reverse me. Would have liked to throw more punches from there, but hey, got the job done.
We have seen you look unstoppable fight after fight. I feel like a title shot has to be coming soon.
Fuck yeah. Let's do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for one of the baddest prospects in the state of West Virginia, Zack Pesh.
You hear Elijah tell him, I think the title's coming to, title shot's coming to you soon. Lazar's response, yeah.
It's like, sure.
Yeah. The guy, he doesn't get excited. And he's just, great athlete, great guy. He knows he is. He doesn't need to get excited.
No, and as we kind of mentioned earlier, like GSP was similar, right? We mentioned him because of the takedown thing, but GSP did not sell fights, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of people didn't like him because they would just say, how's that fight going to go? And be like, I think I'll win, right? It's like not a lot of hype behind it, but he got the job done. I think Czar has a lot of that same thing. We want to see him fight, not because of his words, because of his actions.
Oh, for sure.
And I think that's impressive. That's really why we're here, right? Like, it does take all of it, but if you got the words, like Conor McGregor used to back it up, right? And that's why he was special. Brock Lesnar used to back it up. You got to back it up. You can't just talk. Kobe Covington backs it up, right? Yep. But there's other guys that talk the talk and don't walk the walk, and we don't know who they are. So you got to have a little bit of both.
This is a fight I'm really excited about. We saw Jonah Atkins in our last card in Huntington, and he fought Robert Grubbs, who was 4-0. Everybody was high on Robert Grubbs. Jonah absolutely put on a boxing clinic in that fight. Fought brilliantly, used his clinch. He's training under Chad Van Sickle there. I saw Van Sickle talking about this fight. And, Jonah's fighting another big, strong opponent here. Earl Collins is 5-0. He's a giant man that carries huge power. But I heard Jonah Atkins' coach had Chad Van Sickle say, big guys can't fight inside.
Yeah.
So
interesting.
I think we see the game plan. I think we see what Jonah's going to try to do here. And, I should give it up for Jonah Atkins. He was originally scheduled against another opponent.
Oh, really?
Earl's opponent pulled out, and we were left in a position where we had a hometown guy in Earl that was without an opponent. And so Jonah Atkins says, I'll step up. I'll fight him. He said, I want harder fights anyway. So he literally had an easier fight, said, no, give me the hard guy. Give me the big guy.
He's got to respect that, right? Because like a lot of people say, I got to fight him anyway if I'm going to be a champion. So give him to me, right? And you got to respect that. I'm sure, Denzel, you're very similar, right?
Oh, yeah. I like this guy.
2-minute rounds.
But a lot of my
201 plus pounds.
He works in aviation now, so they were telling me about it. They're all big on him. They all like him. So, I'm excited to finally see him fight.
He's
out of the blue corner.
I've heard he's very technical for a
Give it
guy
up for
his size.
Jonah
I've seen some
Atkins.
clips of his fights. He looks technical. He looks powerful and confident. Look how confident.
And his
this guy
opponent
is.
fighting out of the red corner.
But
out of Tommy
Robert
Thomas
Grubbs looked
Boxing.
confident in Huntington.
No
And a lot of people were
Thomas.
high.
Oh, confidence.
The red sequin shorts are winning me
I
over
know.
right now.
That's what I was thinking.
They remind me of my grandma.
I mean, so I was thinking they remind me of, what's that, Over the Rainbow?
Oh,
nonsense?
yeah, the little red shoes.
Yeah.
Click them together.
Well, look at that.
Oh, whoa. What was that about?
Even before the bell rang, they're ready to smack each other. Huh? Oh, there comes some action.
He just inside low kicked him.
Really? I didn't see that.
Much like Tyson's Fury elbow, right?
This is
Nagano.
old school MMA. They're wearing wrestling shoes, but they're still kicking.
Yeah.
Man, oh man. These are two powerful guys right here.
Gotta love the heavyweights, right? Because we know any time one of these punches land, it could be the lights out.
Good 1-2 from Earl Collins. He's got a nice jab. Adkins is real good in the clinch. We saw that in that last fight.
Ooh. There we go.
Earl Collins has big power, and you saw he stung Jonah there. Jonah was trying to get inside and get ahead of him, and he got cracked.
I would like to see Hurl double up on that jab, then throw the two behind it once.
You know, we saw Jonah Adkins back in the day fight Alex Davis.
Oh, wow.
And absolutely beat the brakes off Alex for 2 rounds and gassed.
Really?
Yeah.
He looks pretty smooth right now. I mean, he's giving him trouble.
You know, we see here Jonah's record on paper is 2-1, but he's actually 10-2 if you include his USA boxing career. So he's the more experienced guy.
Jonah looked relaxed all night, didn't he? He looked like he's having fun. He talked to us. He seemed like he wasn't too worried about this.
He's been there, done that.
Yeah.
I mean, he's throwing, you know, when they get inside, he's throwing body, head. You know, he's doing the right things.
Jonah's used to fighting tough guys. He's used to not coming out on top every time. He's a true boxer. He's actually looking to go in there and fight the best.
He about to ref out there.
But as heavyweights, though, they're not just throwing one punch like some of the other fights, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's also impressive. At least for round 1. We'll see what happens after they get tired. But
you can't judge a book by its cover in boxing. These guys might not look in shape, but I guarantee you they have better gas tanks than most heavyweights you're going to see.
Absolutely.
Oh, 100%. You know, neither one of them are really breathing super heavy right now. You know, there was a lot of punches thrown in there.
There was. A lot of punches, and then we got to remember, when these guys clinch up and push each other around, they're big men.
I think you've got to give Earl Collins that opening round, though. He landed the bigger shots. I think he stung Jonah a couple times there.
And I'll tell you something that I'm really impressed with out of both of these guys. Usually you see heavyweights box and fight. They are always they'll walk each other down and just throw a bomb. They're looking for that big punch. So these guys are throwing combos. They're throwing punches and bunches. I like that.
I do too. All right, that's kind of the pet peeve is just because it gets boring. You see a guy throw like a 1-2.
You have two great
right, an overhand right. Right. Come on.
This is a battle of corner men. You have Tommy Thomas there in the corner of Earl Collins, and you've got Chad Van Sickle in the corner of Jonah Adkins. 2 guys who have been around.
This round, I mean, they both look fresh. This will be a good round to see.
I heard Chad Van Sickle say the other day that he could outbox Francis Ngannou.
You know, who knows?
I will say after they release the clinch, Hurl is landing the punch.
Yeah.
He's throwing out of the clinch. And
solid
he's
point.
That was a nice combo by Jonah Adkins.
Oh, I mean, both, like, those were solid, right?
Yeah. I mean, they're both throwing great. Hurl's just getting the better of them.
Hurl's got the power advantage, too.
And the difference between earlier is, like, they're not admiring their punches, right?
Ooh,
it's
big
like
overhand
bam, bam,
right
bam.
lance for Jonah Adkins.
Another thing I've noticed, Hurl never takes his eyes off center line.
No.
And the blue corner there, he looks up, he looks down, and I've noticed, I think Hurl's starting to pick up on his eyes.
I like how clean everything Hurl throws is. Like, for a guy who's as big as him and with as much power, he's not overthrowing. He's not trying to hit him with that one big shot. He's boxing.
Yeah, I think the same. I agree with you guys. I think Hurl's getting the better of the combinations. They're close, but I think Hurl's getting a little bit better, right? I mean, it's tough. You know, heavyweights don't do a lot of jabs typically, right?
How often are you seeing a heavyweight throw a 1-2 to the body?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, there's some good things I see and there's some bad things I see, but you know, they're heavyweight. I'm a heavyweight too. You know, I mean, I know our limitations because, you know, we get tired, right? You can only do so much, right?
I think their brand of heavyweight and your brand of heavyweight are very different.
A little bit there, Butch.
Well, they're probably a lot better than me either way. I mean, these guys look good. You know, I mean, that's the thing. Like, you know, I could talk all they want, but I'm not in the cage with those guys,
huge
right?
jab, rocks the head back of Adkins, and he follows up with a beautiful lead uppercut.
Yeah, if you watch Hurl, he's noticed Adkins starts leaning to that side. He started throwing that lead uppercut to that side once he leans.
And Hurl looked pissed.
Yeah.
For whatever reason. I think maybe he thought he didn't do good that round, right? I don't think he got hit with anything.
I think he wanted to land that big shot that round, and I think he thought he was right there with it, and then the round ended.
And those rounds these 2-minute rounds are I mean, they're just so fast. You know, they're good for heavyweights because you're not going to look sloppy at the end of the round. But that being said, sometimes you just get cooking and then the round's over, right?
And we see these guys breathing a little heavier now, but Hurl still looks pretty fresh right now.
They do. He looks more.
He's fighting at such a good pace too. Like he's not pushing himself past the point where he can fight at.
Yeah.
He knows his pace. He's fighting at it consistently. We saw that earlier with Kinker. Kinker's really smart at that.
Absolutely.
I think Adkins is the more tired man because Adkins is having to push the pace because of the size and power disadvantage. He's the one that's having to win by volume.
It's true.
He's the one having to stay in his face. He's having to do the work because of Hurl's physical advantages.
Well, and then, as your point, because of that, even though he's throwing some decent combinations, like this round's a lot better. He needs to throw more punches, which is surprising because he's throwing a good volume for a heavyweight.
I legitimately feel like Hurl got frustrated, though, that last round just because he's not found that knockout yet.
I agree.
Because I think he smells it.
I agree. But that's part of why he's not opening up is because he's playing so much defense, right? Meaning the other guy. But, like, I get it. This is the complicating thing about being a heavyweight is because any moment you get knocked out.
Adkins has a chin on him as well.
Yeah.
He's eating some big shots. His head's been getting rocked back.
Hurl's check hook is landing, 3 out of 4 times. It's not. And Hurl's trying to follow it up with that big 2. I think that's the big punch he's looking for.
Yeah.
He just threw it to the body there. I bet the next 2 comes to the head.
And to your point, that's
He's
probably
definitely
look
setting
at that body
something up
shot
with it
last
'cause
hook
he
was
keeps going
nice.
low with it.
Oh yeah.
There it was.
Yeah.
Too close though.
He's got 1 minute to do some
You
damage
see
here.
him shake his head. He knew too close.
Well, I think that's why he's getting frustrated, right? Because he's setting it up, but it's not quite landing.
Well, this is a guy who's 5-0, and I would assume most of his wins are by knockout.
See,
He's fighting a very tough opponent.
Oh, that was right on the chin.
He's hurt. He's hurt.
That's right on the chin.
Yeah. He leaned forward. For
Jonah
a second there.
Atkins is tough.
That's what I was going to say. Atkins
check
took
hook.
it like a champ.
Check
Atkins getting hit in the body, to your point, Denzel. This is the best round by far by Collins, right?
Oh, for sure.
Look at that jab right on the chin. And that kind of,
His hands are low.
yeah, that kind of buckled him.
Jonah's in big trouble.
Jonah's in trouble because I think the cardio's hitting him
Yeah,
now.
Hurl staying on him. Yep.
Oh, what a body shot.
Hurl smells blood. 10
Yeah.
seconds left.
That body shot just wrecked him.
Hurl wants that knockout
Yeah.
so bad. You can see it.
Good
But I
job.
don't think it's going to come. Atkins fought a brilliant fight defensively.
Look, he's about ready to throw up. Good job for him, though.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, right?
Great fight by
Yeah.
both men.
He did a good job taking the clinch so he
You
didn't
take
take
an
any damage.
opponent like that on short notice.
Yeah. And go all 3 rounds.
Yeah.
I think Hurl should take that.
Oh, yeah. Should be a 30-27.
So I
overall.
didn't get to see it earlier, and I'm seeing on your card here, Butch. Kinker won. I love that.
I don't know. I just write random
Oh.
shit. So probably not.
Oh.
Yeah, he probably didn't.
But in our eyes, Sam Kinker's always winner.
Yeah, I think I just wrote some random stuff.
But you got me messed up over here.
Yeah, don't look at my paper. Sometimes I just draw.
Butch, is that a house at the bottom?
Yes. It's like a little sunshine. I'm just making pictures,
Let's go talk to, I would assume, Hurl Collins.
I think it's Hurl.
I will say that, the next fight also, I was just excited for Czar, but Ryan Carroll versus Cameron Taylor, I'm really excited for because I know Ryan, he's taken some fights with bare knuckle fighting, and they've been close, and I know his training hasn't been the best because he's got to work.
At the end of 3 rounds, we have a unanimous decision for your winner out of the red corner, Hurl Collins!
Hey. Yeah, man. She got some door.
Hey, Hurl.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the big man, Hurl Collins!
It's helped him deal with PTSD. But,
and to that point, it brings up a good point now in this fight is Ryan Carroll. Not that he's had those things, but as Denzel and I were talking off camera here is when you own a gym, sometimes it's hard to find time to train the people, to run a gym, to train yourself, to also work a job as he does. And just deal with life. Do you have kids? Do you have, whatever it is. And to that fact, Ryan Carroll had made a public announcement maybe 6 months ago that, hey, I'm too old now. I've given up the fight. I'm going to retire. I had my time. And then, like 1 week later, he fought on pay-per-view in bare knuckle fighting.
He pulled a Rolling Stones.
Yeah, and
it's like, we're retiring, we're hanging it up, and then they're on tour again.
And I talked to him before this fight a little bit to ask him, what was up with that, and he just loves fighting, just like everybody else, right? And that's the part where he finds joy. And just because he's taken a couple losses in the last few fights, he wants that win to end his career on.
Oh,
so, talking to him before this fight, he's hoping this is it. If he gets this win, he's going to retire. And he thinks he's going to retire.
As a fighter, you always want that ride off into the sunset, and so few fighters get it.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
So it's a big moment for Ryan Carroll here, and he's a guy who's been around as long as I have. Like, since I came onto the scene at New Line, my first fight, Ryan Carroll was wrapping my hands going into that one.
That's what I was going to say. One thing I can say about Ryan Carroll, it doesn't matter if you are, fighting out of his gym, if you're fighting out of a different gym, you don't have a gym. He is always willing to help, wrap hands. If you don't have a corner, he'll corner you. He's always just trying to help people out.
Ryan's just a good guy.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys, like, he's open to helping anybody. He's open to coaching anybody. I've seen him corner guys many times who didn't have somebody there for him,
Yeah, that's a good point, and that's what this sport's all about. And I think that's why, as we mentioned with Czar, we kind of rooted for him because he's a quiet guy that goes and does his work. That's kind of what we think about Ryan. It doesn't mean that we don't care about Cameron, right? We do.
Yeah.
It's just that when somebody's been around this long, you kind of have a soft spot in your heart for them. And personally, I hope this fight goes
Coming to you
well.
live with some
I'm not going to root for either one.
bantamweight MMA
But I also,
professional bouts.
that being said,
Introducing out of the blue corner, out of Hidden Leaf Martial Arts, he's Nine Tails Cam. He is the Bluegrass Handsome Devil. He is Cameron Taylor. And his opponent out of the red corner from Ronin Jiu-Jitsu. Give it up for Ryan.
Oh. You can see it on Ryan Carroll's face. He walked over here and he made eye contact with us for a moment. This is Ryan Carroll's last ride, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and he laid it out, again before the fight, and again, it's not that I'm rooting for anybody because I'm not, but at the same time, I wouldn't be heartbroken if he did well.
And Cam Taylor's a tough opponent. He's fighting out of Four Seasons in Lexington.
Great gym.
Just signed an exclusive deal to New Line Cagefighting, so we're going to be seeing a lot of him. And he's coming to absolutely make this dream story, this happy ending for Ryan Carroll turn into a nightmare.
Well, and to that point, I asked Ryan what he would like to do, and he said, I think that I could beat him on the ground. However, I want to keep it standing so that I put on
Ryan's in a deep takedown right now.
Oh, he's got a rear naked.
It's over. It's over. And he's tapping Ryan Carroll with
what a
the
way
victory.
to go.
Yeah.
And it was hard won. He got cracked a couple times.
Yeah.
He overcame a little bit of adversity, but you see the veteran.
Look at him.
He finds that takedown. He gets the back. And now we get to see Ryan Carroll ride off into the sunset.
We do. Congrats to him. Elijah, make that special. Could be his thing, right? That was a good fight.
Oh, yeah. That's good.
What's funny, as I said, I was talking to Ryan, he said, I think he's got a weakness on the ground. However, I don't want to take it there. I would rather get a flashy knockout to finish it as my end fight, but I'll take what's given.
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw it when Ryan had his back, standing. Ryan kind of looked at the camera and smiled like, okay, I guess I'll do it,
Yeah. and I knew as soon as he had that game was over. That arm came in so fast.
Oh, yeah.
Matt Jones has put a stop to this contest. 47 seconds in the first round. Due to winner by tap out to rear naked choke, Ryan Carroll!
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to give it up for a man that we've known for a long time. Ryan, the Ronin, Carroll! My friend, we've seen you here at New Line for quite a number of years. I remember you wrapping my hands for my first fight ever. I think that this is your retirement fight. This is your ride off into the sunset. I want you to talk me through it. What does this moment feel like? And to get it in such a beautiful victory.
Hey, you know, first off, thanks, Cameron. Appreciate it. You know, without the other fighter, we wouldn't make the fights happen, right? The guys got plenty of balls coming in here with me. But hey, I appreciate y'all coming out, watching us. Like, keep the entertainment alive, right? But so anyways, sorry, I'm a long-winded fucker. So, hey, I wouldn't be here without the people that I train. Like, these motherfuckers make me better. I'm maybe their coach, but I just own that gym, right? Like, and this is like the mentality all you coaches should have. You know, they train me. I don't necessarily train them. They make me better. Okay, so if I can put any message out there, let your gym people train you, right? Don't be so stubborn and bullheaded. Let these motherfuckers show you some shit, right? Be humble. But, hey, I'm not sure if this is my last fight. I know I said this 6 months ago, and BKFC called me up again for a second fight, so we'll see. But if this is my last one, hey, I want to go out riding on the sunset on this high, right? So, hey, give it up to NLC, Keith, Elijah, all these people here, okay? Thank you, guys.
It's been an absolute pleasure finally getting to see you compete live. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to give it up for a legend in West Virginia combat sports, Ryan Carroll.
At Dutch Miller Automotive, we've grown quite a bit over the last 60 years, but our core principles remain the same. We believe in treating our customers and our team members like friends and family, and we see it as our obligation to give back to all the communities we are so fortunate to do business in. In just West Virginia alone, we've grown from one location on the west end of Huntington to 10 rooftops employing more than 500 Mountaineers. Check out the inventory from all of our stores at DutchMillerAuto.com. Dutch Miller Automotive Group, West Virginia proud.
And then he grabbed the leg, and if he couldn't get my leg, he would shoot for an ankle pick. And he's really smooth with that ankle. So if Devin can keep it standing, I think Devin will do well. Devin will touch him a lot.
But from experience, how hard is it to keep it standing against Jason Wilson?
He's very smooth. If you haven't been doing a lot of wrestling, a lot of takedown defense, Jason's going to get you down. That fight against Jason actually made me that as soon as I went back to the gym, all right, I need to work on takedown defense. You know, I need to work everything like that.
How much credit do you give Jason Wilson for changing your game, for improving you as a fighter? That fight, I feel like, was a big moment for you.
Oh yeah, I mean, honestly, before that, man, I was piecing everybody up, and you know, I feel as if in my fight with Jason, no disrespect to him, I pieced him up quite a bit, but he took me out of my element. You know what I mean? He took me to the ground. He held me there. You know,
But damn it, give it to.
Yeah. And we see Devin Stanley, our interim champion, stepping into the cage as he steps around. Devin Stanley's a very confident man.
Oh, yeah.
He's a guy who was a lot like you when you faced Carroll. He's not faced any adversity so far in his career. He's passed every test with flying colors.
But the thing is I don't think Devin has fought anyone who is a good wrestler like Wilson. The one thing I will give Devin, he is really good at staying long. He does do well at staying long.
Well, you know, I think we know what Devin's trying to do in this fight. I think he wants to keep it on the feet, and I think he wants to strike. But we know Devin has sharp jiu-jitsu as well. He's been training with you for quite a while, Butch.
Yeah, so, you know, here's the thing about Devin. Just like all of us, we've got busy lives. You know, he comes in the gym when he can come in the gym. Doesn't necessarily take classes, so I can't really comment on.
It's hard having Butch Hiles call your fight when he's your coach because he will call you out for not being in the gym.
Butch Hiles, next time one of his fighters fights, you know, he comes in the gym and he trains pretty good, but he never wears deodorant.
Yeah, well, you know, I just, you know, when you're there for as long as some of these people have been, and they could be purple, brown belts, black belts, and they're not.
Well, I've rolled with Devin.
That's what it is.
Devin's sharp on the ground. Devin's sharper than I expected him to be because I've known him as a striker for so long. But
here's the thing. Devin is working hard. You've seen his corners. Benji Clear, who was a great fighter, great trainer. Mike Diaz, great fighter, great trainer. Both very good people. You know, he's been training a little bit with Griffin, with those guys there.
Jason Wilson having a moment here before he steps into the cage. Jason's a guy I have a ton of respect for. He got pissed off when he saw that Devin Stanley had won this interim title. He was on Facebook commenting. He's like, I'm not going anywhere. He's like, he's the champion. I'm the champion.
Gentlemen, here we have the main event of the evening. But don't forget, the action doesn't stop after this bout. This one's for a lightweight mixed martial arts championship belt. 3 3-minute rounds. Introducing first, out of the blue corner, he is Devin Stanley. His opponent out of the red corner, introducing Jason Wilson.
Here's what I will say. I haven't got to see Devin train a lot. I do know that he's training with some people. I wish that I got to see his takedown defense and his jiu-jitsu. I cannot comment on it, but we're going to find out. Well, he knows what he needs to do. Let's see if he can do it.
I very rarely will pick a fight. I very rarely will, but I've been having a feeling about Jason in this one just because he's such a grinder.
Well, he's definitely stalking him down.
You know, after he fought you, he fought a guy named Rochelle Peebles. Yes. Who's a guy that I've had my eye on for a while. Rochelle is a violent knockout artist.
Oh, yeah, I like it.
Jason handled him. I thought that Jason might get cracked in that one. And he's just so good at getting you down and controlling you. But so far, Devin Stanley is still on the feet. This first round will tell the tale.
It was a good takedown defense in the first 30 seconds, but we got a long round to go. And look, he's in deep.
Yeah, this
is
it.
If your defense is a guillotine, you're going to get taken down. And unfortunately,
run the pipe.
It looks like his defense is a guillotine.
And we've seen Devin does have a sick guillotine. He's tight on it too.
He's got to pull it up high, but he's lost it. But he cleared it. All he needs to do is get his hips out and push away, and he should be good. Well, Devin's doing the right things. Listen, just because he hasn't trained with me doesn't mean he hasn't trained with the right people. And Mike Diaz and Benji Clear are great trainers.
Well,
I just can't comment on his training.
Something that surprised me about Devin when I grappled him is what a talented wrestler he is. You know, I never knew much about Devin as a grappler. And there he goes, taking down Wilson. That's huge.
Yeah. Well, I will say this, 100%, and he deserves credit. Everything that you see Devin doing, even though my name's on the thing, is from Hunter Jones. Hunter Jones has taught him stand-up, wrestling, taught him takedown, taught him the clinch. And look, he could grind this round out by being on top.
Here's my question. Has Wilson been on his back?
I don't think so. Anytime you see a guy like him, typically, that's such a comfortable wrestler, they're not training off their back.
Right, and Devin has a really nice darce.
Well, Devin's letting him switch this around, unfortunately.
Here, for the Wilson's got a hold of that leg.
That's what I'm saying.
But he's getting hammered here.
It shouldn't matter because I think Devin's going to end up on the bottom here in a second. Yeah. And that was my point.
But look here. Beautiful defense here by Stanley.
Kind of. He needs to get a double.
Get that underhook.
That's what I'm saying. He needs a deeper underhook on his left side.
He's caught. He's going down.
Yeah, Wilson is relentless with
Wilson is deep on this, and he's going to dump him.
And
he doesn't.
He doesn't. And there's 30 seconds, right? If Devin could ride out this round, he's won the round.
Oh, for sure.
However, that's the part of the grappling there. Look, he had a great takedown. He had a great side body. There should have been a little bit more control. If he can work on his ground game a little bit more, Devin's going to be really, really hard to deal with.
Devin is looking.
He's looking great.
A lot sharper than I imagined.
He's looking great. He's been training with the right people.
Which I knew Devin had a wrestling back, but
I'm going to tell you what, Hunter Jones has switched everybody at our gym. He's made us all better, including making himself better. Let's see the adjustments that are made.
I see a frustrated Jason Wilson right now. I see a Jason Wilson that is not confident.
Yes.
I do too.
I said that first round will tell the tale, and the fact that Devin Stanley never once ended up on his back is very, very promising.
Well, how shocking was it for you two to see Devin Stanley get the takedown?
That caught me off guard.
I think
it caught everybody off guard.
I think it changed everything.
And honestly, when I started training with Nick Brown, up at All American MMA, the first thing he said to me was, "In your last fight, why didn't you take that guy down?" It's the first thing he said. And, that's exactly what Devin just did. So,
well, sometimes when you wrestle a wrestler, it throws them off.
Yeah.
And I think we could definitely be seeing that here. If Devin can keep this up, there's no way he's not going to win this fight because he's got the advantage on the feet. I don't see Jason hurting him on the feet.
Well, his corner man right there is Benji Clear, who was a wrestler, who fought MMA. So he probably can tell him some very good stuff. Here's what the guy's looking for. This is what he's looking to do. Here's what I need you to do. So let's see how round 2 goes. Round 1 went to Devin.
Jason was so close to getting that.
But Jason he looks determined now. Look at that. Look at that.
He's almost
too
concerned with that takedown.
But look,
he needs to set it up.
But like Devin's getting too excited. This is the part that you need somebody to say, hey, listen. Back up.
Relax.
Calm down.
Relax.
Yeah. Just because you blocked it in the first 30 seconds don't mean you've got 2.5 minutes to go.
Exactly.
That's one thing about Jason Wilson. It's difficult to be one-dimensional in this sport, and he's always looked a little wooden on the feet. If he can't get you to the mat, he's going to struggle. Oh, man, those knees to the body were hard. And a head kick. See how uncomfortable Wilson looks here in this exchange?
Devin's piecing him up here a little bit. He's measuring him. He's measuring him.
This shot hurts him. And Devin's looking to close the show.
Back up, Devin. You need to back up a little bit, buddy. Back up. Back up. You're going to get taken down. And he's getting taken down. You need to back. This is where I'm saying.
And he ends up on bottom, though. What a wild scramble. Jason Wilson's hurt. He's hanging on for dear life right now.
I feel like Devin could probably get a rear naked now. He's in a crucifix position.
He's letting him drag him to the mat again.
Or he's in a takedown position. He's also got an arm bar right now.
And we saw Denzel Chapman end up in this crucifix against Wilson.
You can go for an arm bar right here. He's got a beautiful arm bar.
Swing the leg over.
Yeah.
I don't think he wants to lose top position.
I don't think so either. However, or back up. Look, he just gave him both legs.
And he's punishing the body. This is over. This is over, ladies and gentlemen.
It's going to be over.
That is it. TKO victory, Devin Stanley. He steals the title from Jason Wilson. Beautiful. I doubted him myself. I didn't know how he would stack up against a wrestler of this caliber. He passed with flying colors.
He did well.
Still undefeated. Still looking unstoppable. Devin Stanley.
Telling you guys, those body shots to a grounded opponent work so well.
They do. Once he found an opening, he never stopped, right?
He did the right things. He fed him his hips. He pushed him off. He did exactly what he needed to do.
Can you believe that we have 6 fights left?
We still have 6 fights.
I mean, that was the main event, but we still got some fights to go.
I just want to say I like that Keith puts that on. I like that Keith puts the main card first because you see all these people leave after all these fights.
Ladies and gentlemen,
when the main event should be everybody should be watching that.
We have a referee stoppage due to strikes at 142 in the second round. For your winner and new champion, Devin Stanley.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your new champion, Devin Stanley. My friend, you were the interim champion before. Now you're the champion. This is a tough, tough matchup. Very tough opponent. I'll be the first one to say I didn't know how it was going to go. You've never faced a wrestler of that caliber. You shut him down. Talk me through it.
I was already the champion. All glory to God. I want to thank my team from Butch House, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and MMA. We got a great team there. I want to thank Benji Comaine. I want to thank my father, Tim Klein, Mike Dyes, Hunter Jones, Butch Howells, all these guys. And I want to thank the sponsors from back home. I want to thank them, all the sponsors from Gilbert, West Virginia. Thank you very much. And thank you to my team. I love you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up to your new champion, Devin Stanley.
At Dutch Miller Automotive, we've grown quite a bit over the last 60 years, but our core principles remain the same. We believe in treating our customers and our team members like friends and family, and we see it as our obligation to give back to all the communities we are so fortunate to do business in. In just West Virginia alone, we've grown from one location on the west end of Huntington to 10 rooftops employing more than 500 Mountaineers. Check out the inventory from all of our stores at DutchMillerAuto.com. Dutch Miller Auto.
I see the crowd emptying now little by little. That's why we wait, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Intermission, 5-minute intermission. Go ahead and make those last-minute pit stops. Check out the merch table over there. Get your Brawl at the Bridge 2 t-shirt, crew neck, sweatshirt, long sleeve shirt, all that stuff over there. Go see Tristan and the crew. Get your shirt. Don't miss out. Limited edition merchandise available over there. Get yourself some snacks as well. Also, we want a new Line Cagefighting. Would like to thank our sponsors that makes tonight's event possible. Dutch Miller Auto Group, Preston Dental, Black Cat, Mixed Martial Arts of Morgantown, Dr. DC Cannon, and Ground Zero Fighting Systems. Thank you.
At Dutch Miller Automotive, we've grown quite a bit over the last 60 years, but our core principles remain the same. We believe in treating our customers and our team members like friends and family, and we see it as our obligation to give back to all the communities we are so fortunate to do business in. In just West Virginia alone, we've grown from one location on the west end of Huntington to 10 rooftops employing more than 500 Mountaineers. Check out the inventory from all of our stores at DutchMillerAuto.com. Dutch Miller Automotive Group, West Virginia proud.
And we are back with our post-slim card. Standing in the ring is Demetrius Terry, and he's about to face off against James Toller in a heavyweight boxing match. These post-slim cards, these are the up-and-comers. Guys getting ready to make their name.
Rolling, ladies and gentlemen. We got a heavyweight boxing match for you. First up, out of the blue corner, we're taking a look at Demetrius Terry. His opponent fighting out of the red corner. Give it up for James Toller.
Gave it way up. Gave it all up.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. James Toller versus Demetrius Terry. Both guys making their debut here. Unknown quantities.
Listen. More heavyweights, so
you too, Fowler.
All making their debut. These guys, man, don't tell. I mean, one guy looks like a heavyweight, the other guy doesn't. But they are heavyweights.
Nice jabs from Demetrius Terry out of the gate.
Wow.
And overthrows that right hand, gets a little off balance. But it was a nice one, too. Just.
It was. The footwork there doesn't seem quite on it, right?
But you can see these are two guys just starting out.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I like Terry's instincts. He's doing well for a beginner. But he just got cracked. Toller coming back after him now. Not the cleanest shots, but he's a big boy.
Oh, yeah, you got to question the gas tank a little.
Woo! Jab snaps his head back there. Another one.
I mean, definitely two guys that are staying, within fighting range of each other, right? They're not jumping in and jumping out. They're right there ready to throw.
Toller has a chin on him because every time he gets his head knocked back, he just keeps marching forward.
Yeah, he's ready to throw right back, huh?
And that's frustrating. To just blast somebody and then see him just keep marching towards you. We saw that earlier in the night. We saw Austin Jules deal with that against Travis Schneider.
Wilson looking like his ribs are broken over there. See him right there?
Oh, geez.
He came over to the doctor saying his ribs are broke.
Oh, man.
Those were some brutal body shots earlier by Devin Stanley.
Yeah.
And, it's something we talked about. It's underutilized, going for that body. You see how devastating it can be. That's what dropped him.
Well, and to your point, right, even on the knockout, right, he spent more punches on the body than he did the head, which is unusual, right? If you're an amateur fight, they just headhunt, so.
Well, we saw Denzel Chapman get a stoppage by a TKO due to body shots in his pro debut not long ago.
Underutilized, as your wife said, too. Like, even in the female boxing match, you said, I wish that they're using more body shots than just hunting for the head. It's, as an amateur, you want to hunt the knockout, not knowing that this is wide open too, and it's going to expose other things for the knockout, or you can get a knockout from there.
For sure, and that, Heidi boxed for WVU for, I don't know, 3 or 4 years there. And that's anytime that we train together, she's always working body shots, and that's, it's something she enjoys. So the fact that you told me, she was saying that it's underutilized.
Yeah.
It's just hilarious to me.
You're like, I know. That's what she says all the
She
time.
always yells about body shots.
Yeah.
Because when I get in the gym and I'm sparring and stuff, I'll be honest, I headhunt sometimes.
Yeah, most of us do, right?
Yeah.
So really, your first fight, it was a romantic thing. You did it for her.
It was. Yeah, and then, so I asked her to marry me last year. I ended that fight with body shots. Then she asked me to marry her.
You know she's too good for you, right?
You're right. I'm too good for you though. So
It happens. Now there's two guys just swinging. Some for the body, some for the head.
Beautiful jab there by Terry. He's landed that all night. Another beautiful jab.
Ooh.
He's overthrowing that right every time.
He is, right, and it leaves him wide open, and I think that's what happened in the first round. Yeah, it's rough, right? You know, they're newer fighters. This is one of those things you got to look at for mistakes. The thought process is right. The execution is a little bit off.
He has a really pretty jab, though, for a beginner fighter.
He does. And I would argue the jab's great, right? He's just not following it up with anything after, like a double jab or a right hand. It's just a nice jab.
That's what's interesting to watch about these beginner fighters, though. You literally see them putting the pieces
that was
together.
a good right hook. That was very nice. No, it is. And that's why it's important for us as commentators to not be overcritical, right? Because we can't commentate as if we're watching Tyson Fury versus Francis Ngannou or, you know.
It helps me a lot when I'm commentating boxing not to be that way just because I'm terrible at it.
Well, that's another good point. Let's say, you know, as I am commentating, let's not pretend like I've got all the answers, because if you saw me out there, you'd probably be making fun of me too. So it's all good. It's easy to say these things when you're out here and nobody's really hitting you. But they look good.
I like watching beginner fighters, though, watching them like learn as they go. Like guys who you can see they've definitely never been in there before. They don't have all the tools, but they're putting them together right here in front of you.
you want to know one of my favorite things that they just did it actually about the guys that are very green when they fight. They'll clinch up in the middle of the round. The ref will separate them, and then they will stop the fight just to touch gloves again. And you see it so much, and it's just, you know, it's nice. I like the sportsmanship, but at the same time, like that habit eventually gets broken. You know?
Yeah, yeah.
Terry looks very tired here. You see Eric Mon and Brennan Goff in the corner.
Oh, yeah.
Two of our buddies. That's a sign, though.
Like he's got his hands over his head. They're both very tired. So.
He's got that bucket ready.
Yeah, yeah. This reminds me when I corner tough man / referee style fights. You just got to make sure you don't get puked on in between rounds.
Yep.
You know?
You see Stephen McBride there in the corner of Toller. Stephen is a good pro in his own right. We saw him take a bad loss in Huntington there, broken jaw. But
how's his jaw doing, by the way?
He's doing well, I think. I'm not sure if he's got to have surgery or not, but hopefully we'll see McBride back within, the next several months.
Two very tough guys, right? Learning their technique right now, but they're ready to fight, and they're definitely hitting each other. You know, they're in there, ready for war.
I think McBride has been focused on coaching a little bit, coaching these young guys like Toller, and he's focused on overcoming, he's part of Mountains of Hope, people overcoming addiction. And I think he's got a crew of guys that are working under him now, learning to fight. Toller's probably one of them.
You know, and again, we've talked about that a few times, but it's hard to live life and have a job and have a family and then also train people along as yourself, right? Something's going to take a back burner to the other thing. And I don't think, somebody that doesn't do all those things doesn't understand that. So it's very tough.
I think Toller is coming on stronger this round.
I agree.
I honestly think it's those beautiful blonde tips he's got going on.
Yeah, it took a lot of extra effort.
He definitely has the style advantage. He's got the blonde tips. He's got the tattoos.
Oh, yeah.
There's more going on there.
Oh, yeah. He is styling and profiling.
I've always been a fan of the cup on the outside.
Oh, yeah.
Just need to let people know it's got to cover a lot of real estate.
No, the boxing, I never really cared for those cups because I've kickboxed for so long.
Yeah.
And the boxing gym I go to, there's a guy that wears one every time he comes in. I asked him, and I was just like, dude, why do you wear that big thing? He told me, he said, dude, this actually helps against body shots too.
It does. Yeah,
I
that's a good
never
point.
realized.
Yeah, like people like George Foreman back in the day, and then they would pull it up past their belly button, right, and cover the kidneys and everything else, and quite frankly, the refs would let it go. They just let it. Yeah, they'd be like, well, I know his stuff's up here, but this is the, whatever. So it still means they're safe.
Yeah. It's almost like wearing a kick shield on,
Absolutely. It's a little cheating measure,
And you see the end of the fight there. How do you guys think it went?
I think the first round was definitely Terry, but I think the Toller came on strong toward the end of the second round, especially the third round.
Yeah. After that Brendan Kelly decision, I don't know what to think anymore. Now, we kind of all knew that was going to go down. I think everybody's tapped out.
Speed along.
And here we'll see the official decision as these two brand new boxers look for their first win.
Judges have reached a decision. After 3 rounds of action, we've come to a split decision. For your winner, out of the blue corner, woo, Demetrius.
This is a tough fight. His technique made him look a little like you could see where maybe some people wouldn't give it to him because he's a little off balance, but I think they did the right thing.
I don't know. I still like the blonde tips.
So next up we have Chaz Blevins versus Javante Myers. Javante Myers is a really interesting guy. He got into this sport to raise awareness about mental health and about addiction, and he's a very inspiring figure.
Well, yeah, he's very inspiring, but on another note, I want to say one more time, we would not be here without Dutch Miller Auto Group, Precision Dental, Black Cat MMA, and DC Cunanan. Without them, we wouldn't even know who these people are.
That's what's inspiring to me.
No, I'm playing, but
the prices of these pre-owned cars at Dutch Miller, that's inspiring.
It is. Listen, I'm going to tell you a little story here. I dropped off my car 2 months ago to get my air condition fixed. They gave me this loaner car. I've been driving it so long. I need an oil change. I probably need my tires changed.
He just never brought it back.
I feel like they forgot to ask for the goddamn car back. That's how good that place is.
Dutch Miller. They'll give you a damn car.
Yeah, they'll just load it in your car.
Actually, they've been on the hunt for Butch Hiles for 2 months.
Butch Hiles is wanted right now for auto theft.
Yeah, there's probably a warrant out for my arrest, but props to Dutch Miller. It's all good.
So here we see Javante Myers come into the ring.
I like the music.
And Javante Myers, he's got a record of 0-0, but I think he's been doing a lot of underground fighting, gloves up, guns down type thing. And I've heard he's got a lot of talent. And I think that's why he got into this. He got into this to raise awareness about, what's going on in the neighborhood he's from. There's a lot of people, falling into bad lifestyles. He's using boxing as a way to show people that you can overcome that.
Well, and that reminds me of the earlier interview we had with A.R. Green, who's fighting in a couple of fights. It's very similar, right? Very similar story. And quite frankly, that was the best interview we had all night. He was very inspiring. it was nice to hear him talk about, rap battles get very intense. I figured I need to learn how to fight, something I never thought I'd heard come out of somebody's mouth. It's true, though. Listen, as somebody that can barely speak, I don't think I'm going to ever have a rap battle. So that's probably what would happen. Just so that I could pretend I won the rap battle, I'd probably slap somebody. So AR Green has really come through in making me feel like I've missed out on these rap battles.
And here comes Chaz Blevins with a very interesting walkout song. I like it.
It's very inspiring. Look at him come. Reminds me of the old Mike Tyson days if he had black shorts on.
Oh, yeah.
He got just a throw over on.
Yeah. And then just some random t-shirt.
And Chaz Blevins is walking in with a 1-0 record. These are two dangerous-looking men.
They are. These are giant people. These are the kind of people that lay you down with one punch. There's Brandon Kelly. So one of these must be his guys. They're very excited.
Yeah, Chaz Blevins, I believe, trains at Brendan Kelly's gym in Lexington, Kentucky. And they also train under
More heavyweight
Becca
boxing
Robinson
action.
there. I saw.
Coming to you out of the blue corner, he is Javante Myers. Squaring off against his opponent out of the red corner. Give it up for Chaz Blevins.
Eli Hawkins just put some stank on that last.
Some stank.
Old Eli.
Javante looks fired up and ready to go.
There we go.
Beautiful jab out of the gate by Javante Myers.
Ooh. He leans back, though. He lifts his chin when he gets into a combo.
And he got cracked with an overhand there. And another. It's interesting. We've yet to see Blevins throw his lead hand. He's thrown 2 overhand rights. And now he switches stances and throws the right again.
Yeah. And it's always interesting with amateurs. Like, you don't know if they're switching stances because they're good at it or they just think that they can do it.
Well,
right?
you can definitely see that Chaz Blevins favors his right.
Yeah, well, again, most of us would like to put our right foot forward because our hand's going to be a lot faster. But does that really give you the power in the background? You know what I mean? Like,
there was a nice left hook, though, from Blevins. First time we've seen a shade of that left hand.
And then actually, even that uppercut, that was pretty right there.
Blevins' head movement is phenomenal.
Yeah, he looks very good.
I think earlier he was loading up a little too much. Now he's kind of getting smoother.
Yeah,
and
seems like he fought the groove.
He looks a lot different.
And look at that angle he got right there on the side there for a second. Didn't do much with it, but...
Ooh, nice straight right by Javante.
I think he caught him in the throat on that one.
Throat punch from Javante Myers. And a right hand. Sneaky right hand followed by an uppercut. These guys are talented. Beautiful jab from Blevins.
Yeah. Blevins has got some good combos, right? Look at that.
I like the same side he's throwing. He threw the uppercut and the hook.
He's putting those punches together, and he's ripping to the body right now.
Yeah, look at that. Nice little short right.
Yeah, even through this headset, I heard Myers, I heard his breath leave for a second when he got that body shot.
That looked good. The thing about these heavyweights, though, when they start putting those punches together, it kind of makes the other rounds a little bit less, right? But they look good. I mean, that was a good combination. That was a good round.
I got to say, I'm of course, I'm biased. I'm very fond of my ring name, but Chazmanian Devil.
It is pretty nice.
Pretty high up.
Yeah, it is pretty nice. It's hard to argue with that one.
Yeah, I saw it on his shirt and I was like, okay, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
For those who don't know, Denzel Chapman's ring name is Chupacabro.
That's a lie. Elijah's is the Eggman from Sonic the Hedgehog.
What is your ring name? I know it's something stupid.
Oh, it's beautiful. Hillbilly hand grenade.
Oh, yeah. The Trailer Park Boy, Denzel Chapman.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
Look at the Philly shell. There for a second. There he goes again.
I was waiting on that big.
And that's the thing about the Philly shell. It leaves you open for the overhand right. You know, if you can take it, it's not a big deal if it's hitting you on the forehead. But if you kind of mess up, it's the one thing that will land on the Philly shell consistently is an overhand right.
Oh, yeah.
And we saw the Philly shell used beautifully not long ago by Francis Ngannou against Tyson Fury.
Yeah, and ironically, it's getting more, you know, like Floyd Mayweather and all those guys have used it for years. And I would say, ironically, it's getting more, like, I guess, popularity because of Sean Strickland for some reason. I don't know if people just finally
It's
understand
strange,
what's going
too. I never thought the Philly shell was effective in MMA. I've always thought that it was a bad style for MMA, but you see Strickland made it work against.
I think it works
Whoa,
well. if you're-
What happened there?
Interesting. It was more of, that was a good call. It's more like he just got, but now you need
I
to
don't-
start calling it a takedown once you can't get up, right?
I think that I think the Philly shell works in MMA as
He
long as you're
was
going against the striker.
Really
Yeah,
slow
yeah.
to get up there. I didn't see what took him down.
It
If he
wasn't
was off
much.
balance or if he got caught.
I think it's more a little bit exhaustion.
You know, guys, and we see a lot in this. You know, these guys, they roll super low.
Yeah.
So you can get away with that in boxing. MMA, kickboxing, you can't get away with that as much.
Yeah. And that's why people don't understand why it's hard for an MMA guy to go to boxing only, right? Because the things that you can do there are not things you can do boxing, and vice versa, right? Like, that's why it's kind of ignorant that we're still having this talk of.
I think the problem with the Philly shell is you see people doing it wrong. You see a lot of amateurs trying to do the Philly shell that don't know how to shoulder roll and don't know how to use that
Yeah.
shoulder for defense.
Of course.
And that's how they end up getting cracked by that overhand over and over.
Look at him
and over.
coming on here. Look at
This
that.
is the beginning of the end.
Look at he's a defeated man there in between.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not how you want to end
I
the
think
round.
I worry that if he's gonna answer the bell at this one.
I think he was saved by the bell there.
For sure.
You could see there that Blevins smelled blood, was pouring it on.
Ref Tim was right there. I think he was about to step in.
Yeah. Well, I would argue if he started the third round how he started ended that they probably called the fight.
Oh,
right?
for sure.
And that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was worried about the bell being answered.
Yeah, part of that's exhaustion, I'm sure, and part of being a heavyweight, right?
Yeah. I mean, he came out, he put on, as good as he could. All hats off to him. But you could tell, there at the end, he was really hurt.
He just won, bro. Go get him.
Also, real quick, I want to give a shout out to the most handsome corner man that was here tonight, my man Brandon Swaney.
I can't click it, I make fun. You show us ever. Back when it was just me before I had my son to help me or Xavier or anybody to help me, I would come up all the fight, like non-stop. People stop.
I think we're having a microphone problem over there.
After the blue corner failed to answer the bell for round 3, we have a winner declared, Javante Myers. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. That's Chaz Blevins. Chaz Blevins is our winner.
He was
Sorry,
like,
Chaz.
"What in
Good
the
work
world?"
tonight.
He said, no, hold on. That ain't me.
It's funny. Everybody always says love them when they're young. Sometimes that's back deep. That's here.
So Nicholas Lyons, haven't we seen him fight before? I feel like we have, right?
We have indeed. Nick Lyons, I believe we have seen in MMA.
So I'm thinking.
But now we're going to see him in his boxing debut. And he will be stepping into the cage against Isaac Mitchell, who is also making his debut.
Well, he looks confident.
He does. He's taking it all in.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, we know Nick Lyons well. We saw him twice now in MMA. That first fight, you remember he had a close arm triangle. He almost won it. Then his opponent came back and beat him. TKO'd him. The second fight was a little bit tougher. I guess he's switching it up now. I think he's going to make a go of it as a boxer, but he's tough. We've seen that. And we've seen him come very close to victory. Looking for that first win.
I just really like the rolled down socks. I love it. Old school.
And I've always said this, you can't go wrong with an AC/DC walkout. You just can't.
You'll win pro debuts with it.
Denzel Chapman doesn't.
I walked out to Hell's Bells by AC/DC.
I don't remember that.
That's because
I thought you were coming out to Lowrider.
No,
War.
no, I walked out and you were just mesmerized by these Hispanic kids.
So here we go. We have Isaac Mitchell versus Nick Lyons. Isaac we've not seen before. He's an unknown quantity, but he looks very calm. He looks very confident.
He's got the boxing boots.
Let's keep it
on.
right
I
on
like it.
rolling, ladies and gentlemen. Our next bout's a cruiserweight boxing match. We have out of the blue corner, the Army vet, Nicholas Lyons, versus out of the red corner, he's going to be taking on Isaac Mitchell. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen.
Look ready to go.
Oh, big straight right from Nick Lyons out of the gate.
Isaac coming out the southpaw stance. Especially an amateur, that's very hard to figure out.
Oh
right?
yeah, and he's keeping dominant footing. You know, if you watch him when he starts stepping in, he'll back up and circle to the left, but when he comes in, he circles to his right.
The only complaint I have on Lyons is you see that right, and his right foot comes way off the ground, so that means there's no power whatsoever on that right hand.
Yeah.
See, there he comes again, but walked into a solid straight left there.
You can definitely see that Mitchell is the more technical boxer.
Yeah, he seems more calm as well.
But Lyons has more combat experience. Lyons has been in there 3 times in MMA. So that does give you an edge. Just the fact that you've actually made that walk.
Oh, yeah. I would like to see them throw once they separate from their clinches.
Yeah, Mitchell's got, you know, good head movement.
He has a nice jab. He's just throwing from a little far away.
Yeah. Well, and there's definitely a tell sign too on Mitchell too. Like before he throws his jab, it drops below his chest level. You can definitely tell, like it's right on his chin right now, or his cheekbone, and then as soon as he starts to throw, it comes down to his chest.
That's one of those beginner mistakes.
Yeah, both of his hands do that.
And you know, you'll see a lot of guys at beginner level too. When they get done throwing the punch, they'll roll that.
Absolutely. Yeah, we call that like, or I did the choo-choo train, right? Like chugging along. But it's another thing to kind of watch on those guys.
You guys be sick.
It was a close first round there.
We're all at some restaurant now. Okay. I was just a street puncher.
Yeah, that was a pretty close round. I think that one could have went either way, honestly.
No guy had any big moments.
Yeah. I think, you know, first round, they need to get the timidity out of the way. And I think they'll, you know, if they start actually bringing their feet with their punches a little more and being more aggressive, I think they'll find success there.
Well, I think you can definitely see it with Isaac Mitchell. It's his first time in there. He's a little bit gun shy because of it. He's throwing from too far away. Once he gets comfortable, I'd say it'll be a different fight. And Lyons is just not very technical.
Yeah, I think that Mitchell, I think he needs to realize, and Ryan Carroll, you know, very experienced guy, he might be telling him, hey, you have to take some chances. You know, you can't throw those from so far out. You have to get the punching range. You know, you could get hit there, but that's how you're going to hit it.
But look at Lyons jump off that stool. Yeah. He's ready to go. He don't even know what's going on right now. Look at him. I don't know who he's looking for, but they're not there.
Who else is coming?
Lyons always fired up in game, though. Every time we've seen him compete, whether he comes out on top or not, he's a fighter.
No, and that's what we like, man. I've got to appreciate those guys that are signing up for every fight, and they're trying to get better, and they're trying to win, and they're a fighter, right? That's the thing. As you said, there's a lot of skilled people in here that don't necessarily have that fight gene inside of them, right?
There's some people who are much better coaches than they are
absolutely.
fighters. And there's some fighters who can't translate it to coaching at all.
Yeah, absolutely, right?
Oh, big right hand from Lyons, and that's the most significant shot of the fight so far.
Yeah, and Mitchell, you know, he shakes it off. He got his gloves.
Oh, and another big shot from Lyons, rocks his head back.
And this goes to what we say. Lyons is a gritty fighter. We've seen him fight before, and he draws you into a brawl. So even though he's not very technical, he's got him into a brawl, and that's where he's starting to look better, right? Because they're actually just
Mitchell has the tools to win this fight.
He does. But I would argue, right, that he doesn't have that, as they say, the young people say now, the dog in him, right? Like he looks a little like he's very technical, but he's not getting mad yet.
You got to get that fire under you. You got to realize I need to wake up. I need to take a risk here and make this a fight. You can't just try to outpoint somebody. It's a fight.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's the thing. You know, your first fight or two, you get hit hard. You know, that's what's going to decide. You either get upset, you get mad about it, you get more aggressive, or you get timid.
Yeah.
Beautiful job evading that shot, though. Nice head movement from Mitchell there.
When we saw that earlier with your guy, right, Travis, he had a rough first round. And then he walked to the second round. He's like, F this, I'm ready to go. And the second and third round, he made adjustments, and he looked like the guy.
Oh, yeah.
The thing about Mitchell I see here, though, is he's a kid who's becoming a boxer. Like you see, he's just getting started. Like, he had a tendency there to turn away when he got caught, and then he stopped himself and said, all right, he settled back in.
Give him another year or two, and he'll be a different person.
Absolutely. But again, I can't stress that enough. That's the point of this stuff, right? Like, we can't judge these people like they're fighting the UFC.
And I like watching him in the corner. Ryan Carroll's sitting down instead of him. Ryan Carroll took the stool instead of Mr. Mitchell.
No, and sometimes that's good coaching. I don't know if you guys remember back in the day, but Teddy Atlas would do that to Michael Moore when he had the heavyweight championship. He sat down and said, hey, man, if you're not going to fight, I'm going to sit on this stool.
Yeah.
Right? And he used it to aggravate the guy and to get him pumped up. And so used in the right situation, it could be great. Used in the wrong situation, they could just walk out of the ring.
That's what Ryan Carroll just said.
I hope so.
Ryan Carroll's right there we see on camera. He's giving him a great speech here. That's an experienced coach firing his fighter up.
I think he's telling him there, you know, you got to go.
Yeah. And you know, after that big win that Ryan had, he's pumped up and he's wanting everybody to be on there. That's the beautiful thing about a team. When the momentum gets going, the rest of the team gets going, right?
And that's another thing you could see in Mitchell.
But look at Lyons.
When he was in the Lyons, every round has come out like a house on fire. Yeah. And I think it throws Mitchell off.
It
I
does.
really do.
It's not very technical, but it does the job, right?
You know, I talked about this the last card. The last boxing match I had, I fought a guy that was a brawler. And he was just in my face the entire time. And it's weird dealing with that when you're training with guys who can box and you're just sitting back, you're actually boxing. Then you deal with somebody who's literally just right there. You can't sit back and throw.
Yeah, you have to cut an angle, create an opening, and then throw. You know, there's more steps to it.
Yeah, back in the 90s, when I could decide whether I was going to do the tough man, rough and rowdy route or the Golden Gloves route, I picked the Golden Gloves route for the exact same thing. I knew that those guys would be in your face and give you no space. And
Mitchell's pouring it on right now.
Oh, and Lyons looks confused.
And Mitchell stops him.
Yeah, shocking. Wow. He doesn't look like he's complaining. Did he ask for it to stop? It's interesting, right?
He shook his head no at one
I
point.
thought he was telling the ref not to stop it, but he's not complaining at all.
Interesting, huh?
Mitchell overwhelms him there, and that's a beautiful come from behind victory.
It is. Good
He
for-
figured it out. He found a way to win.
Yeah.
And like you said, like a year from now, this kid's going to have a lot of potential.
Oh, yeah.
Good for them. Uh-oh. Is Danielle doing the dinosaur dance over there?
You don't even know her name.
No, I don't, but
she's been around a lot longer than you, Butch Hiles. That's New Line Cagefighting's most veteran employee right there.
Well, listen.
And her name is Danny.
That's very
not
close.
Danielle.
You don't think that was close enough? I was right there.
You know, whatever Ryan said to Mitchell there really got him going.
That's true. Yeah, actually, we didn't make fun of it. We joked about sitting on the stool, but whatever he said right there, changed everything.
You know, Travis, the over talked to us earlier. I told you, he used to be my corner for every fight. And when I fought for my first title, it was a kickboxing title. At the third round,
We have a TKO stoppage in 1 minute, 1 second of the third round for your winner, Mr. Isaac Mitchell.
Absolutely.
I don't know what he was saying, but it was clearly one of those make you or break you speeches.
Yeah.
And we see him come out there and get the win.
He did his thing.
Yeah, and that's what I said. As fighters, we all remember those speeches. Same thing. I remember the current commission, Leon Ramsey, was my trainer back in the 90s. And I remember tearing my rotator cuff. I thought, I didn't even know what that was. I thought my arm was broke. So I couldn't even lift my arm. So I came into the corner after the first round. I was like, I think my arm's broke. And he said, are you going to quit? I said, no. And he said, well, then shut the F up. Let's go. No more talking about it. No more thinking about it. And it changed everything. So now I coach my fighters the same way. If somebody comes in and they're complaining, I'm like, what are you going to do about it? You going to quit? No? Well, let's shut up. Let's go.
Yeah.
And it changes the whole dynamic. And it was a great coaching lesson for me to be learned at that time.
You know, Josh Fowler says all the time to people, I've heard him say it many times, are you hurt or are you injured?
Absolutely. Yes, a big difference, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're hurt, you can keep going. If you're injured, we'll call the doctor.
Yeah.
Right?
And stepping into the ring now is A.R. Green. A.R. is a guy we talked to before the fights. He's got such a good attitude.
Does. My favorite interview, and I told him, just hear and listen, I heard 20 people talk, and just hearing him talk, there's something about it that I had to tell him, this is the best interview of the night, and I
think
really appreciate it.
he's real.
He's
very
raw.
Yes. Everything he said, you can relate to it because, he's a man who got into this, and it's a unique path he took. He was a rapper. He said, I was getting into these rap battles all the time. I was from a tough area. He said, I figured I better learn how to fight. And then he said he discovered so much about himself through boxing. He discovered what boxing can give to you. And now he said a lot of people from where he's from are quick to pull guns and stuff. He said, I'd like to put a stop to that. Maybe see if guys can actually start putting on the gloves and settling things.
And you gotta appreciate that. And the other thing he mentioned is he's taken some tough losses, but losses are a learning experience. And that's typically something you hear a coach or a trainer say, not a fighter.
Yeah.
Also, when he said it, I believed it.
Heavyweight boxing. We have out of the blue corner introducing Mr. A.R. Green. And out of the red corner, we have Philip Davidson from Van Sickle Boxing. Philip Davidson.
AR Green.
Oh, the right hand was not as good as his jab, but
he's pawing a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit head high. He's got to get that head down. The other guy, you know, he's getting caught with the jab, but his head's low, his chin's low.
He looks a lot more like he should.
Yes, exactly.
More defensively sound by far.
Well, he's covering his chin, right? And that's the big thing, right? So when AR goes back, he has a tendency to raise that chin up.
Yep.
Which nullifies all the good work he's doing, because if he gets caught with one shot, it's going to land a lot more damage than anything else.
AR has speed. And
He
you can
does.
see he's got power.
He
But
does.
You can also see that he's not quite there technically.
Yeah, but that was a good left
check
hook. Yeah, it was very nice.
His punches are coming from weird angles too. It's hard to prepare for a guy who throws from the hip like that.
Yeah,
absolutely. And
caught him again.
And like you said, he's just fast. Ironically, the left hand is super fast. The right hand's not very good so far, but the left hand looks beautiful.
The big thing though about fighting with your hands at the hip, though, you can get caught.
Yeah. Well, and I could see this fight being like a lot of the other fights where a guy dominates the first round and the other guy kind of starts figuring stuff out.
AR's doing a great job of staying on his bike. He's getting just out of the way of these counters. He's very long. If he can utilize that length, he won't have to keep his hands up.
Yeah, and like we said on some of the other fights, he's not going straight back. He's circling to his right. He's circling to his left. So he's not getting pinned against the cage, which is paramount so far.
Mm-hmm.
And that lightning fast jab is beautiful. Look at that, right? It's beautiful.
I think if he could work on cutting some angles here, he'd be really sharp.
Well, he's got a lightning fast jab. If he would sit down on a hard right after it, man, it would be beautiful.
Oh, yeah. And I think the other kid, even though he's having to chase him quite a bit, I think he needs to also, feint a couple of times.
Yeah.
Throw some feints. Don't just throw punches every time. Feint a couple of times to get him to bite on those feints and then throw.
Or, you're exactly 100% right. Or the other thing would be to throw a solid overhand right, make him, cover up, get on the inside, and then start working some stuff, right?
Yeah.
So far, again, a bunch of these fights we've seen are first round just like this. They made adjustments in the second round, and they came out different. We'll see if this happens. And so far, the difference in the fight is the lightning fast jab and hook from AR.
Oh, yeah. He landed that hook and that jab quite a bit.
Yeah.
You want to know a big difference in this fight here, though? I see in the corner of AR Green, he's got Eric and Brennan, who are our guys. So he didn't come down here with anybody. He's on his own. You see Chad Van Sickle in the corner of his opponent. Oh, that's a great camp. They've got a lot of great fighters.
Chad Van Sickle's name's been involved in a lot of fights tonight.
Yeah. They came heavy tonight, had several guys on the card, and everybody's looked good. Jonah Atkins took a loss, but heck of an effort.
AR Green's still landing that jab and that hook. Look at him go.
And, Davidson,
look at that.
He, Green is circling well. He's not getting pinned against the cage. If Davidson would actually just take a step to his right.
Nice shots by AR Green.
Cut the ring off, cut the movement down. You kind of know which way he's going, right?
Yeah.
And all you're going to do is cut that off. Easier said than done for us watching, but
I'm really impressed with AR Green's hand speed.
He's looking really good tonight. I mean, again, his power punches don't look so crisp, but his lead hand looks wonderful.
Oh, yeah. He just landed a good quick uppercut, push off, and got out.
He looks nice and chill. Another Philly shell, more or less, right? He's not covering with the shoulder, but he's got the same kind of stance.
You got to give it up to a guy, too, who's doing it on his own, who doesn't come from a big camp, who's figuring things out.
Very true. Very true.
And one thing that I'll say, he is keeping his hands low, which is always a huge risk. But anytime, he reads the guy's punches. When a punch comes from the right side, he rolls his face that way, and it mitigates, some of the damage it does.
You're right, yes. The only critique that I have is just that right hand. When he throws it, he lifts the right foot up, and it's a little sloppy. But the left's beautiful.
Tonight.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, got caught a little bit with the right, but no power. Oh. Mike Tyson uppercut coming at you.
He threw that to Jesus.
Yeah.
So tell me this. What's Davidson need to be doing?
Oh, wow. What a right. I think that rocks Davidson.
Nice shot.
I think Davidson needs to cut him off. You know, he's chasing. I think he needs to step out and cut him off.
Yeah, and I think we agree. I think Davidson's got the better style, right? But he doesn't have the footwork, even when he's walking forward, right?
He's getting tired as well.
His right foot. You don't walk like that as a boxer.
How exhausting is it to chase somebody?
Yeah, it's extremely exhausting.
It could be exhausting, but there's a lot of people that actually get more exhausted backing up.
Yeah.
Right? Stalking somebody sometimes is better.
You see A.R. Green, though. He's looking fresh right now. And Davidson is sucking wind.
He is.
And it's from constantly following A.R. Green, trying to catch up to him.
And I think the thing that it's also a big factor, you know, earlier we saw somebody backing up on the entire fight with nothing coming back. AR is stopping, he's backing up, and then he's shifting his weight, and he's throwing the hook, he's throwing the jab, he's still hitting it.
Yeah. And I can't say enough about the left hand work. It looks beautiful.
Yeah.
It really does. That left jab, left hook.
I think that Davidson has to stop chasing him. Either if he's not going to cut an angle, I would sit back.
Yeah.
Let him come to you. Change something up.
Stand in the middle of the cage.
I know when I like dealing with faster, more mobile guys, a lot of the time it can be so frustrating trying to chase them down that I would just stop. Just stop right in the center of the ring. Let him come to you.
It is. Almost like the earlier fight that we saw, I don't remember who, but you know, the guy lost, but where he was saying, "Hey, meet me in the center." The difference was they weren't really doing anything when they got there. The thought process was right. Come find me. But it wasn't really working out that way.
See, he's marching forward. Take a step back. Let him come to you some.
And that's the difference, right? He's marching forward, but he's getting jabbed every time.
A fight that we saw, you know, where I thought that the guy that lost was much more technically sound. Rob Mayerneck versus, what was the tall guy's name that he fought? Mayerneck fought for a title and lost. It was the first time Mayerneck lost.
Armani
Bellman. This is very similar.
Well, what's interesting about this is you compare it to a guy. There's A.R. Green's fighting with a spear right now. He's backing up and he's got that spear. He's the longer man. And you have Davison who's just slashing at him and hacking at him with his sword. He can't reach him now.
Right. But if you remember,
he needs to counter.
Yes. In the Mayerneck fight, he cut him off and he drove him into the cage, and then he got lots of damage output at that point. You know?
That's an interesting point. Like, we're fighting in a cage. We're not in the ring. You can trap somebody here.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. You could trap somebody in 8 corners. It's an octagon, right?
Yeah.
Like, but there's not enough footwork right now.
A.R. Green's doing a good job of keeping himself off.
Oh, that was his best one, too, of the fight right there. Why not?
That's the thing, too. You know, this is a lot more space to cover than a boxer's typically used to.
It's a big cage. We when we walked in, you know, my grapplers, because the grappling show, they're like, man, that's a lot of real estate.
Well, I would almost bet that guys from Chad Van Sickle's team are not used to fighting in the cage. They're training in a ring.
Yeah. Well, even if you train in a cage, this is a big cage. Like, I have a 20-footer at my gym, and this looks monumentally big. I don't know what size it is, but it looks a lot bigger than our 20-footer.
Even
30.
The difference is I've fought in a small ring and I've fought in a big ring. I hated it. I hated the big ring. It was horrible. Being a bigger guy who had terrible cardio, you want the small ring. You don't want to chase somebody around a 20-foot ring.
Yeah.
That's why I like when people just cuddle with me and I don't really have to do anything. That's why I picked the sport that I picked.
Perfect fight from A.R. Green. It really was.
It was. And listen, I tell you, after the interview, I can't say it enough, I became a fan of his. And I like, because most of these guys have a story behind them, but I heard his story today, and I like it.
He seems just like a very genuine human being. We see him there embracing his opponent, showing him respect.
All right, there's Danny doing the Irish clog. Look at her go. River dance. That's what they call that thing, right? River dance.
A.R. Green, man. Now he's getting down.
That's how the non-white folk do it.
I'm really
it's a lot better.
Proud to see A.R. Green back on the winning track.
Yeah, he's a great guy, man. He kicked some butt today. Great interview again. I can't say enough. Great fight. Jab, hook.
After
beautiful.
3 rounds
Keep
of action,
trying.
the judges have reached the unanimous decision. All 3 judges score in favor of your blue corner, A.R. Green.
And they
Yeah.
said blue. I was like, wait a minute.
Uh-oh. Fat Thor's up next, my man.
He's fighting Joe Perry.
Fat Thor, that is a wonderful
And speaking of that, we should once again thank our sponsors, Dutch Miller, Preston Dental, Black Cat MMA, and DC Cunanan.
That's inspiring.
Yes. I'm an inspirational kind of guy.
So we hear Gimme Shelter playing. That's a great walkout song.
Oh,
yeah.
And Dakota Fat Thor Begley, we saw him back in Lexington in a dogfight. It didn't last long, and he got clipped. Got caught.
Look at him come already. I mean, he looks like more than a man would ever be. He looks beautiful.
See, Dakota Begley trains under my friends there in Viper, Kentucky, Ken Beverly and Lee Spurgeon. Those are guys I've been training with for years. They've been putting in the work. Ken has been knocking on the door of the UFC for a long time.
I'm going to be honest, guys. That right there in Mingo County, that is what we would call a hoss cat.
That is beautiful. I love it.
Oh, another good one.
And here we see Joseph Perry. Joe Perry is an inspiring guy. We talk a lot about inspiration tonight. Joe inspires me. He's a guy who we've seen multiple times. We've seen him in MMA. His debut fight was against Alex Davis. And, you know, he took a beating there. Then he fought Matt Christ, who's a killer, who's a pro now. He's fought the first two guys he fought out of the gate are now pros. And then we saw him in this trilogy with my former student, Ronnie Schultz. They fought twice, had these great fights. And Joe is one of those guys, though, even though he's taken some hard losses, he loves the sport. He keeps coming back and getting better. And he looked amazing in his last
This
fight.
next fight is a heavyweight boxing match. Coming to you out of the blue corner, give it up for Dakota Fat Thor. Yes. And out of the red corner, his opponent, Joe Perry.
The blue corner, those do not look like sit-down clubs.
Joe Perry was a guy who started out self-taught, wasn't training with anybody. He took those first two losses. He's like, you know what? He could have quit, and he thought about it. I interviewed the guy. He's like, I thought about giving up. He's like, I just didn't. I had to keep trying. And here he's getting lit up.
Yeah, he is.
But
he weathered the storm.
Joe's real tough. And he's been dedicating himself to boxing now. He's been training with Eric Oden a lot, I've noticed. Training up at Elk River Boxing Club.
Again, these are guys, I mean, is he a southpaw or is he just switching stance, meaning Joe Perry?
I believe he is a southpaw.
Yeah, I think he's predominantly been in that stance. I think he switched to orthodox just for a second.
But Begley hits hard. Begley started out in a redneck brawl. Came right out of the gate with a knockout. And then, you know, he stepped into competition in MMA with us at New Line. That was a war he was in. It lasted 30 seconds, and he got clipped in the small gloves, got knocked out. But here he comes back, and he looks hungry, looking for another win.
Well, both guys look very, very technical, very seasoned. You can tell they've been in there before. I mean, this is not super sloppy. This looks pretty good. I mean, to be honest, right? For heavyweights, especially, too.
Ooh. Big right hand from Fat Thor there.
I mean, that's the thing. Thor is very aggressive, right? We can't take that away from him. And that's going to...
He's got Perry hurt, too.
Yeah, that's going to be big on the judges' cards right now.
Perry's tough, though. He's always really game.
30 seconds here. So far, I think Thor's got it.
The one thing I like about Perry, he always just looks, no matter if it's the beginning of the fight, middle of the fight, end of the fight, he always just looks fed up.
Yeah, that's
He's
a good
always
point.
just like, oh.
All right. That was a nice jab from Perry. And Thor lands a big right hand.
Oh,
big shot from Joe Perry, though. And another.
10 seconds left. He landed another one. I don't think he can steal the round, but he can definitely come on strong at the end.
He looks like the more technical guy.
He does.
But
I've seen that a lot.
He's getting overwhelmed with power and strength right now.
And that's what I've seen of the more technical guys is they're willing to cover up because they think they're safe, but they're losing the round.
Here's my question to you, though. Can Fat Thor, can Dakota Begley maintain that pace for 3 rounds?
That's what we're going to find out.
I think they can. I'm looking at Thor right now, and he looks good. I don't think his output was too crazy. I feel like he's getting good, like, advice from his corner. They're telling him to move off to the side.
Yeah, Lee Spurgeon was a former pro boxer himself, so he's definitely giving him the right advice. I've been telling him, keep doing what you're doing, man. You're overwhelming him. Get him up against the cage and piece him up because he doesn't seem to have an answer for it.
Yeah, and he looks calm over there, right? He's telling him that, pump that jab, move off to side. Same things we're saying. But he definitely won that first round just on aggression, right? This is the round that means something. If Thor comes in and takes this round, then the fight's over, right?
I think Joe Perry has got to stop him from getting him up against the fence. He needs to cut angles and stay out in the open. Try to keep the center of the cage.
But so far this has been the theme of the night in a lot of fights. Joe Perry looks very technical, but his punches don't have a pop to him, right?
Yeah.
So he's landing very good.
But more of a push.
Exactly. His stance looks good, but it's not doing any damage. So then Thor walks right through him and then just lands whatever, Uh-oh. Lost a mouthpiece here.
Uh-oh. He said, that's his, not mine.
that's a good break for two heavyweights, right? In any kind of break. And if you don't know your own mouthpiece fell out, I don't know what that says for you.
Yeah, that's a little sketchy.
I think Begley looks like the fresher guy, actually.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Well, his punches just got a lot of pop to him, right? Look at that. I mean,
I will say, I think his head high is stronger, too.
I think he's a hoss.
Yeah.
Hoss cat.
It's a good point, right? Look at that.
Oh.
Good right to the body, followed over the left to the head.
Oh, yeah.
Then Joe Perry's leaning quite a bit on his back foot, which is fine.
But when you throw that too, you have to extend. You have to transfer that weight forward.
Exactly, and that's the part I don't think he's doing. Do you agree? Like I feel like you're right. He's leaning back, but when the straight light or the straight left comes, it's just not have the pop on it because he's not leaning forward.
Well, you take a look at one of the greatest power punchers of all time, and like Jack Dempsey, he literally would fall into his shots. Like he's throwing himself into those shots, and we saw Brennan Kelly earlier in the night. That's how he throws his punches. Like he's throwing everything he's got into it.
And if you see, if you watch Fat Thor there, when especially when he had him up against the cage earlier, he turns his shoulder and his hip into his punches, and that's why he's having more success with it.
And I know Begley's putting in rounds with Ken Beverly all the time, and
that's good left by
from experience. Ken Beverly spars hard. He's been putting in hard rounds with a very talented fighter, and you can see he's comfortable in the pocket because of it.
Thor's still because he's not feeling the power. He just stalks him down and walks through everything, right?
Lee Spurgeon too, in his corner, is one of the meanest guys you'll ever spar. He's such a dick. Every time you spar him, he'll stick his tongue out at you. He'll laugh at you. He makes you want to punch him in the face so bad. I used to love training with Lee. He's one of those guys like you hate him. You like Lee, but you hate him. Lee's one of those guys, his pro boxing career, I know he's probably not happy about his record, but he took fights for money. He was one of those guys, like, he was fighting anybody at any time. He's a smaller guy. He took fights against some giants, and never shied away from anybody. And I like seeing him here coaching because he's got a lot of experience.
Who's Thor just waiting through the punches again. And I think that's a good advice. I just heard him say, let those hands go, Joe. And that's right. I think Joe, again, we've said it all night. He's been throwing some punches, but they don't have the pop on him.
There's the first knockdown of the fight, and Joe's hurt.
Yeah, that counted it.
It caught him behind the ear. I think it was definitely a knockdown.
Well, he's exhausted now, too, right? So let's see how he weathers the storm. It's a minute and a half left. That's a long time.
Yeah, and I mean, if I'm Fat Thor, I'm gonna be smart about it, but I'm gonna.
And all of us landed. Right, they should probably call the fight. And I say this because it's inevitable, right? At this point, let's save Joe from getting hurt, and they're not going to. But I feel like Joe would probably just take a knee here in a second.
Joe
tired.
needs to use his clinch here to survive.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, he's tired. I mean, look, props to him for fighting. His hair's in his face. He's giving it all he's got. But I feel like...
And he's still coming after him.
Yeah.
Joe's got a lot of heart.
He does.
That's why he's a guy I've always admired.
I admire him too, right?
Because I've seen him take such tough
There goes
fights.
his mouthpiece. That should be it. That's 3 knockdowns.
He's not going to... He's...
His mouthpiece is on the ground good.
Joe wanted to keep going. But, you know, he was overmatched. 22 seconds left.
Oddly enough, that was Thor's mouthpiece that went running. One more fight. These guys think they're the main event, so props to them for being in the main event tonight. You know?
Ronnie Schultz and James Estep. Ronnie Schultz is a guy who started training with me at Underdog Fight Academy. And
it's a great name.
I remember I kicked him in the head when I came down there and visited you guys one time. I mean, blasted him. And he looked at me and went, woo!
Ronnie is tough as nails. He got into this sport really late. He's almost at 40 years old right now. He knew all the medical testing that would happen if he didn't start fighting. So he just jumped in. I didn't know if he was quite ready for that first fight. And he fought Joe Perry. He took a loss there. He lost both fights to Joe. And Ronnie's a guy like, he's doing it for the love of it.
I'll tell you.
At this point, he's doing it because he likes doing it.
Referee stoppage at 1 minute, 33 seconds in the third round. Winner, Dakota Fat Thor Bagley out of the blue corner.
Then it'll be better for him.
I'll tell you something about Ronnie. Like, I'm shocked, tell you the truth.
At Dutch Miller Automotive, we've grown quite a bit over the last 60 years, but our core principles remain the same. We believe in treating our customers and our team members like friends and family, and we see it as our obligation to give back to all the communities we are so fortunate to do business in. In just West Virginia alone, we've grown from 1 location on the west end of Huntington to 10 rooftops employing more than 500 Mountaineers. Check out the inventory from all of our stores at DutchMillerAuto.com. Dutch Miller Automotive Group, West Virginia proud.
It's crazy.
He's like a cinder block.
Yeah.
Shaped like it and everything.
And here we see James Estep coming out.
Yeah, and you know, this guy, he's reached out to me a couple times. We're from the same area. He's reached out to me a couple times, asked me what I think he should do. I told him, I said, you need to get into an actual boxing gym, and you need to get your technique working.
I like Estep's attitude.
Yeah.
I've been friends with him on Facebook since I saw him fight last. Like, I really like just his approach to life. He seems like a good-hearted guy.
Oh, yeah.
And he's tough as nails. Like, he likes to fight.
Yeah, he's a wonderful guy, and he asked me what I think, and I told him, I said, you know, dude, you're a great guy. I think you need to.
I love this.
Fight of the night, knockout of the night, submission of the night. This was a tough, well, we had a couple that were tough, and we had some good fights tonight. So, knockout of the night. Devin Williams, if you're still in the house. Devin Williams. Maybe not. Got it. Fight of the night. This was a boxing match earlier in the night. An absolute war. Brennan Kelly and Dylan Murphy. Brennan's in the house.
Pleasure fight.
Always love having you around.
Submission of the night. Ryan Carroll.
Sorry, James.
Submission of the night. Submission of the night. Okay. All right, thanks. Yeah, we tried to get up here before they called the fighters out. All right. Ronnie Schultz, come on down.
have a happy ending in.
Yeah, it's rough.
And there's my boy Ronnie. Let's go, Stumpy! That's Stumpy to us at the gym.
Old center block body. You know, and Ronnie is just such a nice guy, too. Both these guys
For
are
your
wonderful
final
heroes.
bout of the evening, bringing it in for some heavyweight boxing. We have first fighting out of the blue corner, James. And out of the red corner, give it up for Ronnie Schultz.
Let's go, Ronnie.
Here we
Ronnie,
go.
I'm telling you, he's deceptively powerful, though, and he's explosive and tough.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. Ronnie looks like he's loading up that overhand right, and there it came, but then he's getting overwhelmed on just the...
He got cracked there.
But how many times have we seen this in every fight, right? The first round, the first 30, 40 seconds been crazy, and then the other guy settles in, right?
This is how E-Step always starts, too. And Ronnie, you know, Ronnie's turned it around.
Take your time.
I'd argue not much happened there, right?
Don't be surprised if E-Step goes over and bangs his head on one of the corners.
Is that what he does?
It's pretty wild.
Yeah. Let's see if Ronnie comes with this overhand right again. Looks like he's measuring it up. Just gotta throw it. It's there. Oh, Ronnie looked like he got hurt there. Yes, something happened there, and I don't know what it was, but I don't think Ronnie's going to make it through this. I feel like they might stop this.
Oh, Ronnie hit him.
Yeah, came back.
Ronnie needs to get his head up.
Yeah, something's wrong. Something's wrong bad with him. I don't know what it is, but there's something not right.
I'm not sure why we're not.
Make it ugly.
Thank you.
He's getting tired, man.
He weathered the storm. I thought for sure it was looking rough there for a second.
Yeah, I was kind of worried there for a minute.
But I also think, you know, he gave all he had, and that's why the round ended that way, right? That was like, you know, lack of a better term, he kind of shot his wad right there.
Yeah. Ronnie's trying to walk to his corner. He steps like, come here, man. Let me give you a hug. Let's talk this out.
Yeah, this next round is going to be very telling to see what happens here, huh?
Yeah. I think Ronnie right now may have a little more, you know, cardio-wise right now, but that's because, you know, E-Step, he goes wild, you know.
He does. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. He definitely knows what he's doing that first round. It goes crazy. I feel like it really zapped his cardio. So we're going to see.
Yeah, I definitely think if E-Step, Ronnie could get through the second round, or at least the first half of the second round, I think that he'll start finding more success, because you can't keep, you know, that just in your face all the time, swinging whatever you can, especially in the heavyweight.
Yeah. Well, that's the difference in these heavyweights, right? Like, if they spend more than 30 seconds throwing punches, it's the end of the round. Yeah. So it's like, but it is what it is, right? This is a lot of man to push around. And he came back. He came back. Look at him. Oh.
Ronnie's hitting him good with that overhand, but he's turning his entire body.
Yeah, it's very odd, right? For somebody that's a seasoned fighter to turn like that, that's very strange. He just doesn't like. It's like he doesn't want to be there.
Yeah, he gets hit and then he turns his back.
Yeah.
You know, and the ref, you know, will stop the fight for timidity.
I agree. And the ref's doing a good job of letting this go because he knows it's the last fight. But most people would stop this right now. He's acting like he doesn't want to be there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if he's concussed or what, but he's kind of stopping.
Exactly. You know? There's something not right.
He's heavy.
Yeah, look at that. This is sad, actually, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, in that right there, like, somebody's going to get hurt. Like, you know. There you go. So that's a good job.
Yeah.
Good job by the ref. He let it go as long as he could without, making the audience mad. And
yeah,
it is what it is, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a show, but at the end of the day, you still have to worry about the same.
Something seems so. Elijah, you would know something seems off with Ronnie.
Ronnie is a guy. He's 38 years old. I've known in the gym, like if he gets cracked, he's got durability issues.
Freezes. Because that's what we were worried about. He was kind of freezing.
He's so green. He doesn't train. The guy's not in the gym a lot. He's never gotten that flinch out of him. You got to get rid of that flinch when you become a striker. He's always had it. He still does.
I'll be honest, I was worried, I said the butcher, I was worried that he was concussed at one point. He just stopped like he didn't know where he was at.
It doesn't help that he had Rex White beating his brains out like the entire time he trained.
Yeah, that's a problem.
But Ronnie's
3. Make sure you're here for that.
I didn't understand why Ronnie wanted to take a third fight, to tell you the truth. But I think he just enjoys it. I really do think that it's something that even though he's lost, he took a couple tough losses.
Yeah.
I think he likes being out there. He likes the adrenaline.
Yeah.
And I know Ronnie will be all right. He'll bounce back. I got a little fired up. I hate seeing such a good guy take such a tough loss. And I knew this was going to be an uphill battle.
Hats off to him.
Found the referee called a stop to the contest for your winner out of the blue corner, James Easton.
People who aren't in the
gym.
gym.
What I would like to see, this James Eastep here now. Love the guy. He's from the same area I'm from. Super nice guy. I want to see
fighting in the Bridge Sports Complex, City Net Center. Thank you for spending the evening with us. Be safe going home. See you this June.
Guys that train hard and those guys that know how to cut angles and pop it.
Eastep's tough. He's got the tools to be a talented fighter. It's like you said, if he can get in the gym.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I've told him multiple times. You got to get in there, man. You've got it. You got the heart for it. You just got to get in there.
But, ladies and gentlemen, that was the end of the night. We had 17 amazing bouts. We had a beautiful jiu-jitsu card, our first ever grappling event. What are your thoughts? What do you think, Butch? What do you got to take away from it all?
I think it was an amazing night. This is the biggest crowd that I've seen here before, right? And again, it was a lot of good sportsmanship, a lot of teams supporting each other. Great night. Great matching, great promotion. Furthermore, I did a great job announcing. No, just kidding.
You did. You were the best.
Yes.
You were the best of the three of us. Denzel was trash.
Yeah.
I knew he would be.
Yeah.
Here's the last thing I want to say, man. You better get back in the gym because you're getting fat.
Yeah, you've been fat.
I'm trying. It's cautionary tale, my friend.
You are running.
This is what you could look like in just like 6 months.
The only running you're doing is toward obesity.
If you keep up your diet the way it's going, you're going to look exactly like me.
The only part of the diet that you do is the DIE.
I'll tell you what. In 1 year, I'll turn pro and I'll fight you at heavyweight.
No, you can come on down to my weight. I'm going to beat you.
You're coming up. You're on your way.
I'm going to rip your mustache off. Everybody knows it's fake.
Heidi, get him back on a diet because he's getting fat.
He's calling me fat. His mother's a snowblower.
My mom's dead, bro.
Wow.
Man, they can't live forever.
Well, perfect way to end the show.
It is what it is, right?
I think we need to bring back our old sign out. The Austin Chafin sign out. We used to end every show with it. It's time to smoke a cigarette.
All right. Thanks for everything. We love you all.
At Dutch Miller Automotive, we've grown quite a bit over the last 60 years, but our core principles remain the same. We believe in treating our customers and our team members like friends and family, and we see it as our obligation to give back to all the communities we are so fortunate to do business in. In just West Virginia alone, we've grown from one location on the west end of Huntington to 10 rooftops employing more than 500 Mountaineers. Check out the inventory from all of our stores at DutchMillerAuto.com. Dutch Miller Automotive Group, West Virginia proud.